Yo, what's up? What's up? What is going on? Today we're going to be checking out some more things. We'll start with this Wes Huff.
We all want more.
Bunking
More progress.
We have seen images of angels every day of our lives, from churches to movies to Valentine's Day cards. We know what they look like. They're winged messengers from God. But where did we get this idea that this is what they look like? And have we been wrong all this time? In this video, we're going to take a peek behind the veil of the heavenly realm to catch a glimpse at some of God's most wonderful creations. Who are these celestial beings? What did they look like? How were they created? And what's the deal with all these terrifying, biblically accurate angels I keep seeing? To help us understand these magnificent creations, we will be listening to Dr. Michael Heiser, Wes Huff, Dr. Taylor Marshall, Gary Wayne, and Rabbi Moshe Krasniansky. To begin, let's find out where the traditional conception of angels comes from. To explain this, here is Dr. Michael Heiser.
When I typically get invited somewhere to talk about angels, I'll usually begin with a statement that sounds like something like this, that, hey, what Christians think they know about angels is largely filtered or mediated to us through tradition. Now, I don't want people to come away with the thought from that statement that everything we believe about angels isn't biblical. I mean, we have a lot of biblical data that is very discernible from the English Bible about angels, and so we have a reasonably sure footing. But the reality is there are significant things that sort of get taught about angels, either in church or kind of in Christian discussion or popular books, that really can't be well tethered to what the Bible actually says. And so in my book, Angels, the subtitle is deliberate, what the Bible really says about the members of the heavenly host, God's heavenly host. Because there is a disconnection, again, between those who really sort of burrow into the text of Scripture and the way angels are sort of popularly discussed. Cherubim and seraphim are words that most English Bible readers are going to be familiar with because they're transliterated, they're not translated. So they appear in the English Bible sort of, for what they are. And we sort of don't stop to think about these two as job descriptions. Again, we're not tuned into the nuancing of vocabulary, which is really why I jump into it right away in the book. This is actually where we get the idea that angels have wings, because cherubim have wings and seraphim have wings, and they're all just angels anyway. In other words, we smash all the terms together, and that gives rise to this myth about angels having wings. But the idea comes from the notion, the reality that angels come from above, they're from God, and God lives in the heavens. Well, how would you get from the heavens to the earth? Well, you must fly, and you need wings to fly. I mean, there's a whole bunch of extrapolations here. Even though Scripture actually never attributes wings to angels. In fact, in the Old Testament especially, and in the New, when you see angels, there's only two occasions where anything about them is visually different than a normal human. When the book of Hebrews talks about, hey, you need to extend hospitality to people because you might entertain angels unawares. Well, if they have wings sticking out of their back, I mean, how could you miss that? So you go back to the Old Testament, that statement in Hebrews is building off Old Testament incidents like in Genesis 19, where angels are on the scene, but Lot in that case doesn't know that they're any different than just normal guys until they do something that people can't, like strike the city blind, all right? That gives you an indication that we're dealing with more than just a couple of guys here. But visually, he isn't led to think anything different about them. And that's the pattern, the consistent pattern in the Bible. It's only when they do something really unusual that people get sort of clued in to just isn't a normal man here in front of me. This is something different. You know, is there any harm, okay, in depicting angels with wings? You know, I'm not advocating that we storm churches and tear religious art, you know, that has depiction of angels with wings out of the church and burn them. You know, I'm not advocating for anything ridiculous like that. I really don't think there's, you know, technically any harm. It is imprecise, but it raises the question of, well, again, what's the point? And there are a couple of points. Just in antiquity generally, this is why heavenly figures or sinister demonic figures often get depicted the way they do. Giving an angel wings just really describes their point of origin. They're from the heavens. Again, this notion of, well, to get here, they have to fly because we see birds. And it communicates the idea that they're from up there, or they're from a place where humans can't get to, where humans don't live. And it works the flip side as well. You know, you have ancient iconography of, like in Mesopotamia, demonic beings like the Apkallu. They are depicted at times with wings, or at other times as sort of fish people. Well, why? I mean, especially those two things don't go together, because, you know, fish, wings, you know, birds, you know. Why do they do that? It's to communicate that these beings are from places that humans do not inhabit. It's a way of communicating their otherness. So humans can't live in the sea, but the gods can. You know, non-human creatures can. Humans don't live in the sky. Well, the gods do. You know, heavenly beings do. So this is sort of what the artistic representation is trying to get across. Really, otherness is the main point.
Wow, okay, so angels don't necessarily have wings. Now, you might be saying, well, what about the cherubim and the seraphim? The Bible says they have wings 4 and 6 wings respectively. Well, let's take a quick listen to this clip from Wes Huff, and then we'll talk.
Jewish scripture occasionally refers to supernatural beings, like angels, like seraphim, like cherubim, like demons. You have these things mentioned in the Old Testament, but they're never really explained. And so within this 400-year period between the Old and the New Testament, the Jews are like, okay, what do we think of this? How are we to understand these supernatural beings that are created by God, that exist in some sort of parallel world in the unseen realm, and they're interacting with one another, and they have different forms and functions? So one of the issues is that we often refer to a bunch of these things as angels. Angel is not what the thing is, it's what the thing does. So malach in the Hebrew, or angelos in the Greek, means messenger. So it is not a description of its ontology, what it is, it's a description of what it does.
Got it.
These are supernatural beings who go and they communicate messages to people. They're in some sort of relation in terms of their supernaturalness to other creatures like the seraphim and like the cherubim, who are supernatural divine throne guardians, which was a concept that was not foreign to the ancient world. You have Lamassu, which are the winged bulls with the human heads in Babylon, and you have sphinxes in Egyptian and Hellenistic culture. These were just concepts that existed within the ancient world. The gods have throne guardians. And within biblical Judaism, these are the seraphim and they are the cherubim. So sometimes you'll see those memes, the biblically accurate angels.
Yeah.
Those are cherubim. That's what they are.
Okay.
It's not actually an angel. It's kind of a misnomer in terms. But I get it, because we kind of broad brush with all these categories. The Book of Enoch is part of the literature that's trying to explain that.
So, the cherubim and the seraphim aren't even angels. An angel, by definition, is a messenger. That's what the word angel means. Cherubim and seraphim, on the other hand, are throne guardians, two completely different things. Now, Wes Huff did bring up these biblically accurate angels, which I want to talk about because we'll be diving into their hierarchy in a little bit. I'm sure you've seen captivating images of these angels all over the internet. The cherubim, the seraphim, and the Ophanim. We see descriptions of the seraphim in Isaiah and the cherubim and the Ophanim in Ezekiel. They are magnificent, awe-inspiring creatures. It's a reality check because you have these heavenly beings who devote their lives to praising God, singing holy, 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 non-stop. And what are we doing? Now, you might be a bit confused about the Ophanim.
Style and substance.
How are they angels? The Bible describes them as wheels within wheels. According to ancient Jewish scholars and the Book of Enoch, these Ophanim are referred to as the many-eyed ones, insinuating that they are some sort of being. Not only that, they are included as a class of celestial beings right alongside the seraphim and the cherubim. There is a manuscript from the 5th century known as the Celestial Hierarchies. It is claimed to be written by a man named Dionysius. However, some say it was most likely written by a Syrian monk just using that name as a pseudonym. Regardless, in this work, the author lays out the hierarchy of the heavens. To help us through this, we will be listening to Dr. Taylor Marshall, followed by Gary Wayne, who has some disagreements. But for now, here is Dr. Taylor Marshall.
In the science of angelology, that is the study of angels, theologians from the very first centuries all the way up until now have identified 9 layers of angels, 9 choirs, 9 levels. And today we're going to walk through those 9 theological distinctions of the angels using St. Thomas Aquinas and the church fathers. I'm also going to give you the Bible verses. So let's get into it. The number 1 level at the tip top of all angels are the seraphim. Seraphim in Hebrew means the burning ones. Why are they burning? Because they are so close to God. The divine love catches them on eternal fire. They are burning with the love of God, and they are associated with contemplating the divine presence. Where do we see the seraphim in the Bible? Chiefly the prophet Isaiah. In chapter 6, he sees these celestial beings so close to God. They have 6 wings for their eyes to fly and to cover their feet as a sign of humility. This is probably an allegory. Obviously, angels don't have bodies. They don't have wings. They don't have eyes. But we are seeing that these are the angels attending to the divine presence. They are the burning ones. They are the seraphim. Number 2, the next level down on the hierarchy of angels are the cherubim. Now, you probably think of cherubim as fat, naked babies, and that is completely wrong. Cherubs don't mean fat baby. Cherub, literally in the Hebrew, is related to a word meaning one that is ridden upon, like carrying a chariot. These cherubim, the level 2, are associated with knowledge, wisdom, and they are the ones in the book of Genesis that guard the tree of life. When Adam and Eve sin and are cast out of the garden, it is the cherubim with swords of fire, the primitive lightsaber, that guard the tree of life, that guard paradise from humanity. And because of this, in the book of Exodus and the rest of the Old Testament, we see that in the Holy of Holies, the tabernacle, and later in the temple, the veil that partitions off the Holy of Holies from the holy place and temple has cherubim on it. And the Ark of the Covenant has 2 statues. A lot of people were against statues in church. Statues were in the Old Testament. Right there at the Ark of the Covenant, there are 2 cherubim protecting the divine presence with the Ark of the Covenant in the Holy of Holies. So the cherubim are the protectors. Level 3 in the angelic hierarchy, according to St. Thomas Aquinas and others like Dionysius the Areopagite and Gregory the Great, are the thrones. Now, you might think to yourself, that's a pretty weird name for a class of angels, the thrones. But the thrones are there to radiate God's authority and justice downward into the rest of the angelic hierarchy. Thrones, again, a strange term, is found in passages like Daniel chapter 7 and also the book of Revelation chapter 4. The angelic thrones are those in the court of God who are bringing honor and authority from God to the lower levels of angels, and then from the lower level of angels to the human species on earth. The fourth level in the angelic hierarchy are the angels called dominions. Again, an odd term, but dominions have a role in supervising all the lower angels. You could think of them as the managers in the angelic hierarchy.
Did you see the memo about this?
Dominions is found in sacred scripture.
That's
For example,
hilarious.
in Colossians
need
chapter
you to
1, verse
go into
16,
the
St.
basement.
Paul mentions the thrones and the dominions.
Introducing Virtual Up. Your coffee, your way.
Is it time to say yep to Vyepti? Vyepti is an IV infusion that helps prevent migraine attacks.
As referring to the angels. We continue with level 5, the virtues. The virtues are the ones that impart blessings to this world, and the virtues are what give us the supernatural miracles in this world. The virtues are mentioned by St. Paul in Romans chapter 8, verse 38. He mentions the virtues and the principalities. We'll come to them in just a moment. But the virtues are the ones that bring miracles to the world and allow prophets, especially in the Old Testament, to work their miracles. God is sending his virtue angels to humans to accomplish these miraculous events. Just below the virtues, we get to the 6th level, and those are the powers. The powers are known for their role in restraining the demons, restraining evil, unclean spirits. The angels called powers are mentioned in Romans 8:38, Ephesians 1:21, and Colossians 1:16. And now we get to the lower triad of angels, all right? This is the last 3 in the choir of 9. And number 7 are the angels called principalities. Principalities are the earthly authorities, guides by which God's providence is manifested in the world. Principalities have the role of overseeing groups of people, for example, nations and institutions, and they are seen as guardians of humanity. The term principalities, as I mentioned before, was in Romans 8:38 and Ephesians 1:21. So they're associated with rulership. And now we get to number 8, one you're probably familiar with. The 8th level of angel is that of the archangel. You've heard of archangels. Archangels are normal angels with more power, with ruling power, but they're under the principalities, according to traditional Christian theology. The term archangel appears twice in the New Testament, 1 Thessalonians 4:16 and Jude chapter 1, verse 9. In the Catholic tradition, we recognize 3 archangels by name. Those 3 archangels by name are Michael.
All right, what he said kind of, maybe it's true, but it kind of makes no sense, because if you think about it, when in Daniel, the angel was going to come to talk to Daniel, but he couldn't because the Prince of Persia, which is basically the principality he was referring to, was blocking him. And he had to get Michael to be able to overthrow the principality. That way he would come. That's why he said it would take 21. It took 21 days. So I don't understand why he's saying that, but maybe I'm missing something.
The archangel, Gabriel the archangel, and Saint Raphael the archangel, who appears in the book of Tobit. And then last of all, on the 9th level, are the angels called just angels. They're just angels. There's no special name. These are the lowest in the hierarchy according to Dionysius, Gregory the Great, Thomas Aquinas. These are believed to be the guardian angels that each one of us has. By the way, see my video on the guardian angels. And they are the servants of God who are most proximate, most near humans here on earth. They are the angels that are among us, serving as messengers, bringing messages back and forth, and being our direct guides. And we see this, for example, with Abraham in the Old Testament in Genesis chapter 18, with Mary in Luke 1, although you could say, of course, Gabriel is an archangel. And then also all the angels that appear to the shepherds in Luke 2 at the birth of Christ. These are that final level, the ninth level. What's interesting about this is the theologians say that when Satan, Lucifer, fell, there were angels from the various 9 levels that fell with Satan. So amongst the demonic horde, you have demons who would belong to these 9 ranks. And then, of course, they do their malice, they do their wicked according to their original powers that they had before, but now they use them for evil.
That was very interesting. I just find it a little bit of a stretch that we're taking these phrases, principalities, powers, dominions, and labeling and using them as labels for entire classes of angels in heaven. Maybe I need to do a little bit more studying. But for now, let's take a listen to what Gary Wayne has to say about all of this.
Yeah, there's a sort of a standard chronology, not a chronology, but a hierarchy that's out there. And Dionysius is a church father that put most of this together. And so I cover off the hierarchy in the new book. And the first thing we need to understand is that the angels are a host of heaven. And that's the Hebrew word Saba for an army of angels, implying rank and order. Now, when I looked at Dionysius' model, it's not easy to understand or follow or prove biblically. And he's got several different names for the same orders, just as in the New Testament, you get a confusion of like dunamis and exousia being conflated into powers into English, right? So you have to sort of be able to take it back to the original Hebrew and the original Greek to get the different angels and sort of assemble the order. And it also in Dionysius' hierarchy, you have the archangels placed in the third hierarchy with principalities and angels. And so that doesn't make any sense to me either, because archangels are around the throne. They're like part of the 4 groups of watchers. And Dionysius doesn't really account for who the thrones are and where they come from. And so I sort of dig into all of that. So the 4 watchers, I put 4 watchers at the top, and they will be over a column of other angels. And I put this hierarchy in the Bible, and I walked through the different Greek words so that you can understand the different words that, let's say, dunamis or exousia are being translated from, and it can be translated in different ways into English, and it's going back to the same word, or arca for principalities, for example. So I begin with the 4 watcher groups. So I moved the archangels up to the watcher group, and they're around the angels. And I even move up a possibility that 4 archangels might oversee the 4 columns of angels in the hierarchy, just as you have 4 sides to the throne, where the angels will assemble themselves. So I divide the hierarchy up into governments, religions, armies, and thrones. And leading that would be the seraphim in 2 groups of the governments and the religions. I also have archangels up there, and then I have the cherubim and the ophanim as the same group. I'm open to the idea that the ophanim may have a separate pillar as well. But typically they're kind of used together. If people aren't familiar with that term ophanim, it's in the book of Enoch as one of the 4 groups of watchers. And we don't get that word translated into English, but in Ezekiel 1, 3, and 10, we get the throne, the chariot of God, as in the vision of Ezekiel, and it's got the cherubim. And then in the book of Psalms, it's the cherubim that are pulling the chariot of God, the throne of God in that visual and vision context. But then you have these wheels, part of the chariot, and wheels within wheels. And within those wheels, you have a cherubim-like angel, but distinct because it has a face of a cherubim. We're not told which face, or maybe it's all 4 faces on the one face. We don't know. But it's different, but it's cherubim-like. So the wheels that are being talked about in that chariot, when it's referring to the wheel, that's the Hebrew word Gilgal, as in, base camp Gilgal, where Israel had their base camp, or Gilgal Raphaim, the wheel of the giants, at the foot of Mount Hermon. But when it's referring to the angels within the wheels, the one with all of the eyes, that's the Hebrew word Ophan. And then you put the male plural on it, Ophanim is where that comes from. So I have the archangels overseeing the army aspect of heaven, and then the cherubim and the Ophanim over the thrones. And then you'll have, I'll just use the English terms. So the seraphim and the governments, you have powers below the seraphim, and then angels. The religious order there, you have the principalities under the seraphim, and then messenger angels. Archangels, you have the mighties, which are also 2 different types of mighties that are listed, whether it's Icarus, which is the revelation term for mighties, and then angels underneath, and then thrones and dominions. So it's the cherubim and Ophanim, which are the thrones, and underneath are the dominions and the angels. And they're representing the throne rooms. And so when we now have the counterfeit army, the counterfeit host that Satan sits above, or the council of gods in Psalms 82, he's going to counterfeit the same hierarchy. And so they're going to rule over the 70 nations that Deuteronomy 32 talks about.
Very interesting stuff. And the fact that there may be a counterfeit hierarchy of demons and fallen angels that Satan rules over makes a lot of sense. Maybe we can dive into that in a future video. But for now, I want to end this video with a very different and thought-provoking perspective. A Jewish perspective from Rabbi Moshe Krasniansky.
Milks to avoid.
Milk, does it make you fat? That's an
I think there are 2 types of angels we have to think about. In God's creation of the world, he created myriads of angels with all different types of tasks that they have as God's messengers. And each one has their own purpose of what they are here for. But there's another type of angel. And I think this is really where it's very special and for us to understand and know, because many angels we create. Every time we do a mitzvah, every time we do something positive, we create a beautiful angel. And every time, unfortunately, we do something negative or wrong, we also create an angel. And the angel is according to our action. We do something good, we create a good angel. We do something wrong, we create a negative force. And these become forces that surround us all the time. The angels we create become our aura, become a positive energy. Our sages tell us that one mitzvah brings another mitzvah. One sin brings another sin. And everyone asks, why is that so? Every action is separate. Why, if I do a mitzvah, will it help me quicker do another mitzvah? And the answer is, when you do a mitzvah, you create an aura, an angel around you, that all of a sudden it's a good energy that drives you to do something good, makes it easier for you to do something good. While the opposite, if God forbid you do something wrong, the opposite happens. So a lot of angels is what we create around ourselves. And what's interesting is that most people, when they talk about angels, sort of angels are greater than people. And angels are who we aspire to say they're so pure and special, we'll never be like an angel, and couldn't I be like an angel? But Judaism teaches us that the opposite. The angels, both those that were created by God before, or those that are created through our actions, are all here to serve us. They wait to get the cue from us. We're the ones who lead, and in the path we lead, we're able to create our own angels and bring the other angels that exist to give us power, new strength, a new ability to rise, new energy, to be able to go further in our path of life. So we are the center of the universe, us humans. And we are the ones who own our choices, while angels are spiritual robots. They're just there to serve, and they're there to help us in our path of life.
So, I'm going to leave you with that. We covered quite a bit of ground in this video, and there's still so much more to cover. I plan on doing an exciting video specifically on the seraphim in the future, so keep your eye out for that. For now, let me know your thoughts about what we discussed today. What do you think?
Uh-oh. There it is.
A lot of lawn care services out there.
True Green has a satisfaction guarantee. They'll come back until we're happy. You got that beat?
Before the first seal was broken, before the trumpets echoed through the heavens, the destiny of all humanity was already written. The end was never a mystery to God. John did not merely hear about the apocalypse, he saw it. He saw the throne, the Lamb, the judgment, the fall of kingdoms, and the birth of a new world. Everything that was revealed on that island forever changed the course of history. And today, you will see the complete revelation as John saw it. The complete story of the apocalypse as never seen before. John was alone on the island of Patmos, exiled because of the word of God and the testimony of Jesus Christ. The wind beating against the rocks seemed to carry the weight of an era coming to an end. Rome had silenced his voice.
What people don't realize about John, they tried to kill him. The reason he was alone and exiled in the Isle of Patmos is because they had killed all of the rest of the apostles. But in several places you'll see, and the one Jesus loved, that was John. John was, I know Peter was like the leader when Jesus left, but the one that Jesus loved the most was John. And John had a special mission. Now, obviously, Paul was the one for the Gentiles and whatnot. But John had a special mission, basically. And they literally threw boiling water on him, boiling oil on him. And he didn't even get a burn. They tried to kill him so many times it's not even funny. And they could not kill him because God was protecting him. So they literally banished him and exiled him to the Isle of Patmos. And he couldn't get off. So it was like an island. And this is when Jesus, like after Jesus went to heaven and got revelation from God, that is the whole of Revelation. That's why it's called Revelation, the revelation of Jesus Christ.
But heaven could not be silenced. As he prayed, wrapped in the memory of the Master and the pain of time, the apostle perceived something breaking the boundary between the visible and the eternal. A deep sound reached him, and loneliness gave way to the supernatural. The apocalypse did not begin with fire or destruction, but with God's call to a weary man, that he might become the witness of the greatest revelation of all time. Suddenly, an intense light pierced the darkness of the cave. The air seemed to expand, and a voice echoed behind him, clear as the sound of many waters. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last. The presence was not human. John turned and saw someone like the Son of Man. His eyes shone like flames.
And the point of the Alpha and the Omega is obviously the first and last letter of the Hebrew alphabet.
His hair was white as wool, and his feet were like glowing bronze. In his right hand were 7 stars, and from his mouth came a sharp double-edged sword. The one who once walked the dusty streets of Galilee now revealed himself in glory. It was the same Christ, but no longer the wounded man. Now the risen Lord who rules the universe. John fell face down to the ground, without strength. Fear and reverence overtook him. But the voice came closer and said, Do not be afraid. I am the first and the last, the living one. I was dead, but behold, I am alive forever and ever. Christ touched the prophet, and that gesture changed everything. The touch was the same as in the healings and miracles John had witnessed years earlier. But now he was not before a teacher, but before the King of eternity himself. Write, the Lord commanded, the things you have seen, the things that are, and the things that will take place after this. With that order began the story that would reveal the prophecies of the end times. The apostle saw 7 golden lampstands surrounding the Son of Man. The glow that surrounded them was gentle and majestic. Each lampstand represented a church, and each star in his hand symbolized the angels who guarded them. John understood that the one who spoke walked among the churches, observed their works, corrected their paths, and kept the light of faith burning. The vision was vivid, real, irresistible. The voice continued, These 7 churches are the mirror of all humanity. John listened and wrote, without fully comprehending what was being revealed. He felt that every word carried eternal weight. The revelation spoke not only of empires or catastrophes, but of the human heart itself, of its failures, its coldness, and its lost love. Everything that was about to be shown transcended time and history. The apocalypse began then, not as a message of terror, but as the revelation of Jesus Christ in his fullness. He is the Lamb who was slain, the Lion who conquered, the God who searches and redeems. John understood that what would be shown did not belong only to his generation, but to all. He was witnessing the unfolding of God's plan from creation to the end of time. Lightning and voices seemed to surround the prophet. He saw the throne, though still from afar, and felt the weight of glory. His mind was overtaken by one certainty. The same God who began all things will also bring them to completion. The biblical prophecies about the end are not human inventions. They are part of a divine sequence now unfolding before his eyes. The man who once leaned his head on the Master's shoulder now beheld the Lord of eternity with eyes of fire and words that uphold the worlds. John realized that every symbol had a purpose and that the revelation he received was both judgment and hope. Everything he wrote would be delivered to the churches and from them to the world until time itself reached its limit. The visions grew more intense. The apostle felt the ground disappear, as if the island ceased to exist, and the Spirit of God transported him into the center of glory. He heard sounds of trumpets in the distance, perceived beings surrounding the throne, and saw a sealed book being prepared to be opened. He did not yet know what it contained, but he understood that within it lay the destiny of the world. As he tried to comprehend what he saw, the voice spoke again. What I will show you is beyond human understanding, but the Spirit will help you remember everything. John fell prostrate once more, unable to bear the vision. He felt he stood at the border between time and eternity, before something words could never fully describe. Future centuries would read what he wrote, but no man would fully understand until all was fulfilled. The message was not one of fear, but of preparation. The revelation that began in Patmos would cross all centuries and reach us as both a warning and a promise. John watched the light fade. The Son of Man remained before him, his gaze firm yet merciful. The final command resounded, "What you see, write in a book and send it to the 7 churches." The apostle obeyed, and as he placed the first words on the parchment, the destiny of the world began to be recorded. Heaven was still open, and the voice had not ceased. There was something more that needed to be shown, something beyond the churches, beyond history. The one who spoke was preparing the messenger for the next revelation, where the earthly would give way to the eternal, and the hidden would be unveiled. John still feels the presence of the Lord before him, and the voice continues to echo, firm and clear. What you see, write and send it to the 7 churches. The apostle understands that what is about to be revealed is not just a local message, but a spiritual portrait of all humanity throughout the centuries. Each church represents a time, a generation, a state of the soul before God. The first message is for Ephesus. It was a grand, active, and influential city, but faith had become routine. The Lord praises their works, their zeal, and their endurance, but there is an accusation that cuts like a blade. Nevertheless, I have this against you, that you have left your first love. John records the words without hesitation. He knows what it means. The love that once moved hearts had been replaced by effort and appearance. The church worked much, but loved little. And the voice of Christ warns, remember from where you have fallen, repent and return to your first works. The next message is for Smyrna, the suffering church. John feels the weight of the words when he hears, I know your tribulation and your poverty, but you are rich. In the midst of persecution, God sees faith. Christ reminds them that the crown of life is not for those who escape pain, but for those who remain faithful until the end. He warns that the enemy will cast some into prison, but promises eternal victory. John understands that the glory of God is not always revealed in prosperity, but in the endurance of those who do not deny the name of Christ, even in the face of death. Then comes the word to Pergamum. I know where you dwell, where Satan's throne is. John writes with steady hands. The city was a center of idolatry and power, where temples and altars were intertwined with culture and politics. Even so, there were servants there who did not deny the faith. The Lord acknowledges their faithfulness, but also denounces the danger growing within the church itself, the teaching of Balaam, which led the people to compromise with sin. Repent, or else I will come to you and fight against them with the sword of my mouth. The judgment would not come from outside, but from the very voice of Christ. The 4th letter is to Thyatira. John listens attentively as the Lord says, I know your works, your love, your service, your faith, and your patience. Thyatira is an active church, full of good intentions, but contaminated by a woman who calls herself a prophetess and leads many into idolatry. I gave her time to repent, but she does not want to. The patience of God has...
Lily, she's my hero. You know, a lot of people don't get to meet theirs. Mine calls me Dad.
Limits, and John perceives the contrast between the Lord's love and his discipline. He writes that Christ, the one whose eyes are like fire, searches hearts and repays according to deeds. It is a direct warning. No one deceives the one who sees everything. Next, the message goes to Sardis. The tone of the voice changes, harsher, colder. You have a reputation for being alive, but you are dead. John feels the weight of the sentence. Sardis appears vibrant, but it has lost the spirit. Appearance has replaced presence. Christ commands, be watchful and strengthen what remains. There are still some who have not defiled their garments, and they will walk with the Lord in white. It is a reminder that there is always a faithful remnant, even amid decay. The 6th letter is addressed to Philadelphia, and the tone changes completely. I know your works. Behold, I have set before you an open door, and no one can shut it. John writes with hope. Philadelphia is the church that perseveres, even with little strength. It has kept the word and has not denied the name of the Lord. Christ promises to deliver it from the hour of trial that will come upon the whole world. This promise extends to all who remain steadfast. Hold fast what you have, so that no one may take your crown. Finally comes Laodicea. The voice is now firm, cutting, without comfort. I know your works, that you are neither cold nor hot. Because you are lukewarm, I am about to spit you out of my mouth. John hesitates as he writes, but cannot omit anything. Laodicea is the image of proud, self-sufficient, comfortable faith. The Lord exposes the deception. You say, I am rich and have need of nothing, but you do not realize that you are wretched, miserable, poor, blind, and naked. Christ offers the way out. I counsel you to buy from me gold refined in the fire, and white garments that you may be clothed. The rebuke is harsh, but filled with love. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, I will come in and dine with him. John feels that each message carries an eternal warning. The churches represent more than cities of Asia. They represent the human heart before God. In Ephesus, love is lost. In Smyrna, suffering becomes a crown. In Pergamum, truth is compromised. In Thyatira, faith is mixed with idolatry. In Sardis, spiritual life is only appearance. In Philadelphia, perseverance is rewarded. And in Laodicea, spiritual apathy is the greatest sin. As he writes, John understands that these words will cross generations. He sees in the churches the reflection of the future. The Lord still walks among the lampstands, observing every detail. Nothing goes unnoticed. The promises and warnings extend to all times. The one who overcomes will eat from the tree of life, will not be hurt by the second death, will receive a white stone with a new name, will have authority over the nations, will be clothed in voice like that of a trumpet calls to him again. Heaven begins to open. John lifts his eyes and sees the light tearing through the firmament. The same voice that called him in Patmos now speaks again with authority and power. Come up here and I will show you what must take place after these things. In an instant, he feels his body being taken, no longer limited by flesh. He is carried by the Spirit, and before him, heaven opens. What he sees is impossible to describe with human words. A throne stands at the center of everything, and upon it, the one who reigns. Around it, a rainbow reflects the eternal covenant. Lightning and voices emanate from the throne, and before it burns 7 lamps, which are the 7 spirits of God. John realizes he stands before the throne of the Almighty, and what happens next is more than a vision. It is the foreshadowing of the rapture, the symbol of the meeting of the faithful with the Lord. He sees 24 elders seated on thrones, dressed in white and crowned with gold. They represent the redeemed saints, the glorified church, those taken from the earth before judgment begins. Every detail speaks of a time that is near, when those who keep the faith will be transformed in the blink of an eye. The promise made in Corinth and Thessalonica now unfolds before his eyes. The dead in Christ will rise first, and we who are alive and remain will be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. John feels the Spirit carry him even higher. Time ceases to exist. What is future and what is past blend into eternity. On the throne, the Father holds a book sealed with 7 seals. No one in heaven or on earth is found worthy to open it. John weeps, not because he doubts, but because he understands that within that book lies the destiny of humanity. The silence of heaven grows heavy until a voice rises among the elders. Do not weep. Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the Root of David, has triumphed to open the book and break its seals. John looks and sees the lion, but what appears before him is a lamb, the same who was slain, but now stands alive. The marks of the cross are still visible, and from them flows power. The Lamb approaches the throne and takes the book from the hands of God. When he does, all of heaven bows. The 4 living beings and the 24 elders fall down, each holding a harp and golden bowls full of incense, which are the prayers of the saints. The song begins, "You are worthy to take the book and to open its seals, because you were slain, and with your blood you purchased for God men from every tribe and language and people and nation." John sees millions of angels surrounding the throne, and the sound of their voices fills the universe. Worthy is the Lamb who was slain to receive power, riches, wisdom, strength, honor, glory, and praise. Everything in heaven and on earth bows before him. It is the moment when the power of the Son is fully acknowledged by all creation. As he watches, John realizes that this vision is not just a celestial event, but a foreshadowing of something that will happen in the physical world. The rapture is the final separation between those who belong to Christ and those who chose the world. There will be no warning, no delay. The sound of the trumpet will be the signal. Those who believe will be transformed, their bodies clothed in glory, and they will meet the Lord. The earth will be emptied of faith, and the world will enter a time never before experienced. John understands what is being shown to him. Worship in heaven is the reflection of what awaits those who overcome. The throne is the center of all things. Before it, there are no empires, no kingdoms, no pride, only the absolute dominion of God. The rapture marks the beginning of the revelation of judgment. Grace still echoes, but the time of divine patience is about to end. The elders cast their crowns before the throne and declare, "You are worthy, O Lord, to receive glory, honor, and power, for you created all things, and by your will they exist and were created." What John witnesses is the fulfillment of what the prophets foretold. The throne is the center of the universe, the Lamb is the focus of worship, and the saints are the living testimonies of redemption. The scene changes. The Lamb holds the book firmly. The angels step back. The atmosphere in heaven shifts. The song ceases, and a deep silence takes its place. John understands that what is about to happen will define the destiny of the world. The rapture was the prelude, the removal of the righteous before the opening of the seals. The time of judgment is about to begin. He sees the first seal about to be broken. The Lamb who was slain now acts as judge. Each seal represents a stage of the divine plan, and the first will open the doors to the deception that will dominate the world. John takes a deep breath, feeling both the weight of glory and the fear of what is to come. Everything mankind has built, everything human power upholds, will be tested. The apostle's eyes fix on the Lamb. He knows that what he is about to see is not chaos, but the revelation of God's justice. Every event will be necessary. Every judgment will bring meaning to the plan that began before the foundation of the world. The Lamb moves his hand, and the first seal breaks. The sound that is heard comes neither from heaven nor from earth, but from within eternity. John feels that what begins now will change everything that exists. The first seal is opened. John watches closely, and what he sees is not just a vision, but a living scene before his eyes. The Lamb breaks the seal, and one of the 4 living creatures says, "Come and see." John obeys. A white horse appears. Its rider holds a bow and is given a crown. He goes out conquering and to conquer, The image is clear, but its meaning is profound. It is the spirit of deception, power that rules by appearance, the false triumph that precedes judgment. John perceives that this rider does not bring true peace, but an illusion that prepares the world for chaos. The Lamb opens the second seal, and the second living creature speaks. Come and see. A red horse appears, and to its rider is given a great sword. He takes peace from the earth, and men begin to kill one another. John feels the weight of the conflict. War spreads, kingdoms rise against kingdoms, and human ambition turns into bloodshed. He understands that destruction does not come from heaven, but from the very heart of men. The third seal is broken, and the third living creature commands, "Come and see." John sees a black horse. Its rider carries a pair of scales in his hand. A voice speaks among the beings, "A measure of wheat for a denarius, and 3 measures of barley for a denarius, and do not harm the oil and the wine." John watches as famine spreads, the imbalance of wealth grows, and multitudes suffer struggling for a piece of bread. The earth becomes an unequal field where few hoard what many need. The fourth seal is opened, and the fourth living creature speaks. A pale horse appears. Its rider's name is Death, and Hades follows with him. John sees armies falling, plagues consuming cities, and bodies scattered across the ground. Authority is given to him over a fourth of the earth, to kill with sword, famine, pestilence, and wild beasts. He smells death and feels the heavy silence of destruction. What he sees is the consequence of matured sin, the justice of God, allowing humanity to reap what it has sown. The Lamb opens the fifth seal. John sees no riders but souls. They are under the altar of God, clothed in white, crying out, "How long, O Lord, before you judge and avenge our blood on those who dwell on the earth?" They are the martyrs, those who died for bearing witness to their faith. Each one receives a white robe and is told to rest a little longer until the number of their brothers is complete. John feels the holiness of that place, the righteous cry rising like incense. The vision shows that even suffering is not forgotten before God. The sixth seal is broken. The vision changes completely. John sees the earth quake, the sun darken like mourning cloth, and the moon turn red like blood. The stars fall like leaves carried by the wind. Mountains and islands move from their places. Kings and the mighty hide in caves, crying to the rocks, "Fall on us and hide us from the face of him who sits on the throne and from the wrath of the Lamb." John perceives the contrast between the glory he saw in heaven and the terror that grips the earth. Judgment has begun, and no one can stand. Before the seventh seal, John witnesses something extraordinary. 4 angels hold back the winds of the earth, preventing them from blowing until the servants of God are sealed on their foreheads. He sees an uncountable number, but hears the record, 144,000 sealed from all the tribes of Israel. They are marked as God's own, preserved for the great tribulation. Then John sees a multitude that no one can count, from every nation, tribe, people, and language. They stand before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed in white robes and holding palm branches in their hands. They cry out, "Salvation belongs to our God who sits on the throne and to the Lamb." The angels surround the multitude and worship, saying, "Amen. Praise, glory, wisdom, thanksgiving, honor, power, and strength be to our God forever and ever." One of the elders approaches John and asks, "Who are these, and where did they come from?" The apostle replies, "Sir, you know." The elder then reveals, "These are the ones who came out of the great tribulation. They washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb." John looks upon their faces and understands that redemption was costly but complete. God will wipe every tear from their eyes, and they will hunger and thirst no more. The seventh seal is finally opened. The Lamb breaks it, and what happens next silences all of heaven. John hears no voice, no angel moves. The silence lasts as if time itself had been suspended. It is the moment before judgment. Heaven watches, creation waits, 7 angels prepare to sound the trumpets. Each is assigned a distinct blast, and in their hands are golden bowls filled with incense, the prayers of the saints. John sees an angel approach the altar with a golden censer. He fills it with fire and casts it upon the earth. The impact is immediate. Voices, lightning, and earthquakes follow. The prophet understands that every prayer made in faith now finds its answer. Nothing has been forgotten. The time of mercy and the time of judgment stand side by side, both coming from the same God. The trumpets are about to sound. John prepares to witness what no man has ever seen. He realizes that what has been shown so far was only the beginning. The seals revealed the state of the world, but the sound of the trumpets will unveil divine wrath in its fullness. The silence ends. John sees the 7 angels who stand before God, receiving 7 trumpets. Beside them, another angel approaches the altar with a golden censer. He fills it with fire from the altar and mixes it with the incense of the prayers of the saints. The smoke rises before God as an offering. Then the angel casts the censer upon the earth, and John sees lightning and earthquakes spreading everywhere. The order is given. Judgment is about to begin. The first angel lifts the trumpet and sounds it. John sees fire mixed with hail being hurled upon the earth. A third of the trees is burned up, and all the green grass turns to ash. The sky, once blue, becomes covered with smoke, and the air grows heavy. Judgment is no longer symbolic, but visible. John understands that God is answering the prayers of the righteous. The world that ignored the Creator now feels the weight of his voice. The second angel sounds the trumpet, and John sees something like a great mountain burning with fire thrown into the sea. The impact is catastrophic. A third of the sea becomes blood, and the creatures within it die. Ships are shattered, commerce collapses, and what once sustained mankind becomes its downfall. John watches the waters stained red and understands that nothing in creation is untouchable before divine judgment. The third angel sounds the trumpet, and a star falls from heaven, burning like a torch. It strikes the rivers and springs of water, and John hears the name of the star, Wormwood. The waters become bitter, and many die from drinking them. He sees men desperate for water, only to find death. The prophet perceives that the punishment is more than physical. It is moral and spiritual. The source of life has been poisoned by the bitterness of human rebellion. The fourth angel sounds the trumpet, and John sees a third of the sun, the moon, and the stars darkened. Light diminishes, time loses rhythm, and the world sinks into confusion. Men cannot understand what is happening, but the prophet knows. The order that sustained the universe is being shaken by its own creator. Before the fifth angel sounds, John sees an eagle flying through the middle of heaven, crying out with a loud voice, "Woe, woe, woe to those who dwell on the earth, because of the remaining blasts of the trumpets of the 3 angels who are about to sound." The warning is clear. What is coming will be more terrible than everything that has already happened. The fifth angel sounds the trumpet, and John sees a star fall from heaven to the earth. It is given the key to the bottomless pit. When the pit is opened, thick black smoke rises, darkening the sun.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
And the air. From the smoke emerge creatures resembling locusts, but prepared for war. Their faces look human, their hair is like that of women, and their teeth like those of lions. They wear breastplates of iron, and the sound of their wings is like the noise of chariots rushing into battle. John watches them attack men who do not have the seal of God on their foreheads. They do not kill, but torment for 5 months. Men will seek death and will not find it. The prophet sees the commander of these creatures. He has a name, Abaddon in Hebrew and Apollyon in Greek. He is the angel of the abyss. John feels the weight of terror and despair upon the earth. The first woe is past, but 2 still remain. The 6th angel sounds the trumpet. John hears a voice coming from the golden altar before God. It commands, "Release the 4 angels who are bound at the great river Euphrates." They are released. They had been prepared for that hour, that day, that month, and that year to kill 1/3 of mankind. The apostle sees the army that follows them. 200 million horsemen. Their horses breathe fire, smoke, and sulfur. 1/3 of humanity is destroyed by the fire that comes out of their mouths. John looks upon the aftermath and is astonished. Even after all this, men do not repent. They continue to worship idols of gold, silver, bronze, and stone. They persist in their crimes, sorceries, and immorality. Judgment increases, but their hearts remain hardened. The vision becomes more bitter than any word could describe. Between one trumpet and another, John sees something different. A mighty angel descends from heaven, wrapped in clouds, with a rainbow over his head. His face shines like the sun, and his feet are like pillars of fire. He holds a small open book in his hand. He sets his right foot on the sea and his left on the land, and cries out with a voice like thunder. 7 thunders respond, but John is forbidden to write what they said. He understands that not all has been revealed. There are mysteries that God has kept only for himself. The angel raises his hand to heaven and swears by him who lives forever and ever. There will be no more delay. In the days of the voice of the 7th angel, when he is about to sound the trumpet, the mystery of God will be fulfilled. John approaches, and the angel commands, "Take the book and eat it." He takes it and eats it. In his mouth, it is sweet as honey, but in his stomach, it is bitter. John understands the symbol. The revelation is sweet because it brings justice, but bitter because it foretells sorrow. The prophet feels the weight of the message and is instructed, "You must prophesy again about many peoples, nations, tongues, and kings." The 7th angel lifts the trumpet. John hears powerful voices in heaven proclaiming, "The kingdoms of this world have become the kingdoms of our Lord and of his Christ, and he shall reign forever and ever." That the 24 elders fall on their faces before God, saying, "We give you thanks, O Lord God Almighty, who is and who was, because you have taken your great power and have begun to reign." Lightning and thunder mark the end of the vision. The temple of God is opened in heaven, and the Ark of the Covenant is seen. John beholds it and understands that judgment is not the end, but the preparation for what is to come. Something immense approaches. A new sign in heaven, unlike anything he has ever seen. The vision changes once again. The temple of God is still open. John continues watching. A new command comes from heaven. "Rise and measure the temple of God, the altar, and those who worship there." He sees the outer court left out, given to the nations, who will trample it for 42 months. In the midst of this vision, the Lord speaks again. "I will give power to my 2 witnesses, and they will prophesy for 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth." John sees the scene change before him. The earth is at war, nations divided, cities in ruins. Among the desolation, 2 men appear. They do not look like kings or generals, but the authority they carry is unlike anything seen before. Their presence commands both respect and fear. John watches as they raise their voices. The words that come out are like fire. Every sentence they speak carries weight and purpose. He understands that these are the 2 olive trees and the 2 lampstands that stand before the God of the earth. When anyone tries to harm them, fire comes from their mouths and consumes their enemies. John witnesses the power of God acting through them. When they cry out, the heavens close and no rain falls. When they command, the waters turn to blood and plagues strike the earth. No one can stop them. The days pass. The whole world speaks of them. Nations are stirred. Governments try to silence them but fail. Their voices echo through the streets of Jerusalem, proclaiming the judgment of God. John realizes that even amid chaos, there is order in their mission. They do not speak for themselves, but for the Spirit who sent them. When the appointed time ends, what was prophesied is fulfilled. John sees the beast that rises from the abyss. It rises against the witnesses with power and fury. The confrontation is swift. They are killed in the streets of the great city, spiritually called Sodom and Egypt, where the Lord was also crucified. Their bodies lie exposed to the gaze of the peoples and tribes. No one buries them. John observes what happens next. The inhabitants of the earth rejoice. They exchange gifts, celebrating the death of the witnesses. Humanity celebrates the silence, as if it had defeated God. The prophet feels the weight of unbelief, but keeps watching. 3.5 days pass, and then something happens. A breath of life from God enters them. John sees the two stand. The whole world watches. Terror spreads. The witnesses rise to their feet, and a powerful voice from heaven says, "Come up here." They look upward, and John sees clouds envelop them. They ascend slowly as their enemies look on. A great earthquake strikes the city. 10,000 die, and the rest are filled with fear, giving glory to the God of heaven. The prophet writes what he sees. The second woe is past, but the third is coming quickly. Then the seventh angel sounds the trumpet. The voices in heaven thunder with power. The kingdoms of this world have become the kingdoms of our Lord and of his Christ, and he shall reign forever and ever. The 24 elders fall on their faces and worship God, saying, "We give thanks to you, Lord God Almighty, who are and who were, because you have taken your great power and have begun to reign." John keeps looking. He sees the temple of God once again open in heaven. Inside, the Ark of the Covenant appears, and lightning flashes across the expanse. The prophet understands that the glory of God has returned to manifest itself, and that nothing will ever be the same again. The scene changes before his eyes. He sees heaven illuminated by another sign. Something different is about to happen. A woman appears, clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and a crown of 12 stars upon her head. She is pregnant and cries out in labor pains. John watches closely. What he now sees is not merely an earthly event, but the reflection of a conflict that stretches far beyond it. The new vision begins to take shape. The new vision forms before him, clear and majestic. He sees a woman clothed with the sun, the moon under her feet, and a crown of 12 stars upon her head. She's pregnant and cries out in labor pains. John feels the weight of the image and understands that she is not merely a woman, but a symbol, the people of God, about to give birth to the promised Redeemer. As he watches, another sign appears in heaven. A great red dragon emerges with 7 heads and 10 horns, and on its heads 7 crowns. Its tail sweeps 1/3 of the stars from heaven and casts them down to the earth. John recognizes him. It is Satan, the accuser, the ancient enemy. The dragon stands before the woman, waiting for the moment she will give birth, ready to devour the child as soon as he is born. The scene is intense. The woman cries out, the dragon watches, and John feels the tension that fills heaven. Then the child is born, a male child, destined to rule all nations with a rod of iron. Before the enemy can reach him, the child is caught up to God and to his throne. The woman flees into the wilderness, to a place prepared by God, where she will be nourished for 1,260 days. John sees the dragon enraged. He tries to pursue her, but cannot. Then heaven fills with movement. Angels assemble, ready for battle. At their front stands Michael the archangel. The voice John hears
You said the Whopper is the best burger in America, when made right. So with your feedback, we've perfected every bite, so that every Whopper is made your way and never smashed. Because there's a new king, and it's you.
Is firm and powerful. Michael and his angels fight against the dragon and his hosts. All of heaven becomes a battlefield. John sees flashes of power, no human sounds, only the clash of eternal forces. The dragon is defeated. He and his angels are cast out of heaven. John sees him fall, hurled down to the earth. A voice rises in heaven. Now has come salvation and strength and the kingdom of our God and the power of his Christ. For the accuser of our brethren is cast down, who accused them before God day and night. John witnesses the heavenly rejoicing. The saints triumph not by might, but by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. Their victory was not military, but spiritual. They did not love their lives unto death. The prophet senses the change in atmosphere. The joy in heaven turns into a warning for earth. Another voice proclaims, "Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and the sea, for the devil has come down to you with great wrath, knowing that he has but a short time." When the dragon realizes he has been cast to the earth, he directs his fury toward the woman. John sees the desperation of the enemy. He tries to destroy the people of God, but the woman is given the wings of an eagle to flee into the wilderness, to the place where she will be sustained, far from the presence of evil. The dragon spews water from his mouth like a river to sweep her away, but John watches as the ground opens and swallows the river. The earth helps the woman, and the enemy's plan fails. Furious, the dragon turns his rage toward the rest of her offspring, those who keep the commandments of God and hold the testimony of Jesus Christ. John sees the enemy stand on the shore of the sea. He understands that the next step is about to unfold. The dragon will no longer be content to attack God's people indirectly. He will use the power of nations to establish his dominion. The prophet senses that the next vision will reveal the heart of this system, the structure of power that will rule the earth in the last days. The waters before him begin to stir. The surface trembles, and John sees something rising slowly from the sea. A new figure emerges. The dragon watches with satisfaction. The creature takes shape, and the apostle understands that he is about to witness the visible manifestation of the power that will dominate the world. The next sign approaches. The waters churn violently, and from them emerges a beast. It has 7 heads and 10 horns, and on its horns 10 crowns. On each head is a name of blasphemy. Its body is like that of a leopard, its feet like those of a bear, and its mouth like that of a lion. The dragon gives it power, throne, and authority. John understands that this creature is not merely a symbol, but the union of empires, nations, and rulers who reject God. It represents the global government controlled by the enemy. One of its heads appears to have been mortally wounded, but the wound is healed. The whole world marvels at the beast. The crowds follow it, saying, "Who is like the beast? Who can make war against it?" John sees the deception spreading. Humanity believes it has found a savior, but it is the greatest impostor. The beast speaks arrogant words and blasphemes against God, against his name, and against those who dwell in heaven. It is given authority to act and rule for 42 months. John watches as the beast makes war against the saints. Many are killed, yet none deny their faith. He records the words he hears. If anyone leads into captivity he shall go. If anyone kills with the sword he must be killed. Here is the patience and faith of the saints. The prophet then sees another beast rising from the earth. It has 2 horns like a lamb, but speaks like a dragon. Its appearance is gentle, but its words bring deception. It exercises all the power of the first beast and causes the earth and its inhabitants to worship the one whose mortal wound was healed. John perceives the perfect deception, the appearance of holiness, yet the voice of lies. This second beast performs great signs. It makes fire come down from heaven in the sight of men, and deceives those who dwell on the earth with miracles. It orders them to make an image of the first beast, and it is given power to give breath to the image, so that it speaks and causes those who refuse to worship it to be killed. John sees panic spreading. Worship is replaced by coercion. Fear becomes the instrument of control. Then he sees something even darker. The second beast imposes a mark on all people, small and great, rich and poor, free and slave. The mark is placed on the right hand or the forehead, and no one can buy or sell without it. John watches the system take form. Commerce, economy, and daily life now depend on a seal that signifies loyalty to the beast. The number is revealed, 666. The apostle writes carefully. He knows it is not merely a number, but a code symbolizing humanity's attempt to be equal with God. The number 6, the number of imperfection, repeated 3 times, represents the ultimate expression of human dominion without the Spirit. John sees multitudes being marked. Men and women line up, believing they are safe, but losing their freedom. Idolatry becomes law, and faith is persecuted. Those who refuse the mark are excluded, hunted, condemned. Humanity appears entirely surrendered. Amid this chaos, John lifts his eyes. He sees the Lamb standing on Mount Zion, and with him 144,000 sealed. They have the name of God written on their foreheads. A new song rises before the throne. No one can learn it except the redeemed who are purchased from the earth. John recognizes the contrast between those marked by the beast and those sealed by the Lamb. One belongs to the world, the other to the eternal kingdom. The prophet hears a powerful voice from heaven. An angel flies through the midst of the sky, bringing the everlasting gospel to proclaim to every people, tribe, tongue, and nation. He cries out with a loud voice, "Fear God and give him glory, for the hour of his judgment has come. Worship him who made heaven and earth, the sea and the fountains of waters." Soon another angel follows, saying, "Fallen, fallen is Babylon the Great, who made all nations drink of the wine of the wrath of her fornication." John understands that the spiritual and moral corruption of the world will be judged. A third angel follows, warning, "If anyone worships the beast and receives his mark on his forehead or on his hand, he will also drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out full strength into the cup of his indignation." John sees the smoke of condemnation rising and understands that the time of decision has come. Between the mark and the seal, between deception and truth.
OMG, y'all! Travelers swear by this one trick. What's up with Mom?
She's been scrolling travel advice for hours. Now she's got influencer brain.
Wonder what this luggage brand sent me? It's luggage! Vocal fry. Time for a glow up. Hashtag paid partner. Stop scrolling. Keep scrolling. Stop scrolling.
You gotta use Kayak. They compare hundreds of sites so you always get your trip right.
Oh, Mama's back, fam. Illy.
Kayak. Got that right.
Introducing Titan MFT Server, the secure, cloud-optimized, managed file transfer solution. Deploy flexibly, on-premises, in the cloud, or hybrid. Admins configure with ease. Users enjoy a friendly web interface. TLS 1.3 links, PGP encryption, and granular permissions keep files secure. Automate and integrate with SFTP, SharePoint, and Google Drive. Titan MFT, reliable, secure, and built for how you work.
There is no middle ground. The saints endure. John sees them steadfast, keeping faith in Jesus and holding fast to the commandments of God. He hears a voice saying, "Blessed are the dead who die in the Lord from now on." The Spirit confirms they will rest from their labors, for their deeds follow them. John sees a white cloud, and upon it one like the Son of Man, wearing a golden crown and holding a sharp sickle in his hand. He understands that the time of harvest has come. The world is ripe for judgment. The forces are in position. Good and evil have reached the end of the line of time. The vision slowly shifts before the apostle's eyes. He sees angels holding sickles, reaping the earth, gathering the fruit, separating the faithful from the wicked. The winepress of divine wrath is about to be poured out, and John feels that the next event will reveal the climax of judgment. The Lamb still stands, and the book remains open. The distant sound of angels preparing the bowls echoes far away. The final harvest is about to begin. John keeps his eyes on the throne. He still sees the Son of Man holding the golden sickle, gazing upon the earth. A voice comes from the temple, saying to him, "Thrust in your sickle and reap, for the time has come for you to reap, for the harvest of the earth is ripe." The Lamb lifts the sickle and swings it over the earth. The motion is swift, precise, inevitable. John witnesses the beginning of judgment. Another angel comes out of the temple, also holding a sharp sickle. Then an angel who has power over fire cries out, "Thrust in your sharp sickle and gather the clusters of the vine of the earth, for her grapes are fully ripe." John watches as the angel gathers the grapes and throws them into the great winepress of the wrath of God. He sees the winepress trampled outside the city, and blood flows like a river, reaching the horses' bridles for many stadia in distance. The image is brutal. John records every detail. He understands that this is not destruction without purpose, but the fulfillment of divine justice. Heaven moves once again. 7 angels appear, clothed in pure, shining linen with golden sashes across their chests. They hold 7 bowls filled with the wrath of God. John perceives that the temple is filled with the glory of the Almighty, and no one can enter until the 7 angels finish their task. The voice from the throne commands, "Go and pour out the 7 bowls of the wrath of God upon the earth." The first angel goes and pours out his bowl upon the earth. John sees painful sores appear on those who received the mark of the beast and worshipped its image. The second angel pours his bowl into the sea, and it becomes like the blood of a dead man. Every living thing in the sea dies. The third angel pours his bowl into the rivers and springs, and they too become blood. John hears the angel of the waters say, "You are righteous, O Lord, who are and who were the Holy One, because you have judged these things. For they have shed the blood of saints and prophets, and you have given them blood to drink. They are deserving." And another voice answers from the altar, "Yes, Lord God Almighty, true and righteous are your judgments." The fourth angel pours his bowl upon the sun. The heat intensifies unbearably, and men are scorched by the flames. Instead of repenting, they blaspheme the name of God, who has power over these plagues. John observes and feels the agony of hardened hearts. Even before such clear justice, rebellion remains. The fifth angel pours his bowl upon the throne of the beast. Its kingdom is plunged into darkness. John sees men gnawing their tongues in pain and cursing God, refusing to turn to him. The sixth angel pours his bowl upon the great river Euphrates, and its waters dry up, preparing the way for the kings of the east. John sees unclean spirits coming out of the mouths of the dragon, the beast, and the false prophet. They look like frogs and perform signs, going to the kings of the world to gather them for the battle of the great day of God Almighty. The scene expands. John sees nations moving, armies marching. The deception is complete. All are drawn to one place. The name of that battlefield is Armageddon. John understands that this is the final point of human rebellion, the moment when God and the kingdoms of the earth will confront each other openly. The seventh angel lifts his bowl and pours it into the air. A mighty voice comes from the temple saying, "It is done." John feels the force of the words. Lightning flashes across the sky, thunder roars, and an earthquake shakes the whole earth. The cities of the nations fall. Great Babylon is remembered before God to receive the cup of the wine of his wrath. Islands vanish, mountains are moved, and massive hailstones fall upon men. Yet they continue to blaspheme because of the plague. The vision shifts. John sees an angel descending from heaven with great power. The earth glows with his glory. He cries out with a mighty voice, "Fallen, fallen is Babylon the Great. She has become a dwelling place for demons and a haunt for every unclean and hateful bird." John watches as the city that once ruled over kings and merchants is consumed by fire. Merchants weep from afar, mourning the loss of their wealth. Woe, woe to that great city, clothed in fine linen, purple and scarlet, adorned with gold, precious stones and pearls. For in 1 hour such great riches have been laid waste. The prophet sees ships at sea, and the sailors lament, saying, "What city was like this great city?" Smoke rises, and an angel casts a great stone into the sea, saying, "Thus shall Babylon be thrown down and shall never be found again." John realizes that the judgment is not only against a city, but against the entire system of idolatry, corruption, and human power that stood against God. As the fire consumes Babylon, heaven resounds with voices. John sees multitudes singing, "Hallelujah! Salvation, glory, and power belong to our God. For true and just are his judgments, for he has judged the great harlot who corrupted the earth with her immorality." The elders fall down, the angels sing, and John sees heaven open once more. The glory before him is greater than ever. Something is about to happen. Judgment has been completed, and the next event will be the return of the king. The prophet keeps his eyes fixed on the heavenly horizon. The next vision takes form, and he understands that the most awaited moment has come. The Lamb will appear in glory. Before we continue, if this content has blessed your life, like, comment, and share. Subscribe to the channel, and if you'd like to bless the channel, click the Super Thanks button and leave an offering of any amount or become a member. This way, we can keep investing in research and improvements to bless your life even more. Continuing. The vision changes, and he sees a vast multitude. The sound is like that of many waters, and a great voice saying, "Hallelujah! Salvation, glory, and power belong to our God." The song spreads everywhere. The angels join in, the elders fall down, and worship fills heaven. John understands that judgment has ended. Now it is time for celebration. A voice comes from the throne. "Praise our God, all you his servants and those who fear him, both small and great." The sound grows even louder, and John sees joy turning into an announcement. "Let us rejoice and be glad, and give him glory, for the marriage of the Lamb has come, and his bride has made herself ready." The vision is clear. John sees the church, the bride, clothed in fine linen, bright and pure. The linen represents the righteous acts of the saints. The purity of the garment is not by merit, but by grace. The apostle watches the union between the Redeemer and the people who remained faithful. An angel approaches him and says, "Write this, blessed are those who are called to the marriage supper of the Lamb." John tries to bow before the angel, but he is stopped. "Do not do that. I am a fellow servant with you and your brothers who hold the testimony of Jesus. Worship God, for the testimony of Jesus is the spirit of prophecy." The glory shifts in tone. John looks up and sees heaven opening once more. Before him appears someone mounted on a white horse. His name is Faithful and True. He judges and makes war in righteousness. His eyes are like flames of fire, and on his head are many crowns. A name is written that no one knows but he himself. He's clothed in a robe dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of God. Behind him John sees the armies of heaven, mounted on white horses, clothed in fine linen, white and pure. They follow in perfect formation. From the rider's mouth comes a sharp sword with which he will strike the nations. He will rule them with a rod of iron and tread the winepress of the fury and wrath of God Almighty. On his robe and on his thigh is written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. John watches the battlefield being prepared. An angel stands in the sun and cries out with a loud voice to all the birds flying in mid-heaven, "Come, gather for the great supper of God, to eat the flesh of kings, captains, mighty men, horses, and all men, free and slave, small and great." He sees the beast and the kings of the earth assembling their armies to fight against the one who rides the horse and his army. The prophet sees human ranks moving like waves of war, but he knows no earthly sword can overcome the eternal word. The battle begins. John sees the beast and the false prophet captured. The false prophet who performed signs in the presence of the beast and deceived those who received its mark is thrown alive into the lake of fire, burning with sulfur. The beast shares the same fate. The armies that followed them are destroyed by the sword that proceeds from the mouth of the rider. John sees the birds feeding on the bodies of those who opposed the Lamb. No human power remains. The battlefield falls silent. The Lamb stands victorious.
My husband and I, we take turns supporting each other. So he supported me through my...
Heaven shines once again. The earth changes tone. John sees an angel descending from heaven, holding the key to the abyss and a great chain in his hand. He seizes the dragon, that ancient serpent, who is the devil and Satan, and binds him for 1,000 years. He throws him into the abyss, shuts it, and seals it, so that he can no longer deceive the nations until the 1,000 years are completed. The apostle sees thrones, and those who were given authority to judge sit upon them. He also sees the souls of those who were beheaded for the testimony of Jesus and the word of God, who had not worshipped the beast or its image, and had not received its mark on their foreheads or hands. They live and reign with Christ for 1,000 years. John understands that this is the first resurrection. Those who share in it are blessed and holy. Over them, the second death has no power, and they will be priests of God and of Christ and will reign with him. The prophet continues watching. When the 1,000 years are completed, Satan is released from his prison. He goes out to deceive the nations at the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them for battle. Their number is like the sand of the sea. John sees the siege forming around the camp of the saints and the beloved city. The multitude is vast, but the end is swift. Fire descends from heaven and consumes them. The devil who deceived them is cast into the lake of fire and sulfur, where the beast and the false prophet already are, and they will be tormented day and night forever and ever. John looks up again. He sees a great white throne, and him who sits upon it. The earth and the heavens flee from his presence, and there is no place to hide. The dead, great and small, stand before the throne, and books are opened. Another book is opened, the book of life. The dead are judged according to their works by what is written in the books. The sea gives up the dead within it, and death and Hades give up their dead. Each is judged. Death and Hades are thrown into the lake of fire. John understands that this is the end of time, the moment when all that was corruptible is destroyed. What he sees next changes everything. The old world passes away, and something completely new begins to take form before his eyes. John looks again toward the heavenly horizon. What he now sees is beyond human words to describe. The first heaven and the first earth have passed away, and the sea is no more. Before him appears a new heaven and a new earth, completely restored. All creation seems reborn. The light does not come from the sun or the moon, but from the very throne of God. John sees the holy city, the New Jerusalem, descending from heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. Its radiance is indescribable. The streets are of pure gold, the walls gleam like jasper, and the 12 gates are made of pearls, each one formed from a single gem. The foundations of the city bear the names of the 12 apostles of the Lamb, and each foundation is adorned with precious stones. He hears a loud voice coming from the throne declaring, "Behold, the tabernacle of God is with men. He will dwell with them, and they shall be his people, and God himself will be with them and be their God." John feels the weight of the fulfilled promise. He sees the Lord wiping away every tear from their eyes. Death shall be no more, neither sorrow nor crying nor pain, for the former things have passed away. The one seated on the throne says, "Behold, I make all things new." John hears him write, "It is done. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. To the one who is thirsty, I will give freely from the spring of the water of life. The one who overcomes will inherit all these things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son." But the vision also reveals a contrast. John sees the destiny of those who rejected the truth. As for the cowardly, the unbelieving, the abominable, murderers, fornicators, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars, their part shall be in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. The apostle continues watching. One of the 7 angels who had the bowls approaches him and says, "Come, I will show you the bride, the wife of the Lamb." He is carried away in the Spirit to a great and high mountain, and from there sees the holy city descending from God. The splendor is overwhelming, the glory of God illuminates it, and the Lamb is its lamp. John realizes there is no temple in the city, for the Lord God Almighty and the Lamb are its temple. Its gates shall never be shut, and no darkness shall enter. The kings of the earth bring their glory into it. Nothing impure shall ever enter, nor anyone who practices abomination or falsehood, but only those whose names are written in the Lamb's book of life. The prophet is led to a new point in the vision. He sees a pure river of the water of life, clear as crystal, flowing from the throne of God and of the Lamb. In the middle of the city's street, on either side of the river, stands the tree of life, bearing 12 kinds of fruit, yielding its fruit every month. The leaves of the tree are for the healing of the nations. John observes that there is no more curse.
For the first time in modern history, college student graduates are more unemployed than high school students. Today, those jobs are just disappearing because there's so much confusion out there. So many people are overwhelmed because there's a new product every day or week, and they don't even know where to start. We got to make sure that all of us are AI enabled. And if you don't have AI, you're not going to be replaced by AI. You're going to be replaced by someone who knows how to use AI.
If you wait a year, 18 months, you'll already miss this wave. AI is so much more than all the gimmicky stuff you see online. When it's used properly, it is the accelerator, it is the amplifier. To take your ideas, to take your business, take your life to a whole nother level. And that's exactly what we're going to share with you at the AI Advantage Summit.
We want to take you on a journey, just 3 days, 2 hours a day. And we're going to show you how things used to be, how you can do it now in seconds, how you can do it more profitably, and show you how to do something right now in your business or in your personal life or career. So don't miss out. This is your chance to compress decades into days and have a real plan that's simple, actionable, and puts where AI is your advantage as opposed to being confused or frustrated or trying to do it all. Join us. Click below, and we look forward to seeing you then.
Let's go!
If you want to burn belly fat, boost energy, and slow down aging, do these 5 exercises, 2 minutes each. We start the Spring Chair Tai Chi on Monday, April 6th.
Build strength and lose up to 45 pounds of belly fat with just 7 minutes a day. By April 13th, you'll feel it. By April 20th, you'll see it. By May 3rd, your wife won't believe the results. All you have to do is open the app and follow along. You in?
Disappear for a month. On Monday, we're starting the Chair Tai Chi Challenge for men over 50. Just 7 minutes a day to boost your senior energy.
Get your printable guide now.
You will never get old if you do this chair Tai Chi daily. This program is really simple, so every man over 50 can easily start and feel the difference in their body in just 1 month.
Here's what usually happens when a guy starts chair Tai Chi. After 7 days, he feels it. After 2 weeks, he notices changes in the mirror. And after 5 to 6 weeks, everyone in his life is completely shocked by his transformation. If your goal is to just look strong, the gym will do that. But if your goal is to actually be strong, balanced, centered, and support long-term health and longevity, that's chair Tai Chi. Here's why guys stick with chair Tai Chi.
The throne of God and of the Lamb is in the city, and his servants serve him. They see his face, and his name is written on their foreheads. There will be no more night. They will need no lamp nor sunlight, for the Lord God will give them light, and they will reign forever and ever. The true. The Lord, the God of the spirits of the prophets, has sent his angel to show his servants the things which must soon take place. John records every word, knowing this is not just a vision, but the revelation of what is to come. The voice of the Lamb echoes, "Behold, I come quickly. Blessed is he who keeps the words of the prophecy of this book." John falls at the angel's feet to worship him, but is once again instructed, "Do not do that. I am a fellow servant with you. Worship God." The angel continues, "Do not seal the words of the prophecy of this book, for the time is near. Let the unjust continue in their injustice, the filthy continue in their filth, the righteous continue in righteousness, and the holy continue in holiness." John hears the voice of the Lord once more. "Behold, I come quickly, and my reward is with me, to give to each one according to his work. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. Blessed are those who wash their robes in the blood of the Lamb, that they may have the right to the tree of life, and may enter through the gates into the city. Outside are the dogs, the sorcerers, the sexually immoral, the murderers, the idolaters, and everyone who loves and practices falsehood." John hears, "I, Jesus, have sent my angel to testify these things to you in the churches. I am the root and the offspring of David, the bright morning star." Then he hears the Spirit and the bride saying, "Come," and let the one who hears say, "Come." Whoever is thirsty, let him come, and whoever desires, let him take freely the water of life. John understands this is the final call, the open invitation of eternity to all who still long to find the Lamb. The prophet also receives a solemn warning. If anyone adds to the words of this book, God will add to him the plagues written in it. And if anyone takes away from the words of this prophecy, God will take away his share from the book of life, from the holy city, and from the things written herein. John closes the scroll of the vision. He hears the final declaration. He who testifies to these things says, "Surely I am coming quickly." John replies with a steadfast voice, "Amen." Come, Lord Jesus. The vision fades. Heaven and earth remain before him, but now everything is different. Evil has been defeated, justice fulfilled, and the eternal kingdom has begun. John remains still, observing what stands before him. The new creation is complete. Heaven shines with the light of the Lamb, and there is no shadow left anywhere. He sees people walking through the streets of gold, faces transformed by the presence of God. No one carries memories of pain, fear, or loss. Everything that once was a burden has dissolved. Time no longer exists. What reigns now is fullness. The city pulses like a living heart. Every sound, every color, every movement has purpose. The river flowing from the throne reflects the brilliance of eternal glory. John watches children running, elders smiling, men and women of every era gathered together. They no longer recognize one another by the past, but by the seal they bear, the name of the Lamb. Life now is communion. The prophet keeps walking through the city, the angel accompanying him in silence. With each step, he understands that he is beholding what the patriarchs dreamed of, what the prophets proclaimed, what the martyrs longed for. None of them believed in vain. He sees Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. He sees Moses, Elijah, Daniel. All are there, alive, whole, glorified. The throne stands at the center of everything. From it flows the light that sustains existence. John beholds the Lamb seated at the right hand of the Father. His eyes shine with the same authority that conquered death. The marks of the nails are still there, not as wounds, but as the everlasting memory of redemption. Around him, multitudes worship, and the song never ends. Worthy is the Lamb who was slain to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and blessing. John writes in silence. He understands that everything is fulfilled. The plan drawn from the beginning, before the foundation of the world, is now complete. Creation has returned to the Creator. The angel turns to him and says, "These words are faithful and true." John looks down and sees the scroll still open in his hands. The letters gleam as if made of fire and light. He understands that the book is not just revelation, it is God's own testimony to humanity. From the throne, the voice repeats, "I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end." John feels that there is no longer any distance between heaven and earth. The Creator dwells among men, and men live in God. Eternity is now. The prophet observes the gentle movement of nations entering and leaving the holy city. No gate ever closes, for there is no night. Kings and peoples bring offerings of gratitude, not of duty. He sees the splendor of worship, without fear, without sin, without pride, only reverence. John stops at the edge of the river of life. He kneels and touches the water. It is pure, alive, almost conscious. The touch brings back memory, the Jordan, the blood, the parted sea, the wilderness, the cross. Everything converges there. The past and the future unite in a single point. The apostle realizes that eternity is not merely what is to come, it is what has always been. He lifts his eyes and sees the face of the Lamb turned toward him. Jesus smiles. John recognizes that look, the same one he saw when the Lord stood glorified among the 7 lampstands. Yet now, there is no fear, only certainty. He understands that the promise made on the mountain, on the sea, in the prison, and on the cross is fulfilled. The Lamb rises. Around him, the angels take their places. A radiant brilliance covers the whole city. The sound is like an innumerable multitude chanting a single word, "Holy." John feels his entire being tremble. The vision is too intense, but he does not turn away. The presence of God fills everything. Eternity is not distant, it is present. John understands that the New Jerusalem is not merely the final destination, but the beginning of something that will never end. He sees generations rising, lives blossoming, all sustained by divine light. The angel approaches once more and speaks. "What you have seen will be proclaimed among the nations. The word will not be forgotten, for what is eternal does not die." John nods. He understands that his time within the vision has ended. The book will be closed, but the revelation will remain alive. The brilliance begins to fade. The city drifts slowly away, wrapped in the very light that sustains it. John feels solid ground beneath him once again. He is back on Patmos, yet something within him has changed forever. Heaven still feels open. He holds the scroll firmly. The words still echo in his mind. "Surely I am coming quickly." The apostle takes a deep breath. He has no more questions, only faith. He picks up the instrument and writes the final line, "The grace of the Lord Jesus be with all." The sound of the sea returns. The waves crash against the rocks of the island. John looks toward the horizon. The vision has ended, but the kingdom continues. Eternity is not far away. It is coming, and every eye shall see it. John's.
Now imagine like you're the one sitting there on that island, and God comes and gives you this vision or translates you or whatever else. Just the part where he says, you know, I took the rod and measured and the city of New Jerusalem. For something to be as high as it is wide, as it is deep, and to my mind that only leaves a possibility of two different shapes. Obviously God's, you know, can do whatever, but to what we know, to me, it can only be a cube or a triangle. Anything else is not like equal. So, but it's the same as it is high, as it is wide, as it is deep. So that's kind of crazy, but at the same time, you know, nothing's beyond God. So
Still holds the book. The last words written seem to pulse in his hands. The sound of the sea returns to his hearing, yet the presence of glory remains upon him. The voice that once spoke from the throne echoes again, firm and serene. Behold, I come quickly. John lifts his eyes. The vision is not over. He sees heaven open once more, not as in the beginning, but now full of light. The throne remains at the center, the Lamb at the right hand, and around them myriads of angels in perfect harmony. Each holds a harp, and the sound is pure and constant, as if the entire universe were breathing in worship. The celestial voice repeats, "Blessed are those who keep the words of this prophecy." John watches the scene and realizes this is not merely revelation, it is an invitation. Everything shown, from the churches to the new heaven and the new earth, converges into this moment. He understands that the end is not destruction, but return. Humanity returns to God, and God once again dwells among humanity. An angel approaches again. His face shines like crystal, and his voice carries command. These words are faithful and true. The time has come. John feels the weight of eternity pass through his body. Every word spoken is like a seal upon his heart. He knows that all he has seen must be kept and proclaimed, for none of it is symbolic or distant. It is real. The vision expands once more. John sees countless multitudes spread before the throne, peoples, tongues, and nations. Some bow, others lift their hands. None bear pain or guilt. The presence of God covers them all. A light that does not blind but reveals, surrounds every face. It is the promise fulfilled, Emmanuel among his people. John hears Jesus speaking directly to him. "I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end." The voice is the same that called him in Patmos, the same that made him fall as dead. But now it brings rest. He feels the certainty that there is no longer distance between time and eternity. The prophet watches as the Lamb rises from the throne. A crown of glory rests upon his head. The heavens move with him, and the name of the Father shines across the entire firmament. John sees angels aligning, saints drawing near, and the words of Christ fill everything. "Let the one who is thirsty come, and whoever desires, let him take freely of the water of life." He sees rivers forming beneath the throne, flowing through golden hills. Children play beside the waters, and the reflection of divine light fills the scene. There is no more night, no more shadow. The Lamb is the lamp, and his light is enough for all eternity. John tries to describe it, but he knows human words cannot reach what he sees. Creation itself has been restored. What sin had broken has been remade by the blood of the Lamb. The universe is complete, and the silence that remains is peace. The angel's voice interrupts his thought. "Do not seal the words of this prophecy, for the time is near." He understands. The message must not be hidden. but proclaimed. Every vision, every word, every detail must be told. The world must know that the King will return. John looks toward the horizon of the new earth and sees the Lamb walking among the people. Children run to him and he embraces them. The elders bow and he lifts them up. The martyrs smile and he crowns them. No tear remains. All that was fear has become joy. The voice of the Lord resounds again. Behold, I come quickly, and my reward is with me to give to each according to his works. John writes, but this time without tears, only gratitude. He understands that the words of Christ are not a distant promise, but a certainty. The angel then steps back, and John stands alone before the light. The Lamb turns his gaze toward him. The distance between the human and the divine seems to vanish. I, Jesus, have sent my angel to testify these things to you for the churches. I am the root and the offspring of David, the bright morning star. Hearing this, John feels his heart grow warm. He remembers the nights when he walked with the Master along the roads of Galilee. The same voice that taught, that comforted, and that promised to return now speaks before all creation. The cycle is complete. From every direction, he hears the same cry, "Come!" The Spirit and the bride say, "Come!" And whoever hears replies, "Come!" The invitation becomes eternal, the call that transcends the ages, the echo of hope that will never die. John watches as the throne shines once more. The final words of the Lamb resound as a seal upon eternity. "Surely I am coming quickly." The apostle answers aloud, as if all creation joined with him, "Amen. Come, Lord Jesus." He closes his eyes. The sound of the waters returns, the wind brushes his face, and peace covers everything. The book ends, but the story continues. The promise is alive, and the Lamb will reign forever. The vision changes again. He sees an angel descending from heaven with a great chain in his hands and the key to the abyss. The messenger seizes the dragon, that ancient serpent who is the devil and Satan, and binds him for 1,000 years. The prophet watches as the angel seals the entrance of the abyss and places a great cover over it, so that he might no longer deceive the nations until the 1,000 years are completed. The scene is precise, almost tangible. John feels as though he is standing there, witnessing the end of the corruption that spread evil across the earth.
It even says that in those days that people will be looking down into the pit, see Satan, mock him, and laugh, saying things like, "Is this the one who thought he could beat and challenge and defeat God?" And that's kind of ironic.
Earth. Right before him, thrones appear. Upon them sit those to whom judgment has been granted. John recognizes their faces. They are the ones who did not deny the name of Christ, those who were killed for the testimony of Jesus and the word of God. He sees their crowns shining under the light of the Lamb. They live and reign with Christ for 1,000 years. Centuries pass before his eyes like a single day. The earth is restored, the kingdom is peaceful, and the peoples once again learn what justice is. John watches cities being rebuilt, rivers flowing once more, forests sprouting where desolation once reigned. Christ governs with authority and love, and the nations come to him seeking wisdom. No army marches, no throne rises against another. The government of the Lamb is firm, and his word is law. The apostle perceives that there is purpose in everything. The reign of the Messiah is not merely rest, it is preparation. Each generation grows up knowing the truth, free from deception and idolatry. The earth flourishes under the rule of the one who created it. John understands what Isaiah saw. The wolf and the lamb feed together, the child plays near the serpent, and no one harms or destroys in all the holy mountain of the Lord. But when the 1,000 years are finished, John sees something change. The calm gives way to restlessness. The same angel who once sealed the abyss now removes the cover. Satan is released for a short time. He goes out to deceive the nations in the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, and gathers them for battle. John sees multitudes beyond number, as countless as the sand of the sea. They march across the expanse of the earth and surround the camp of the saints and the beloved city. The vision becomes intense. The prophet sees armies surrounding Jerusalem, banners raised, weapons ready. But before a single attack begins, fire comes down from heaven and consumes them completely. No human sword is drawn. The judgment is swift, final, inescapable. The devil, the deceiver of the nations, is thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur, where the beast and the false prophet already are. John understands this is the final defeat. There will be no more deception, no more temptation, no more war. Then the apostle sees something majestic arise before him, a great white throne, and on it the one who sits enthroned. From his presence, heaven and earth flee, and there is no place left for them. The universe seems reduced to a single point, the throne and those being judged. John sees the dead, great and small, standing before the throne. Books are opened, and another book is opened. The book of life. He watches as each person is judged according to their works, by what is written in the books. The sea gives up the dead within it, and death and Hades give up theirs, and all are judged. No one escapes. The justice of God is perfect. There is no forgetfulness, no mistake. John understands that here there is no favoritism, only truth. He sees the faces of kings and servants, of men and women from every era, all before the same judge. The books reveal entire lives, every word, every deed, every intention. There are no arguments, only revelation. John perceives that this judgment is not merely for condemnation, but to reveal the faithfulness of God. The apostle then sees death and Hades thrown into the lake of fire. This is the second death. Silence fills the scene, and John watches as the eternal fire consumes everything that had been separated from the presence of God. What was darkness ceases to exist. Creation is purified. He tries to describe what he sees, but words are insufficient. The fire is not meaningless destruction. It is the fulfillment of justice. The holiness of God is revealed in its fullness. John understands that nothing impure can remain before the Creator. The throne shines brighter than before. To the right stands the Lamb, his countenance filled with both authority and peace. The judgment is over, and what remains is the certainty that justice has been done. Those whose names are written in the book of life are called one by one, and John sees familiar faces being led into the new creation. He sees the distinction between judgment and grace. Those who loved falsehood vanish into the flames. Those who remain steadfast are welcomed into the presence of God. The separation is final, yet it is just. John realizes that the throne is both the conclusion of human history and the beginning of eternity. The vision begins to shift once more. The light expands, and the glory of the throne becomes a horizon. John sees something rising beyond judgment, a new heaven and a new earth. He senses that the revelation is reaching its end. Everything that was temporary fades before him, and what is eternal begins to unfold. The angel turns to him and says, "Write, for these words are faithful and true." John takes a deep breath and holds the scroll firmly. He knows he is about to witness the final fulfillment of the promise. Everything around him begins to change. The old heaven and the old earth vanish before his eyes, as if time itself has come to an end. He no longer sees the sea. In its place rises something entirely new. The horizon opens to a creation without corruption, without pain, and without memory of evil. He sees a new heaven, pure and alive, and a new earth, firm and undefiled. The air itself seems to breathe holiness. The prophet beholds the glory of God, covering everything. The colors are different, there is no shadow, and the light comes from a single source, the throne. The presence of the Lamb illuminates every detail, and all creation becomes a reflection of the Creator. John hears a voice coming from the midst of the throne saying, "Behold, the tabernacle of God is with men. He will dwell with them, and they shall be his people, and God himself will be with them." The voice is both firm and gentle. He sees the Lord wiping every tear from their eyes. There is no more death, no mourning, no pain, for the former things have passed away. The apostle watches as the one seated on the throne declares, "Behold, I make all things new." The words echo everywhere, as if the very earth confirms them. It is done. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. To the one who is thirsty, I will give freely from the spring of the water of life. The one who overcomes will inherit all these things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son. The scene is one of perfect peace, but John also sees the contrast. From a distance, he perceives the lake burning with fire and sulfur, where remain those who chose falsehood and rejected the truth. The angel warns him, "As for the cowardly, the unbelieving, the abominable, murderers, fornicators, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars, their portion will be in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death." John understands that this is the final separation, the line that sin will never cross again. Suddenly, one of the 7 angels who had the bowls approaches and speaks to him. "Come, I will show you the bride, the wife of the Lamb." John is carried in the Spirit to a high mountain, and what he sees next is beyond description. The new Jerusalem descends from heaven, adorned like a bride prepared for her husband. Her brilliance is like a most precious stone, clear as crystal. The city has high walls, 12 gates and 12 angels standing guard at each one. On the gates are written the names of the 12 tribes of Israel, and the foundations of the city bear the names of the 12 apostles of the Lamb. John beholds the streets of pure gold, transparent as glass, the gates of pearl, and the walls reflecting the light of the throne. He realizes there is no temple in the city, for the Lord God Almighty and the Lamb are its temple. The glory of God illuminates it, and the Lamb is its lamp. The nations walk by that light, and the kings of the earth bring their glory into it. Its gates are never shut, for there is no night there. The prophet sees the peoples entering the city, men and women from all generations, their white robes shining beneath the divine light. None carry memories of sin or sorrow. The name of the Lamb is written on their foreheads, and their voices unite in a single song. Holy is the Lord, worthy is the Lamb who was slain. John draws near to the center of the city. He sees a pure river of the water of life, clear as crystal, flowing from the throne of God and of the Lamb. Along the river stands the tree of life, bearing 12 kinds of fruit, yielding fruit every month, and its leaves bring healing to the nations. The apostle understands that eternal life is not merely unending existence, it is unbroken communion. He notices that there is no longer any curse. The throne of God and of the Lamb is in the midst of the city, and his servants serve him. They see his face, and his name is written on their foreheads. There are no lamps, no sun, for the Lord himself gives them light, and they will reign forever and ever. The angel looks at John and says, "These words are faithful and true. The Lord, the God of the spirits of the prophets, has sent his angel to show his servants what must soon take place." John writes, aware that every word is both promise and warning. Suddenly he hears the voice of Christ once more. "Behold, I am coming quickly. Blessed is the one who keeps the words of the prophecy of this book." The apostle attempts to bow before the angel, but is warned, "Do not do that. I am a fellow servant with you and with your brothers who hold the testimony of Jesus. Worship God." The angel continues, "Do not seal the words of the prophecy of this book, for the time is near. Let the unjust continue in injustice, the unclean continue in uncleanness, the righteous continue in righteousness, and the holy continue in holiness." John hears the Lord again, "I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. Blessed are those who wash their robes in the blood of the Lamb, that they may have the right to the tree of life and may enter through the gates into the city. He sees the borders of eternity opening. The Spirit and the bride say, "Come." And whoever hears, let him say, "Come." Whoever is thirsty, let him come. And whoever desires, let him take freely the water of life. John understands that the call is universal and the promise eternal. The voice of the Lamb concludes the vision. "Surely I am coming quickly." John responds in prayer and certainty, "Amen. Come, Lord Jesus." The prophet closes the book, but the glory remains. Heaven and earth are now one. Eternity begins. The glory of God covers everything. Heaven has no limits, and the earth reflects the light of the throne. He sees multitudes walking in peace, peoples and nations living together without barriers, all clothed in purity and joy. There is no shadow, no night. The Lamb is the light, and his presence fills every corner of eternity. The apostle feels that everything he has seen, the churches, the seals, the trumpets, the bowls, the judgment, has led to this very moment. The purpose has been revealed. God has restored what humanity had lost. The communion that was once broken in Eden is now eternal. John sees radiant faces, families reunited, generations joined together under the same grace. He walks along the streets of pure gold. Every step echoes with life. The gates of the city remain open, and from within comes the sound of songs that never cease. The redeemed sing, their voices blending into one eternal chorus. There is no hurry, no time. Eternity itself is a constant gift. John sees the river of life flowing from the throne. The water is crystal clear, each reflection revealing the glory of the Creator. Along its banks grows the tree of life, perfect in beauty, its leaves shining like emeralds. He watches men and women gathering its fruit and the nations being healed. All creation breathes in harmony. At the center of the city stands the throne. John approaches. He sees the Lamb seated at the right hand of the Father. His garments are white as light, and the marks of the nails are still there, not as wounds, but as the eternal sign of victory. From his presence radiates a soft, constant light. Angels surround him, each declaring, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty." John realizes that all peoples bring their glory before him. Kings and servants, rich and poor, all bow with the same heart. Worship is complete without intermediaries, without veils, without distance. Humanity and God are face to face again. The prophet walks further and sees Abraham, Moses, Elijah, Daniel, Peter, and Paul. The heavens stand silent. For a brief moment, creation seems to hold its breath. Then, from beyond the horizon of eternity, a light begins to rise. Not the light of the sun or stars, but something deeper, purer, alive. John gazes upward, and what he sees is not...
It's kind of funny that he mentions Abraham, Moses, and Elijah, because in the last days where it was talking about the two witnesses, they would bring and call upon the powers of God, certain plagues and things of that nature. Like Moses called the ones obviously during the Exodus and things of that nature, and Elijah called on other ones basically when he at Mount Carmel. So all of the plagues and stuff that he had talked about them two having, those were the powers that Moses, obviously they're God's powers, but he gave them the, authority over them, I guess, so to speak. So that's kind of interesting. Who knows? Which, and Elijah never died. So there's that too.
A vision of destruction, but of restoration. The universe itself begins to sing again. The echoes of pain fade, replaced by a harmony that no human ear has ever known. He sees the remnants of time dissolving like mist before the dawn. Every war, every tear, every cry ever uttered is swallowed by the brilliance of God's glory. It is not silence anymore, it is peace. Perfect, absolute peace. And John realizes, this is the end of death itself. The throne stands in the center of it all, radiant and firm. Around it, countless beings shine with the reflection of divine light. They are not angels nor men as he once knew them, but something renewed, the redeemed creation, pure and complete. From the throne flows the river of life, and as it touches the edges of eternity, it awakens what was once forgotten. Trees bloom again, mountains rise anew, oceans mirror the sky with no storm to darken them. John watches as the nations walk toward the throne. No one carries weapons, no one bears pride. Kings lay their crowns at the feet of the Lamb, and those who once wept now laugh like children. There are no divisions, no more borders, languages, or shadows of sin. The only kingdom that remains is the kingdom of God. Then John hears a voice, familiar, gentle yet filled with authority. It is the voice that called him on the shores of Galilee, the same that calmed storms and raised the dead. Behold, says the voice, I make all things new. The words vibrate through the air, and creation responds. The stars shimmer brighter, the rivers flow faster, and every creature lifts its eyes toward the throne. The curse has ended. Time has fulfilled its purpose. Eternity has begun. John falls to his knees. He feels the warmth of the light wrapping around him like a father's embrace. He sees the Lamb, not in suffering, but in glory. The marks on his hands are no longer wounds, but crowns of light. His eyes, burning with infinite compassion, meet John's once more. Do you now understand? The Lord asks. John nods, unable to speak. He does not see the end of the world. He sees its true beginning. The story was never about destruction, but redemption. The apocalypse was not the collapse.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. Returns for part 2 with special
Of creation, but the unveiling of its purpose. As he looks around, he sees faces he recognizes, generations of believers who endured, who kept their faith when darkness ruled. The martyrs, the forgotten, the humble, all clothed in white. Their voices unite in one eternal song. Worthy is the Lamb who was slain, to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and blessing. John's heart trembles. He remembers the loneliness of Patmos, the pain of exile, the chains that once bound him, and now, before his eyes, he witnesses what those chains could never imprison, the fulfillment of every promise God ever made. Suddenly, he sees something new. Beyond the sea of glass, a light descends like fire mingled with gold. It expands until it becomes a door, and through it he glimpses the heart of eternity, a place beyond even the new heaven and earth. It is where God's presence dwells in fullness, where love itself has a face. He sees children running along the riverside, laughter echoing like music. He sees the elders walking in gardens, where time no longer passes. He sees prophets and apostles embracing, their burdens gone. Every person shines with the reflection of the Creator. There is no temple, for the Lamb himself is their dwelling. And then John understands something deeper, something that words can barely contain. Salvation was not only about being rescued from death, it was about being restored to life, real, eternal, unending life. It was always about returning to the one who formed the first breath and now gives breath without end. The scene expands once more. John sees the nations gather in unity, not under flags or empires, but under the light of the Lamb. Every story, every language, every history now converges into one single truth. God is with us. He feels the pull of the Spirit, the same Spirit that once said, "Come," and the invitation echoes again, louder than ever before. The Spirit and the bride say, "Come." Let everyone who hears say, "Come." Let all who are thirsty come and drink freely of the water of life. Tears fill John's eyes. They are not tears of sorrow, but of recognition. He understands that the end of prophecy is not a warning. It is a call to intimacy. Humanity was not created to perish in fire, but to dwell in everlasting light. The vision intensifies. John sees the face of Jesus once more, closer than ever. The stars dissolve into his gaze, and every world, every atom, every breath aligns to his will. They speak as brothers, no hierarchy, no weight of the past. He also sees those who died for the gospel, now dressed in white, crowned and smiling. None are forgotten. Every name, every story, every tear has been recorded and transformed into glory. The angel who accompanies him speaks gently, "It is finished." What you have seen is what was promised from the beginning. John understands. The plan of redemption was never improvised. It was written before the foundation of the world. Every prophecy, every covenant, every word pointed to the Lamb. He kneels by the river and touches the water. The touch is real. Life pulses through it. He feels that eternity is not distant, it is present. The separation is over. The Creator dwells with his creation. There is no fear, no memory of evil, only fullness. John lifts his eyes and sees the Lamb walking among the people. He approaches a child, takes her hands and smiles. The light from his face is calm and constant. Those around him rejoice simply by seeing him. No word is spoken, yet all understand. His presence is enough. The apostle realizes there are no clocks, no days, no years. Eternity does not pass, it remains. He feels his soul weightless, as if body and spirit have become one. Creation rests, and the kingdom is indestructible. Suddenly the angel looks at him and says, "What you have seen must be told. These words are not to be hidden but proclaimed, so that all may know the Lord is coming." John holds the scroll still in his hands. The letters engraved upon it glow with fire and light. He understands that he is not only a witness, but the bearer of the final message. The voice of Christ echoes once more, "Surely I am coming quickly." John closes his eyes and answers softly yet firmly, "Amen. Come, Lord Jesus." The sound of the waters grows louder. The light intensifies. The vision begins to fade, but the apostle's heart remains full. He is back in Patmos. The wind touches his face, and the sound of the sea surrounds him. The world appears the same, but he knows nothing will ever be the same again. He looks toward the heavens, the memory of the glory still shining in his mind. The words of the Lamb echo within his heart. "I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end." John smiles. The revelation is complete. Human time ends, but the promise remains alive. He sits upon the rock, opens the scroll, and begins to write the final lines. His hand does not...
Do you know what eating banana can do to your liver? Bananas are actually edible.
Tremble, for the Spirit sustains him. Every letter is testimony, every word is light. The grace of the Lord Jesus be with all the saints. When he finishes, John gazes at the horizon. The sun descends over the sea, and the light mingles with the wind. He understands that the book is not the end, it is the beginning of eternity revealed. Each seal opened, each trumpet sounded, each judgment revealed, all pointed to one name, Jesus Christ. He is the Lamb, the Judge, the King, and the Savior. The revelation was not given to cause fear, but to bring hope. Every vision showed the end of the empire of evil, the victory of truth, and the fulfillment of the promise. Everything converges at the cross, where love conquered sin, and at the throne, where the King reigns forever. John understands that the Apocalypse is not merely the last book, it is the testimony of the beginning of a new story. The story of a God who never gave up on mankind, who sent his Son, who conquered death and who promised to return. The Lamb who was slain is the same who will reign eternally, and his grace still extends to all who seek him. Every page of this revelation reveals the patience of God, who still calls hearts even after everything. The time is drawing near, but his love remains open. Christ still waits for those who wish to return. The door has not yet closed. The message is clear. Judgment is real, but so is forgiveness. Justice exists, but mercy still speaks louder, and whoever wishes can choose life today. Jesus is the center of all history. He was the Lamb who shed his blood to set us free, the Lion who conquers to restore, the King who will return to reign. Everything John saw, from the first vision in Patmos to the eternity revealed, was the divine plan of love in action. And now, this message reaches you, not as a distant account, but as a living invitation. If there is something inside you that longs to start again, if you feel you have strayed from the Lord's ways, or if today you want to surrender your life to Jesus, the moment is now. Today, if you wish to reconcile with our Savior Jesus Christ because you have wandered from his path, or if you want to begin a new journey toward eternal salvation, right here below, I accept you, Lord Jesus, as my only and sufficient Lord and Savior of my life. And if you have already given your heart to Christ, simply write Amen in the comments so that this message may reach even more lives and the love of God may spread. For at the end of all things, when the
comments or anything along those lines, the Bible says that the ones who do it out in public, they have their reward. People seeing them do it is their reward. So it's not necessarily for everyone to do that. Like, we're supposed to do it in private. And a display, now it is, he did say that if you're ashamed of him, he would be ashamed of you. But at the same time, he said take your prayer into your prayer closet or into your private space. So, and let that be the case. So if anybody out there is on the fence, like, now's the best time, like, because, I mean, if it's tomorrow and Jesus comes back tomorrow, and I understand it's most likely not, because I believe it's going to become on a Jewish feast. I mean, everything just about in the Bible has happened on and aligned with Jewish feasts. So, I mean, that's kind of key, but tomorrow could be too late. And if I live my entire life bored and, not going to parties, and not drinking, and not smoking, and cussing, and I'm a goody two-shoes my entire life, and I live for the Lord, but there's no Lord at the end of it, I haven't lost one single solitary thing. I haven't. But for the people out there that do all those things and God is real, well, then they've just lost everything that they could possibly. And people think, well, it's better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. Oh, I don't know if you want to say that, because, I mean, there's no reigning in hell. It's not a party. That's I've heard people think that. I've saw where people think that. That is not what's going on at all. That's the farthest thing from what actually is happening in the end. It's not a picnic. I mean, straight up. But, at any moment he could come. I mean, I could be totally wrong on this last part. He could literally come, like, before I finish this sentence, and it would be too late. So, I mean, now is always the best time to give your heart to Jesus, obviously. But if you have given your heart to Jesus, ask yourself each and every day, what have you done for the Lord today? And I'm just as guilty. I mean, when we get off the bed, when my alarm goes off really early every morning for me to go to work, like at 3 a.m. And at 3 a.m., that's kind of the witching hour anyway. So, like, the first thing you need to do is pray. It's not check your Facebook feed or your YouTubes or your Kick or your, Instagrams or your emails even. Like, God is the most important thing we have. He's the most important thing in our lives. And if we put him last, he's going to put us last. That's a fact. All right, I was going to move over back into some of the issues that we're having and move out of the spiritual realm for a little while and kind of go into some of the problems between men and women that we've been having due to the changes that's been going on. Let's see, give me just a minute. Just a minute. We'll pick back up right here in this debate between Rachel Wilson and I forget this lady's name, but it's basically that. She's a conservative in name. She's more feminist than anything.
Driving is what drives me.
Has to be progressive.
Okay.
You can't have conservatism in a democracy. What are you going to conserve?
We have definitely had
We don't.
examples.
What
of
have we conserved?
Conservative.
What have we conserved?
Conservative values in a democracy. Yes,
You
had
can
that,
hold
for
them,
sure.
but you're not going to win because the whole point of it is to be endlessly progressing, endlessly going somewhere, right? So what have we conserved?
Endlessly evolving. Yes, that is the nature of humanity.
Then you're not conservative. Then
evolve.
you are progressive.
No.
That is the progressive mindset.
I am a realist, and things evolve, and so we evolve with it. What doesn't change are our values. And for example, saying that trans kids
This is blowing my mind right now. This is blowing my mind that you're letting these words come out of your mouth. And
of your mind.
Yeah.
And we can get to that. We have every guy here. We
talk like this all. Anybody who's seen me on any podcast ever knows, like, this is just how I talk.
Hysterical.
It's not hysterical. I'm having fun. I'm winning. I'm having a great time. I wouldn't do this if I wasn't having fun. This is fun for me. I'm having a great time. So no, I'm just enthusiastic. I'm passionate. That's not the you're crashing out, Rachel. You're hysterical.
I'm glad you're
Everybody
having fun.
can watch this and they can all see it. So you're not gonna.
I'm glad
convince
you're
anybody
having
of
fun.
that.
If it were just a few years back, somebody like
Totally
yourself,
untrue.
somebody like yourself,
Somebody being excited and
would've
happy and
been-
passionate is going to
would've
get a
been-
lobotomy. Yeah, I know.
Yep, you
are
would've
you
been
going to just
lobotomy.
keep repeating your same five
Yeah.
things? Okay.
Both of
Can I
us.
answer her question?
Both
or-
of us, Rachel. Both of us.
This is just
let me let
getting
some chats come
ridiculous.
in, but we are coming up here on the 4-hour mark.
Yeah,
I wanted to just
When
answer
are
her
we-
question.
Let me know when are we
But
closing.
really quick
Okay,
before
all
you,
right.
you do that, because we are coming up on the 4-hour mark, are you guys wanting to get to closing, or we can continue on some more prompts? I'll leave it up to you guys.
I think
Rachel?
that we've discussed most of the
Pretty
things that we were,
Okay.
yeah.
So
gonna
let's do some chats. Let me let some chats come through. Rachel, if you can just keep that thought in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
And we can get to that. We have every guy here. We are depressed from women like you telling us we aren't worth anything.
That is
quick response to
That is very sad. That is not true. I'm telling you that the manosphere is telling you that you're not worth.
What is that?
And see, that's the worst part. Ladies like this, the men just told her that women like her are why they're depressed, and she just said that is not true. Talk about arrogance. She's so sure and so confident in the way that she presents herself. It's, I don't know. It's kind of insulting to be told that what I feel, and that's not necessarily me, but what people feel or what men feel is not what we actually feel because, we don't know. No, it'd be better off right there. I don't know. That's so disrespectful.
What is the manosphere?
Yeah, people like, the Myron Gaines shows, and they tell you, you need to be making $1 million a year to have a family. Otherwise, you're a loser.
Myron
as a man.
doesn't say that.
And so
Hold on a minute. I know
disagree.
Myron, and he does not say that.
I disagree with that concept. I think men...
Well, you're disagreeing with a straw man because that's not the argument that Myron ever makes. He doesn't tell men that.
There's plenty of men in the manosphere that say, you have to be making $1 million to consider yourself a man. All I'm saying is that you have
Who says that?
There's plenty.
She doesn't know. She's just heard. She's like totally heard it.
Yes, actually. Yes, actually.
Is Andrew Wilson in the manosphere?
I don't watch his stuff, so I don't know exactly.
Andrew Wilson, you debated with him.
Yes, I know. I don't know what he says outside of like what we talked about on the whatever podcast.
Well, if you were leaning in one way or the other?
She said I was in the manosphere. So.
Is Rachel in the manosphere?
I do believe so because again,
Rachel.
Wow,
in the manosphere.
I can tell you right now, they don't claim me. Okay, they don't claim me.
It's actually just really you and that Pearl girl.
You as in Rachel?
Yeah, you, Rachel, Pearl. I think you two are really the only women I've seen on these red pill podcasts basically agreeing.
What red pill podcast have I been on ever?
With most of the men's talking points.
Are you just going to sit here and lie right to my face? What red pill podcast have I ever been on? Tell me.
Again, back to...
Okay, she's just going to lie.
Back to what?
She's proving she doesn't know anything about me at all.
Again, for the men...
See, and that's that so confident arrogance that she has. Like, she's literally being called a liar and called out. And she's worried about comments. Like, she's looking at the screen. It looks like she's looking at the camera. She's not. She's looking at a monitor that's directly beside the camera with all of the comments up, so she can actually see what all the comments are saying. And she realizes that all of the comments are negative towards her because she's basically lying, and everyone in the comments knows it. She knows it, but she's still doing it.
Watching this that think women are saying that men don't have inherent value. Not true. Again, make yourself
She's saying her inherent value is to do what she wants.
No, based on a man.
If you were doing what women want, then you have inherent value. But if not, then you're a bad man. You're not doing good enough. You need to be better and do better. And then the women would be better.
Be somebody that leads. Don't watch pornography. Take care of your health. That's all women want. Be a competent person. Be a responsible.
I agree. Pornography is negative for men and women. Making it, consuming it, it's negative. That's just all there is to it. I agree with that 100%. But so does Rachel, and she's acting like that's a line of contention with people, and it's really not. People like her, that's like the one exception she has, is being. She's pretending to be a femcon or conservative. She's basically all fem, no con, because she's straight up feminist.
Responsible adult.
Actually, there is one conservative value that she has. It's no abortions. That's like the only one.
Might I
that's
ask
basically it.
Might I ask one clarifying question?
Mm-hmm.
You say be a man who leads.
Yeah.
Are you talking on the micro or the macro level?
On both, but it has to start individually first. So yes, lead your own life, take control of your own life, and then you can take.
So should men lead the government?
She's going to tell you how to be a real man.
And then you can take leadership roles in the government. Yes, absolutely.
She's not a feminist, but she's got a whole list of what she's going to tell you need to be doing as a man, but not a feminist.
If a man told me good things for me, that just would be better. It doesn't matter if a man is telling me that.
Oh, really? I have the sneaking suspicion that if Brian started rattling off to you a bunch of things he thought you needed to be doing better, you'd be like, who are you to be telling me I'm not going to do this?
I know.
I'm pretty sure that's what we'd get.
If a man told me, hey, you need to take care, this is all I'm saying, take care of your physical health, don't engage in any vices, be chaste, don't be sexually promiscuous. All of these are good things to prescribe for women as well as men. Why would
she just got finished saying don't have any vices, and she's talking about drugs and alcohol, which is a good position and a good stance. But literally like 20 minutes earlier in this podcast, from the last stream or 2 streams ago that I did when I was watching this, she literally says that she's for legalizing all drugs because it takes away people's choice. And fair enough, I understand that. I mean, if you're not choosing Jesus and Jesus is forced upon you, that's not the way Jesus does it. And same thing for the other stuff. However, that's a libertarian stance.
Would I not listen to that? It doesn't matter who the messenger is. What's important is the message.
So if men tell you, look, I don't think you should be involved in politics because you can't defend the nation, you can't protect the borders, you can't do the things that people in the government have to necessarily do, so I think you shouldn't vote. You're going to be like, okay.
No,
you're not. You're going to do what you want because you're a strong woman. You don't have to, because some simp out there will come by and protect you from the bad man telling you what to do.
Because again, it's about the message, not the messenger, is my argument here, Rachel.
Can I ask you one question, though, just on the leading thing? If your argument is that both on the micro and the macro level, men should be leaders, what if within the purview of men's leadership, they make a determination, and this isn't my position, but Rachel was forwarding this, they make a determination that women shouldn't have the right to vote. Would you follow in said leadership?
Nope, because again.
So just to be clear, when men lead, you have veto power over their leadership.
Yes, if she doesn't like it. So lead me when I'm in the mood to be led.
A majority of people
If I agree with you, you can lead.
If a majority.
That makes you the leader. You realize that, right?
If a majority of people decide on one thing that is wrong, it doesn't make said thing right, Rachel.
Oh, so.
And granted, I'm married, obviously. I have children. I'm taken, so I'm not actively looking to find a wife or a spouse, but my children are. I have 2 sons. One's 21 and one's 17. The 21 wants to find a lady, but I mean, the reality is there's so few and far between of the ones who actually have good values. Several have good values. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to diminish all women, but so many have been brainwashed by feminist agendas and talking points, brain rot, liberal universities, feminism. Feminist is the problem. Feminism is fine. There's nothing wrong with being feminine. A man wants a feminine woman. Otherwise, I mean, what's the point? A man wants a feminine woman. But a feminist woman is completely different. They're trying to, take down the patriarchy. Even though they act like they're not, they are. That's the whole goal.
So the majority decides what's moral.
No, that's exactly what I said is not the case. If a majority does not decide what is moral. So if a majority
who decides what's moral?
That's what you and I disagree on. I think morality is something, or the understanding of what is right from wrong is inherent within humans. You disagree.
Clearly not.
You disagree.
The fact that we have more people in prison than any country in the world would prove you wrong. If everybody just inherently understood right from wrong, we wouldn't have any of these problems.
I think people understand it. Just because they choose to engage in things they know are wrong, that is a completely separate
argument. So you think that women who advocate strongly for abortion rights,
know theft
you think
is
they
wrong.
know abortion is wrong? They just won't admit it to
People
themselves.
know theft is wrong, but they still steal.
There are legitimately people
we
who
disagree
think,
with that.
Okay, but socialists, Marxists, communists think if you have more than you need and I don't, I am justified in stealing from you. And that is a lot of people.
Okay, that's
people who have run countries.
Yes, which I disagree with. But
we would both disagree.
My argument,
but
Rachel, is that people know that it's inherently wrong.
So
but
you think they know, but
but they just do what's convenient to them. Absolutely.
See, I believe people when they tell me who they are, and I think that communists do think, hey, you have a ton of money. You have a ton of money, and that's why I don't have money, and so I need to take it. Yes, I think they do believe that.
Okay, this is just differing values. I think that they...
And the problem with socialism and communism and all these things is when everybody is relying on somebody else's money, everyone runs out of someone else's money eventually, and then everybody is out of money. And it's literally that old saying, you're a liberal when you're young, and you're a conservative when you get older, and the reason is,
I thought you talked to people all the time about this.
Yeah.
So you just think everybody secretly knows what's right and wrong, and the only reason they argue against it is because they're like...
benefits them in certain cases, yeah.
Oh, kind of like you arguing in favor of feminism, even though you know it's wrong?
When have I argued
this whole podcast?
In favor of feminism.
You have argued for feminism this whole
I
podcast.
have not, Rachel.
Yes, you have.
Again, my only 2 points, Rachel.
What do you think is feminism then? And you said, I don't care about the definition, but I want you to define it. What's feminism?
I'll tell you what it's not.
How do you know you're not a feminist?
I'll tell you what it's not.
If you don't know what it is.
Let me speak, Rachel. I'll tell you what it's not. Feminism is not wanting women to have a vote and financial equality.
Just more bullshit. Just more.
That is it, Rachel.
What is the?
That is it,
what
Rachel.
is feminism?
Would you say
what is feminism? If you're against feminism, what is it that you're against?
Rachel, is everybody a
no,
feminist?
answer my question. Don't ask me a question. Answer my question. Andrew knows. Don't ask me a question. Answer my question. What is feminism? If you say you're not a feminist, you can't dodge that question. It's the heart of the debate.
It's material to the conversation.
Sure.
If you
What
can
do I
answer it.
think modern feminism is right now? It is promoting trans rights, just things that have nothing to do with equality between the sexes, but pushing things that give privileges to women above the sexes. So modern.
And here's where my take is: God told us that when we grow up, a man and a woman would become one flesh. They would have a union, and they would become one flesh. If we both have a bank account, and we both have our own credit cards, and we both have our own lives, that's not one flesh. Regardless of what, I know that people can try and do their best to, deflect and put their spin on that. But that's literally what that's part. He has a hierarchy for a reason. And women don't want to, not all women, let me preface this. Modern women, the ones who have been brainwashed, do not want to yield their independence. And there's nothing wrong. See, that's the problem. Society encourages women to defer their childbearing years, their fertile years, and go for a career that they say is going to make them happy. Well, you look at the numbers right now. There are more single people on both sexes right now, and the women aren't happy either. And they're boss babes, as they say. They're making plenty of money. And the women are, a lot of times nowadays, are making more money than the men. So, it's not like they can't make money. It's not like they can't get or did, okay, as they say. They're making good money, but they're still miserable in a lot of ways. And when they decide, okay, now I want to be a mom, well, 9 times out of 10, it's too late because they've deferred their fertile years and their childbearing years. Really and truly, a woman has from 22, I mean, obviously they can do it when they're teenagers, but 22 to 38 is the safe pregnancy childbearing range. Anything beyond 38 years old begins what they call geriatric pregnancy. And I know that because people I know just had one. So luckily, praise the Lord, everything went great. But that's the reality. And it's usually each moment past 38 years old greatly increases the chances of autism, of miscarriage, all kind of birth defects and things of that nature. So, I mean, it's just logical that women would go ahead and have their children in their earlier years. You can always go back to school, especially in, well, I don't want to give up 18 years. Okay, 18 years goes by so quickly. It is not even funny. Like I said, my son's 21. My other son is 17. He'll be 18 next year. And I have an 11-year-old daughter. And do not think for one second, my daughter is on the honor roll. She's smart as a whip. She can do what she wants to do. I can't stop her. But I'm going to encourage her to try and find a decent man and to be a mother on top of those things, not in spite of, not after the fact, because that's just the point. We're having a society where everybody's depressed and everybody hates each other, and that doesn't benefit anyone anything.
Argues for privileges for women, not for equality. Equality between the sexes is not feminism. Does that make sense to you? Does that answer your question?
So would you say you would be in favor of like first wave feminism then?
The only thing I agree with is voting rights. So legal equality, legal personhood. Is that so hard of a concept? Anything outside of that, I don't care for, don't agree with, and I think is you arguing for privileges in society, which I don't agree with, and I don't agree with feminism as a...
See, the problem is, here's the problem. People don't come and arrive at the same concept and conclusion because they're not starting at the same place. If everyone started at the same place, put in the exact same amount of effort, everybody would be at the same place in the end. All right, it is the same thing with DEI and all of those things. Anytime you have that stuff, it's not good. Well, however, and then bear with me. Here we go. If everyone started out with the concept of God created the world, God created man and woman, and God said, men, love your wives as Christ loved the church. Bam, that's a duty that men had. What did Jesus do for the church to prove to the church that he loved them? He was willing to die for them. So men are the protectors. They're the ones who provide. They're the strength. They're the ones who are supposed to do that thing and love them and serve them. Women, submit to your husbands. Okay, so take care of the children, submit to your husband, do these things. Number one, a woman has to be willing and worthy of dying for a man. Number two, a man has to be willing and worthy for a woman to submit to. So it's a cohesive back and forth thing. It takes reciprocation on both sides. But if one's doing it and the other one isn't, it's like a single axle, is I forget what they call it. Positive traction, limited slip type differential. Where one wheel is sitting still and the other one's just spinning, you're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere.
Result. Most women, Democrat, Republican, whatever, agree with the concept that women should have the right to vote and equal financial
okay, I understand all of that. You've told me all of that. So at least you gave me the
99% of the women are feminists. Everybody is a feminist but you,
yes,
Rachel?
We have been no, not everybody but me.
Okay. You and Pearl are...
Anyone born... Okay, now let me answer your question. Anyone born after 1960 has been living and swimming in feminist water their whole life. They don't know anything else. It's the ethos. It's the air that we breathe.
I was raised in a Cuban household by immigrant parents that escaped communism, so no, I did not. But continue.
Well, but you live and were raised in and are part of this culture, and none of us completely escaped that. Everything you've said from your worldview here, you think it's equality, but let me posit this to you. Women, there was already equality before this political, feminism is just a political arm of like basically a spiritual movement. That's why I wrote the book. It has multiple meanings, but we had equality. The equality was this. Women have always been the gatekeepers of sex and who gets to reproduce. That's why every one of us alive today has twice as many female ancestors as we have male ancestors. The only thing you ever had to do historically in order to be picked and have kids, which, you know, at a base level, what we're trying to do is reproduce ourselves to get our DNA to continue on into the future. All you had to do as a woman to accomplish that is be fertile. Someone will fertilize you. That's all you had to do. It doesn't matter. You can be kind of ugly. You can be fat. You can be not so interesting. You don't have to do much. You just have to be there and have eggs. Men historically had to survive danger. They had to have respect, they had to have resources, they had to be picked, or at least be picked by the girl's father or something of that nature.
That by force, actually, they didn't have to do any of that. They didn't have to be respectful.
Well, it depends. So, but then, but even by force, you're competing against all the other men. So that's why you had war brides historically. If the Vikings could come in and conquer your nation, they could take your women. So you as a man had to defend your nation from the invaders because you don't want them to take your women, because then they take her eggs and now your people are their people. So this is like a fundamentally historical thing that has not gone away. And what we did with feminism was we gave women more power by letting them retain the gatekeeping to sex and the gatekeeping to reproduction, and women still have their sexual power, their spiritual power that they've always used.
You think they shouldn't have
and
that?
now they have political and legal power, and what they've done is stacked the deck against men, and in doing so, unwittingly stacked the deck against themselves and against humanity, because now, look at what we have. We have no kids, we can't replace our own population, we have to import invaders from the outside world to bolster. Wait, just let me finish. Just let me finish.
Go.
We have to. We are forced. Like, this is where Republicans get it wrong. If you want to stop immigration, you've got to increase the birth rate, because we will not have a labor force if we don't do that. And you can't increase the labor force if you're telling women to delay childbirth and marriage in order to have a career. We are in a conundrum. It's a catch-22. And so that's why you don't focus on rights. You focus on duties, and you focus on responsibilities. You say individual responsibility, that's part of it, but part of individual responsibility is also maintaining your tribe and your community and your culture and your society as a whole. Because your individual rights will go away. We're on the edge right now of this.
I understand that both of them, to a degree, are probably doing it. But the reason Rachel's doing it is because she's had this debate so many times with so many feminists. She knows exactly what their talking points are. The chick on the right, the feminist, Driana, or whatever her name is, she's literally not listening to listen, to be informed. She is, or have her mind changed. She's listening for her chance to speak. And we're never going to get anywhere that way.
It's all falling apart, and then strong men will take back over, and your women's rights will go bye-bye.
Okay, first they need to get their testosterone levels up, because right now they are decreasing on average 1%.
Do you know why?
1% every year since
do you know why?
the 1980s. That's really bad.
Do you know why? Do you think men can just, like, what? How do they just get their testosterone back up?
They have to focus on themselves as individuals, Rachel.
Oh,
is
I
what
see.
I'm trying to.
Guys, just focus on yourself as an individual. Your testosterone will go through the roof.
Because right now it is true that outside factors are affecting this. They're poisoning our food. They're poisoning our water, our environment. So let's focus, and we can't really do anything about that ourselves as individuals. We can't fix the problem. We can only take care of ourselves. And by taking care of ourselves as individuals, we do help society as a whole. That is my argument.
Yeah, but what you just did is something else that you've been doing all night, which is conflating the problems of post-industrialization and technology with rights.
Where have I mentioned industrialization or technology?
You haven't mentioned it, but you don't understand that the problems you're putting on men and the problems you're putting on, like, gender inequality, that's not the root of those problems. The root of those problems is industrialization and technology, the same industrialization and technology that allows you to be a feminist.
Okay, and that's not going away anytime soon. Unfortunately or fortunately, it doesn't matter. It is reality, right? So what are you going to do other than...
Well, it's a reality when you don't like it, but when I say what's a reality, then you just go, no.
Let me finish talking on that point. It is a reality, so what are you going to do? Just sit there and complain that we can't go back to how things were? We can't do a time machine?
It's not about going back.
Because that is basically what you're prescribing.
Nope.
And again, everything that you have described still doesn't give any kind of...
The thing about it is she's sitting here acting like that we can't go back. Men, I don't know how familiar you guys are with Andrew Wilson. Most everybody is nowadays. Men hold the keys to force. They own the weaponization of force. Whatever men collectively decide to do is what gets done. Period. Women can't stop it. Women cannot argue with that. If all the men decided tomorrow that they were going to give all of the guns and all of the bullets to women, and they were going to take knives and hand-to-hand combat skills and overthrow women with that, the women would be overthrown in 2 days. And it's not to diminish the women. It's just, you can't say that a man and a woman can compete equally physically. It's we can run faster, we can run farther, we can have better lung capacity, obviously better bone density, more strength. Everything is superior with men when it comes to physicality. Women tend to do the nurturing better. There's a lot of things women can do that men cannot do. I don't know, like give birth, like, raise children, which I guess men can raise children, but they can't do it to the same level. They do not have and possess the same nurturing capabilities that women have. There are things that we both do individually.
Solid argument as to why you believe,
everybody's getting out of
not
what
you
their
believe,
duty
as
is.
to why women should not have the right to vote, which is my argument that, again, you're not going to convince me differently.
I know, because you're stuck. You're stuck in a paradigm where everyone votes. I'm saying if you take away this, you don't have to start with the presupposition that everyone needs to be able to vote. We never did things that way except for the last 100 years. All of human history, nobody voted, and nobody needs to vote.
And we have a higher. Despite all of our problems, we do have a higher quality of life right now.
But not because of voting. This is what I'm saying. Life has improved. Life has improved because of technology, because of advancements in things like medical care, clean water, industry, and like globally being able to ship supplies to where they need to go. That's what's given us a better quality of life, not voting. Voting.
Can I just get this other stuff?
Well, I wouldn't.
Roundup. This stuff works.
That lady listened to a man.
I vape, but I don't need to vape, I only do it when my friends do it.
Letting women vote, how did women voting improve life for us? Tell me.
Rachel, you have a monocausal
no, I don't.
argument
You do.
as to why things are out of whack.
You have that.
No, you have a monocausal argument, which is women's voting is what destroyed modern society.
I've never said women's voting. The voting is a side issue to me.
Okay.
It's
the main issue to me. And
to you, but it's not to me. And you keep projecting that on me. Nobody gives a fuck about women voting. Why do you think that?
Women give a fuck about
we
women
care
voting,
about
Rachel.
the overall effects of artificially placing women in a strata of power that they have no business being in because it's deeply unnatural.
You may not feel comfortable with that, Rachel.
No, it's unnatural because they're only
it may not be
We're
natural
blowing smoke up women's asses. They are only there because of a subset of men that go, yes, sweetie, you can be in the government. Go ahead.
Exactly. And that's the truth right there. That is the reality right there.
Yes,
we'll do whatever you say.
I think that there's plenty of women in the government.
It's all an illusion.
For you, this is, again, personal opinion. There are plenty of intelligent, capable women in roles of government that are good at what they do, and we respect. In fact,
I'm not saying women can't be smart and use their brains and think.
Yeah, in fact, most
that has no bearing on the
fact.
fact.
Let me finish talking, God.
You'll never finish talking. You've been saying the same thing for the last 5 hours, and you don't even understand what you're talking about.
There's a lot of women that work in the intelligence community, because you know why? For a job like that, you have to have both.
You don't need voting rights.
Intelligence.
You don't
and
need voting rights.
Emotional intelligence.
Women can work in intelligence, and they don't need political power.
Your argument is that all women are emotional, all women are irrational, and they are not fit for
That's not
roles
why.
of leadership.
No, it's that they're emotional enough and they're irrational enough, just enough to cause chaos. Okay, let me break this down real quick, and then I'll go back and I'll shut up. There's always been the element of cheating, but the amount of the milkman and the egg and butter man, that's an Andy Griffith reference, by the way. Basically an outside man coming in to the home, or the woman stepping out of the home, or the man stepping out of the home, did not happen near as much as it did when women entered the workplace. When Dad was at the office doing his job, and then he'd come home to dinner every day, that was one thing. And then the next day he goes in and there's a lady there, and they're making eyes at the whatever. Like, it literally ramped up at that point. And there no amount of excuses or garbage is going to make up for that. That is just a fact. So we are hindering our society. We can't even have
It's because rules in government. You said that 30 seconds, a minute ago.
It's part of it. You only hear one thing because your mind can only think about one thing at a time.
No.
You're not very good at taking multiple variables and combining them.
No, you are actually
you're not.
just bad, again, at coping with the reality that women are not a monolith.
You're bad at coping with the reality that you only have any rights or have this illusion that you can do the things you can do because men have let you do it. Men have invented technology and granted you rights that let you do it. The reality is me. I'm the one that lives in reality and goes, oh, this is all an illusion. If the Wizard of Oz wants to take it away tomorrow, it's gone.
Okay,
so that's not, and it's not how things have worked except for the last 100 years.
When you go back home,
you think
Rachel,
all of history was wrong except for the last century?
I think that not even the last century. I think at least until after they passed the Equal Credit Opportunity Act in 1974, things were wrong because women didn't have financial opportunity.
So then what are you trying to conserve? If everything we did before 1975 was wrong, what do you want to conserve?
Wait, putting words in my mouth. Why did you say everything we did? No.
I just asked you, was all of history conducted, things were just wrong until 1975.
That one thing was wrong. Not letting women have financial freedom was wrong. That is the thing
we let them, though. It was, do you not understand that it wasn't that women were denied, it's that we didn't have technology, we didn't have industry. The natural state of things is that women cannot survive alone. We are not rugged individualists. We're meant to spend most of our life pregnant and breastfeeding and watching toddlers. That is what we're meant to do.
In your opinion,
no. What about birth control?
In your opinion, Rachel?
Prior to birth control, there was no option. There was no option. You ended up pregnant.
Who invented birth control? It was men, Rachel, to make women more accessible and disposable.
So you think we should take away birth control because the bad men created it?
I don't agree with the taking of hormonal birth control because it wreaks havoc on women's bodies. But again,
I agree with you.
You just brought up the
topic.
But
if you do that, you realize, well, what do you think will happen?
We need you here.
What do you think will happen if we
need a man?
We do need a man
on this table, Brian.
I got her.
To stop.
I got her, boys.
To stop the interruptions.
What do you think happens if we take away hormonal birth control?
Hysterical woman that can't control herself or her emotions or interruptions.
That's beautiful. Cope for the girl who can't think past level 2 and has been getting her ass beat this whole debate. That's so cute.
Sure.
It's a good thing you're pretty.
Most rational people watching are going to disagree with that statement, but
we'll see.
Again,
we'll see.
Again, Rachel, you still can't make.
Okay, so we take away hormonal birth control. Where's your girl bossing gonna go then?
In taking back control of our cycles. Do you know?
Oh,
this is something that really pissed off Brian. In
You
the last,
think that these 22-year-old OnlyFans chicks and these promiscuous college girls that are getting blackout drunk every weekend are gonna like take a break from that they're gonna keep track of their cycle? Get the fuck out of here. That's
yes,
so
it's
ridiculous.
actually very easy.
Birth control is actually the main technology that has enabled feminism, and if you got rid of hormonal birth control tomorrow, your feminism is gone, baby.
So we're both against hormonal birth control.
Fastest way to get rid of feminism. Fastest way to get rid of all this nonsense of pretending that women can run everything when they can't.
Look at that. We are agreeing on something towards the end of this episode, but we're agreeing.
Ask yourself something. Ask yourself something. If tomorrow all of the men disappeared, how long would the women last? If all of the women were last, how long would they last? And then on the other side of the equation, tomorrow, if all of the women disappeared, how long would the men last? Because I'll guarantee you, no one can make babies anymore without men and women. So we would both die off. Period. End of story. But how long and who would last longer?
For different reasons. You
don't understand the logical entailment of your position as usual.
You are arguing against it because it would end feminism, in your opinion. I argue against it because it is terrible. It's like giving people poison, basically.
Yeah, it's almost like trying to avoid getting pregnant your whole life so you can have sex is really bad.
Sure.
Seems like that's bad.
We agree on that same point. And again, it all goes back to what, Rachel? Individual.
And so if all the women are ending up pregnant, how many of them are going to be girl bossing? None.
Okay, I'm sure. Great, fantastic. You'd love that.
Well, why do you think feminism?
Are we going to do the whole?
Why do you think feminism didn't come about until 50 years ago?
Do you want me to put a timer on my phone or?
No, I just want to ask you a question. Why did feminism not come about until after the technology allowed it? Why wasn't there feminism 500 years ago? If women just were dying to get out of their situation, why didn't they do something about it 200, 500, 1,000 years ago?
The title may have existed only within recent historical concepts, but I think throughout human history, yes, there have been rowdy women advocating for rights.
Right, but
even if it's not.
But now feminism
even if
is
it's
dominant.
not documented as feminism. Yes,
but now it's the dominant thing
that has
everywhere.
been the case.
Everywhere in the West, feminism is the dominant thing. Equal rights for women, women in politics, women in power, women in business, right? Why do you think they didn't do that until 50 years ago?
Rachel, I'm not, again, here to argue.
I don't know, and I don't care because I don't like thinking about things.
No,
I'll tell you why. Because we didn't have birth control. We didn't have technology.
Do I just tap this?
Well, I'm tired of just listening to you endlessly prattle, so now I'm going to prattle back a little bit.
So you've been the one mostly.
Do some chats.
Yeah, let's do some chats.
We gotta do some chats.
You've been the one mostly interrupting during this entire time because you don't.
I'm very dominant.
Because you don't.
I'm a very dominant woman. I don't have good arguments.
No.
Oh, honey, I can't wait for you to read the comments.
And you don't want to listen to valid ones.
That's
so you
adorable.
Try to.
That's so cute. It's from somebody who went to college for politics and doesn't know she's a libertarian. That's cute.
It is called the heckler's veto. So you don't let people talk so that people can get their point across. That's what you've been doing.
Put a poll in the chat of who has interrupted and prattled the most. It's not me. We got to the end and I was just like, fuck it, I'm just going to talk over her at this point.
We actually did do a poll.
So you did,
wait, really quick. We did do a poll because I think you had asked, or there was a discussion between the both of you as to who would be most likely to get lobotomized. And the results
from your
I think it was skewing quite heavily towards you being the one to get lobotomized.
Surprised. I'm so surprised by those results from this audience, guys.
Can you get an elective?
Why are you such a hater? Why do you got to hate on millions of people that watch this show? Are they all incels?
If a lot of them are, I'm here to try to help them not be. And
thank God.
And what you
what would we do without your help?
And what you are prescribing them.
Here, we got chats.
And what you are prescribing them is going to keep them as incels for much, much longer, Rachel.
Oh
so you're not doing them any kind of favor.
Right?
I doubt this, but okay. We have base Justin here. So men should lead the government based on what the women who voted them into power want. Define leadership, please. And of course, your husband can only lead if you completely agree. Got it. TikTok. Quick response to this. But then I need to get through the rest of the chats.
That whole argument just doesn't make any sense to me, period.
Well, it was, I think, on the back of the question I asked you, if you believe that men should lead both on the micro and the macro level.
Primarily,
you agreed to that.
Yeah, and primarily on the micro level themselves.
When a singular woman or women, plural, disagree with men's leadership, do you defer to their leadership despite disagreeing with their decision? Or do you veto their leadership?
I think that right is right and wrong is wrong, and
Who's the arbiter of that?
Facts, right? Facts don't care about your feelings. If a man
facts determine what's right and wrong.
If a man, says, because of the fact that I am a man, I determine this, but this is just wrong, then it's wrong.
Could it be established by consensus?
It has to be verifiable fact, right? So if a man says, I don't even know what example to
how about this?
To come up with.
What if all the women were in favor of open borders and men were against it? And because you might have people on the left, for example, I mean, you're both conservative. You have people on, or at least right wing.
It's wrong to allow open borders, whether the man wants it, whether the woman wants it.
But leftists will forward arguments about how, well, there's actually economic benefits to having immigration to this level.
Well, then we'd have to bring out little notes and facts and show how it's not. In fact, there's plenty of, not just studies, this is just facts from the government, how migration is a net detriment to society. Pretty much migrants.
But people have other facts contrary to that.
No, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as different facts in that
liberals
case.
and leftists will forward contrary facts.
They can pull
because
studies.
There's no such thing as brute facts. It always depends on framing.
No.
It always depends on context and framing. Yes, this is why I say you're not capable of thinking past like level 1.
So, for example, Rachel, when it comes to the argument that Brian
facts are just facts.
When it comes to the argument that Brian just mentioned, they took a sample of migrants that were in the country for 30 years, and they broke it up into the nationality that they come from, and they saw that no matter the nationality, they were a net tax burden on society, i.e.
Are women a net tax burden on society?
No, I think you pulled that up last time and showed that that was not the case.
I think it did show that it was the case.
I would love to chime in on that if I can.
Really quick, though, quick. Here, let's do this.
That is a fact.
Let me let a few more chats come through. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video. What are we on likes? I think we just hit 4,000 likes. We still have about 9,000 people viewing just here on whatever. We have another 1,000 on Twitch, a couple hundred on Kick, and then I think there's like 5,000-6,000 watching on the Crucible. Guys, can we get the likes to 5,000 likes? We're at 4,000 likes. Let's get it to 5,000. Let me let a few chats come through. We do have Doofus here. That's his name. Doofus. All right, woman. Come change my toilet and fix my washer and then grill, then provide for the family. That is from Doofus. Thank you, Doofus. And he has a follow-up which reads, she doesn't even know, it's coming in just a moment, she doesn't even know what a straw man is. That's his follow-up there.
So he gave $200 to just write that?
Yes.
Crazy.
He did.
It's a very good point,
Could have taken a lady out on a date for that amount of money.
Could you tell us how we get how do we get an ought from an is? Because that's what he was addressing. You're saying facts are just facts, and I have facts. Okay, you have facts. How do the facts tell us what we should or ought do?
So it takes rational people coming to having a discussion and presenting the facts. What are you trying to argue?
You should look up Hume's guillotine when you get home. I know you don't do philosophy, but there is no way to there is no way to get an ought from an is. You can't say this is the case. So like if you said somebody on the show said this recently, they were talking about this, like
specific example. Yeah.
You know, it's cold outside, therefore you ought fix your refrigerator. Like you can't take something that is the case and then extrapolate a moral ought from it. So if you say,
that's a terrible example, I'm sure.
It's probably a terrible example, but how do you jump from saying this is the fact of the matter to this is what we ought do about it? Because everyone's going to have different ideas about what we ought do about it, which is something you said yourself. You're like, Democrats will get into office and they'll have a totally different view and they'll say we ought to do this instead.
Yes, it doesn't change. Again, it doesn't change facts behind it, right? So Democrats are going to say, oh, we ought to allow open borders. The facts are that negatively impacts our country, whether they do it or not, or allow it or not. It doesn't change the fact that it's detrimental.
But then they'll just,
to us as a
so
country.
You'll say, here's the reasons we think it's bad, and they'll say, here's the reasons we think it's good.
They have no good logical reasons.
But the facts don't tell.
Other than, oh, cultural enrichment or diversity.
We do have a response from Doofus here. He says he is a man and he can afford to because he's worked for a living.
Good. That's $300 now that could have gone to something more productive.
To a woman?
To a woman.
Than this.
Should he have spent it on OnlyFans instead of this?
He probably does that as well. I would bet money
what
on
evidence
it.
would you have for that?
I would bet money on that too. Or some kind of pornography. But again,
men should spend more money on a date than be a patron of a podcast.
Again, totally understand the point of self-interest there. So I get it.
Right. Well, in any case, let me get through the rest of the chats. Red Fox 11.
Wow. As pretty and attractive as this girl is, her personality and
First
her
time in
outlook
Ireland.
on life makes her like atrocious.
Femcon, are you
ugly.
a good example for women?
Where's the FemCon? Are they sitting back there?
I think it's
That's you.
It
You
might
sure?
be you.
Oh, it's definitely not me. I'm like trying to look for her FemCon.
Yeah.
Look, you can say you're not a feminist, but the facts demonstrate that you are. The fact is that all of your positions are feminist and classical liberal, and the fact is you're not a conservative.
Sure.
And you're a feminist.
Sure.
You're a libertarian, left-leaning feminist based on the facts.
Absolutely wild. Again, I think that people watching this that have two brain cells will determine the opposite of that. I think that you just come from a position.
I don't think they will. I think you grossly underestimate you grossly overestimate your intelligence, and you grossly underestimate
Never mind. Okay.
the intelligence of normal people to understand what just happened here.
Mischaracterize people's intelligence and your own mind,
just yours.
And it makes you
just yours. Look, I can't explain the is-ought gap to you. You don't understand it, and I don't know how to fix that for you. You don't understand that there's no such thing as brute facts that don't have context, and you don't understand that you can't take an or an ought prescription for what we should do in a moral quandary from a brute fact. I don't know why you don't get that, but you don't.
I get what you're saying, Rachel. You're the one making the ought argument. We ought to.
You are. You're saying we ought to grant rights. We ought to give women this. We ought to
not allow women to vote.
She doesn't even understand that this whole time she's just been asserting ought claims. The whole time she's just been going, we ought to have rights. We ought to let women do it. The whole time has just been you asserting ought claims.
Rachel,
and when I say, what do you base that on? What's your epistemology? Where do you get that from? You just say, I just think, and you said the closest you got to was naturalism. But natural law would dictate patriarchy. Patriarchy would be natural law.
Too much.
And you reject patriarchy. You want equality. Equality is not natural. The natural world does not have any concept of equality.
Yes, and
you don't get
legal framework. Legal framework is not determined.
Legal framework Paperwork is not naturalism. Oh my gosh.
Is not determined on
Can't believe you
different
have
kinds
Brianna, I gotta let
college
this.
degrees.
Facts don't care about
okay.
feelings. Rachel, why do you have a joint bank account with Andrew? Don't you trust your husband to manage all finances by himself? The men will never take rights from the women, so who cares if they can?
What? They're asking why I have a joint bank. I said I don't have
again.
bank accounts in my own name.
Yeah, she said, why do you even have a joint one? Why doesn't Andrew have the bank account himself?
He does have multiple accounts that are only in his name. The only one I have access to is the one that he wants me paying bills out of, because I do the paperwork part of the budget every month.
Okay, so that's their argument, is why, do you have a joint one?
So
Why
that
doesn't
I can do the bills, because he told me to do the bill. He says, I don't like doing paperwork and bills. I'd rather you handle all that. So I'm going to put that money that I want you to distribute to bills in that account, and that's what you can use to shop and pay for things. He's got his own
So it is
accounts
a
that are in
joint
his.
account still.
There is one joint account. So
What do you think about this, though? So Andrew, and he's been doing this, he's been financially abusing Rachel for years.
It's crazy.
Wait. Her book royalties, the money she makes from her book, Andrew steals that from Rachel and buys firearms. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that?
What I will say is, when I first spoke to your husband.
Well, do you want to address the stealing of the book royalties?
Yes, poor Rachel. We need to start a GoFundMe for Rachel to have the financial freedom
Andrew will also steal
to
that money too.
afford financial independence and choose, what to do with her life. No, when I first,
I've already chosen what I want to do with my life, and it's to honor and serve my husband.
When I first heard,
I'm very happy. I don't need your help. You have You have nothing I want.
I was thinking of starting.
You have nothing in life that I want. I've got kids. I've got a husband. I've accomplished a lot in the intellectual.
Fantastic.
I've done everything. There's nothing you have that I want. So please don't help me. Please, I don't want your help.
Likewise.
You said you wanted to have a husband and kids.
And I am. It's a timeline matter, not a.
Okay, so I do have. I do have
your
something you
ex
want.
frozen?
I'm goals.
You asked me the same.
And see, that's the thing. She's 32, so she's still got, time, but she wants to make sure she's with the right guy. And good. That's granted. Don't get me wrong, but it's her boyfriend. It's not her husband. So.
Goals for her, you guys. I'm goals.
Are your eggs? Have you frozen your eggs? Or?
No, I have not frozen my eggs.
Well,
my eggs are fine.
I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah, my eggs are fine. It's more the men that quite literally need to be checking up on their the same.
I love how you think that you're going to win over the public opinion by constantly insulting men.
I'm not insulting
men. Oh,
men.
You've been insulting men this whole podcast.
That they
I'm telling men.
Unhealthy. They have.
I'm telling them how they can be better.
They have
be
the
better,
testosterone level of their grandparents in this day and age as the average testosterone for men within their 30s and their 40s.
My grandma would be like, you know what?
Terrible.
You want to talk about people's grandparents? If my grandma was here, she'd be like, if you want kids, you better get on it. So, I mean, let's not talk shit about all the men.
I have
let's not do
once
that.
talked shit about the men.
That's all you've done this whole show.
No, I have not.
You've been calling them incels, telling them how they're not good enough, telling them where they need to do better. Men, be better. If the men be better, the women will be better after. But you have to be better first, and you have to lead, but only the way that we want you to lead.
Heckler's veto. Heckler's veto.
If you lead in the way that we approve of, then we'll let you lead, and then we'll do stuff if we want to, but it just depends.
We have
you just have to do what we want.
We have a hysteric woman here. Maybe we need a lobotomy.
I'm doing an impression of you.
I'm going to lobotomize both of you. How about that? Here, look.
yeah.
Let's let me get through some of the chats.
Again,
wait. Hold on. We got some chats. We got paste.
Because women's hormones were like leaking into water sources and stuff like that, plus all of the microplastics from the water bottles and the different chemicals that are everywhere. It's certain chemicals like naturally convert to estrogen when ingested by men, and that's what's going on as far as the testosterone rate. So
Pasty George. Hey, it's our good friend Pasty George. Guys, I think it's been a month or two. Can we get some W's in the chat for Pasty George? It's been a while since we've seen the guy. Thank you, man. Brian, could you please make a poll asking the chat who they think, Rachel or...
They spelled it wrong. How
Big, can I call you Big D?
No, we need
Can
to
I
get
call you-
people. We need to get people
I don't know.
on the right
Hold on,
page.
I'm gonna finish it. Is making the more valid points in their arguments using facts rather than hearsay anecdotes. I did do that for who would be most likely to be lobotomized. I could do that once I get through the chats. But Pasty George, good to see you. We have, guys, and if you want to get messages in, now's a good time. We have I am right. If I tell you the sky color is red, you can never tell me I'm wrong because as a man, if it is up to me, I can force you into a cage and hurt you until you tell me I'm right.
That is so true.
Sorry, lady.
That kind of that proves my point.
He's being hyperbolic.
I know, but that proves my point
He's
that
literally being
it still doesn't
hyperbolic.
make it a
He's
reality.
proving a point.
That's literally the argument I've been going
not
up
It's
against.
actually
Rachel.
reality, though. Like,
Yes, it doesn't change the fact of the sky being a different color.
oh, I thought you meant putting you in a cage.
Oh,
Samian
comes through as
44
TTS.
X donated $200.
Thank you, Sam.
Explain Hume's guillotine, please. It's pertinent to this debate.
Rachel, do
If
you want
I
to?
can then explain something else that you obviously are not an expert on, but sure, go ahead.
The luteal phases or whatever?
Oh God,
boy.
not the
Oh,
luteal
boy.
phases.
Getting
I don't know.
educate
I
people
know.
on
I
here.
know kind of a lot about that. I've had a lot of babies and female things. Well, just to put it like super plainly, because I'm not a specialist in this. Andrew is. I'm okay at philosophy. I'm good at basic logic. I'm pretty good at like fallacies and spotting them and stuff like that. But it's just the idea that you can't take an is statement and get a moral ought from that statement. It's a classical philosophical problem that Hume kind of popularized. And it just, people assume that if they just state facts that the logical inference of what morally should be done about them is obvious, and that's not the case. And she couldn't prove it was the case the whole time. So
Sure. I think
Before you get
don't
into
wanna
the
bog it down.
luteal phases or whatever.
Yeah, might as well get something
Tiffany,
useful
can you
out
pull up Twitch really quick? Guys, if
out
you're
of
enjoying the
this
stream, like the video,
debate.
get us to 5,000 likes. Also, guys, if you have a Twitch account, drop us a follow. And if you have a Prime sub, drop us a Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, for easy way to support the show every single month. Guys, can you get us, we need 4 followers to get to 121,000 followers, and drop us a Prime sub if you have one available. We barely run any ads over there on Twitch, only 3 per hour. That's the minimum you can run without somebody getting hit with a pre-roll. So show some love, drop us a Prime sub over there on Twitch. We have some more chats coming in. We have Turbo Bill. TPUSA FemCon, instead of asking why people are sending in money to ask the questions, why not just answer the fucking questions? Such a bad faith guest avoiding super chats.
Oof, somebody needs to, just calm down a little before typing things out.
such passive aggressive woman stuff to constantly accuse, oh my God, are you mad? I made you mad. Wow.
Yes, I
are you
do.
crashing out? Such a Gen Z
And
thing.
so are you. It's
Dude, why are you
hilarious.
crashing out right now? Oh my gosh. And people are like, we're
I think
not
she might be
crashing out.
millennial. Are you? I think
I'm
you're
a millennial.
She's
You're
a
Gen X.
TikTok brain.
Oh,
Definitely.
That's Gen Z.
Are you on TikTok though a lot?
I am on
feel like I'm
TikTok for
TikTok.
work
Ah.
reasons because I'm
work.
in media and marketing. But yeah,
Accusing other people of like getting upset and losing their cool when they're clearly not is like a Gen
you
Z
are.
meme.
I'm
I'm not.
Plenty
Everybody-
of times before.
Yeah, okay.
yeah.
Most of
Doofus
this
here is
show,
just
actually.
doing a little follow up. I mean, the guy.
You wish.
You know,
wish.
for some of these
This
guys,
is what now
they're
350. We're at 350 from Doofus.
It is below the threshold, but some of these guys, they're patrons of the show. They want to. Of
course.
We got to put on more debates, So they want to support the show, and I mean, this guy probably wants to pop a ball of champagne or something at this point. I don't know, but oh wait, I already showed this one. My apologies. We have one coming in from the Unknown Soldier. It's going to be a bit of a delay, but he writes, she's the epitome of the utterly failed education system in America. She's too dumb and has way too much ego to recognize it. Like all college-educated women, listen to
All
your
college.
conscious Brian.
So all
Conscious.
college-educated
Does he
women.
mean the superchatter conscious Brian?
All
Brian's
college-
consciousness
Yeah.
or whatever it is?
All college-educated women have too much ego, and yeah, that's probably another reason why
They
you
do tend to be
you are-
overly confident in their intellectual capabilities.
It
I would
sounds
agree.
like somebody's ego is threatened by educated women. Which
Well,
is,
we have Piano Dean, and he says, it's amazing how many times in this debate, Driana
oh, you got it right.
Brianna.
He wrote it right. That's
has agreed with Rachel, yet somehow believing she won the point. Thank you, Piano Dean. And by the way, thank you everyone else who has sent in messages. You can...
Yeah, because the only thing I disagree with Rachel on is on women voting.
Well,
and
you
having,
disagree on quite a bit more than that.
a lot more than that.
Having equal financial rights. So being an equivalent to men according to the law, which is just rational and a conservative position.
Again, missing the is-ought gap. And you had a lot more to say that you disagreed with. You brought several color-coded folders, which very...
Those were just printed facts.
Yeah, I'm just saying you clearly
back
had a
up-
whole bunch of
to back up
stuff.
my
And no,
claims.
you don't agree with me on anything. You don't agree with me that you're a libertarian. You don't agree with me
Because-
that you're a feminist.
No,
you
I'm
don't
not gonna
agree with me that
agree.
women don't need political power in order to not be oppressed. You think that unless they have financial and
Yeah.
political power, they're somehow
If I
oppressed.
call
and I'm
you,
saying
if I
that
call
they
you
don't.
something you're not, if I call you a
But
self-hating,
you are,
a
by
self-hating
definition,
woman,
you are.
Does that make
You're
it
like
true?
the trans people who are like, but I identify as a conservative though, and I'm like, you don't hold any conservative positions,
There's-
and you're like, but I call myself. Well, I identify as conservative.
You are the one that have explicitly said you're not a conservative,
I'm
right?
not.
You're
I'm
not
way
so-
further right than that.
Yeah,
probably.
you're not a constitutionalist. You do not believe in the U.S. Constitution.
don't.
You do not believe in a constitutional republic. You believe in a monarchy.
I think you could have. I think you could conceive of a constitutional republic that could work, but you'd
That's
have
not
to.
what you said.
You'd have to limit suffrage, or you get progressivism, and the end result is this garbage we have now. That's
That's
what will happen every time. I prefer a monarchy. Yes. Church
and, again,
state working together. It's called Symphonia. The Byzantine Empire, which was the longest lasting empire in history, had this system.
and none of
yes,
this
I think
is
it's better.
compatible with Western values or conservatism in the United States.
American conservatism is dead and has been since Pat Buchanan fell out of the limelight.
So
at
we should
least
just
since
not
then.
do anything
and
about
I
it.
don't believe in Western values. That's why I'm not.
do.
I'm not a Western liberal. You are a classical liberal. That's Western values.
You believe
American classical liberalism is your ethos. It is not mine. I am.
Don't again trying to box me into certain labels,
That's
and that's
crazy
not
that
exactly
the chat
how that
just came through
how
right
that
now.
works.
The 50-year-old woman doesn't know how to control her emotions. Of
Mm-hmm.
course, this audience is going to like Rachel, the promiscuous. Okay, well, I'm not.
I'm not
Gonna address that, but-
at all. I've never been promiscuous. So.
Yeah, and I haven't gone there
Can I
and
have you
attacking
just
her.
scoot like 1 inch?
There's a
that
lot
way?
of rumors that you hear about me online that are not true. So it's probably good that you didn't go there because it.
I didn't even
people just
pre-read
lie.
that.
People just
It was
lie.
a troll.
The
but
only thing I know is obviously you have children from previous marriages, and you know
Yes.
there's 3 or previous relationships, and you have
Two
children from
two
3
previous relationships.
from 3
yes.
different relationships is
Yes.
what is online. Also, because you and Andrew have done a really good job at cleaning up your online presence. I actually had somebody reach out to me who's a private investigator because they watched the first show and they're like, oh my gosh, you know, this guy's kind of crazy, your husband. I wonder who he is.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
if we're-
I wonder
this
who he is. And
feels like it's getting into like a docs
no, and then
territory. I don't want to go.
no.
A private
I'm saying-
investigator,
That's
huh?
crazy.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
reached out to me and
Okay,
and then tried to
Anybody
find
who tries to dig into your shit online
and
now
then tried
calls
to find
themselves
info
that,
on
so.
you online. And
Okay,
my point
well, we're
is
not,
that
I don't
it
think
wasn't.
that's fair to reveal.
Do you know
I'm not
why?
gonna
I
reveal
don't think
anything.
that's fair to reveal things some private investigator.
It's hard to find
did or
stuff
did
on
not
me
dig up.
because we're old
But-
and I don't like we didn't have an online life until like
Hold
5
on,
years
but-
ago.
but
There's
that's
scrubbing
immaterial to the
that has
conversation.
definitely happened,
Alan
but-
Roach.
Rubbing of what?
Hold on, Alan
Personal
Roach.
information.
Oh, baloney.
Alan Roach,
You're full of it.
$100 Australian. Just grant or give her the unborn males. It makes no difference. They will not survive long enough to raise them and will not have the skills to teach them.
That's correct.
This did come in.
I thought
a
about
while
going
ago.
into that, but it's just like she just stonewalls and obfuscates, so it doesn't matter.
All right, we have Andrew Thrasher here. Good evening, whatever podcast. Former senior airman Andrew Thrasher here. Question for the fake conservative. What exactly do you bring to society? What makes you a productive member of society other than giving false information? What are you worth? I don't see it. Not one step back.
Again, I don't know who the fake conservative is here, but I will say that I am a high contributor to not just society, but taxes that I pay in actually helping conservatives get elected, not just saying women bad, stupid, and should not vote. I actually have knocked doors so that conservatives get elected, not just talk about getting conservatives elected or how bad the situation is. I've actually talked the talk and walked the walk, something Rachel here has not done.
What?
And so
Okay,
I think
demonstrate that.
yeah,
That's
there's
wild.
pictures online on my social media profiles of the work that I've done to actually
Wait, you
elect
think I need to go
conservatives.
out and get GOP candidates elected when I don't
I think
support
that you should
the
go
GOP?
get people that believe what you believe elected if you actually want to basically prove that you're serious about what you believe in.
You know what's more effective than that? Winning the propaganda war and taking back the institutions.
And
if you want to talk
suck
about
at that.
prescription, I don't suck at that.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Because most of your followers are men. Most of the
That's
people
not
that
true.
most
This
of the
book,
people that
this
support
book
you
right
are
here,
men,
no, that's not
women.
That's actually not true.
No?
This book right here cracked. I'll explain it right now, and I'll prove it.
Mm-hmm.
This book cracked the top 30 on all of Amazon books, which
Mm-hmm.
is practically unheard of for a self-published book. It is vastly outsold things from mainline publishers.
Okay.
I have
Do
a
you deny
lot
that
of
most
women.
of do you deny that most of your following is men?
It depends on what platform you look at. So, like my
I'd say
Substack,
most-
my
I'd say
Substack readers are
most.
actually mostly women.
Most.
I'm not really on YouTube. I'm not really on Instagram. I'm only on X. And on X, it's like a 70-30 split. But I get the most emails, DMs, and letters in the mail from women who say, thank you for giving me a voice, because as a stay-at-home mom, I always felt less than. I always have been made to feel by the women around me like I'm not doing enough, like I'm a loser. Thank you for that. Like I get tons of mail from women.
Well, that's
way more
really
than men.
sad that that is the case, that they're being told
It
that.
is.
But I think the reason they feel that way is not because other women are saying
yes, it
that they
is.
don't have inherent value. I think if it's not mostly men, it's at an equivalent level, because a lot of men think, oh, you're just a stay-at-home mom. What is it that you bring to the table? If I'm providing food and shelter for you, you get to stay at home.
I
with the
never
kids,
get
that
criticized
doesn't-
by
that
men
doesn't
for
have
being a
inherent
stay-at-home
value.
mom. I never get criticized by men.
well, I can
have
tell
gotten
you-
criticized by women for it my whole life, including a Candace Owens staffer who told me
can-
I wasn't a good American because I wasn't contributing to the GDP.
Okay.
It's always
So
been femcon women
So
who
random.
come at me.
No, well, in my
And leftist women.
in my situation, it's definitely been men being the ones that say that women don't have value if they are just stay-at-home moms, and that is a luxury for men to maintain
Conservative
them.
men say this?
Not conservative
No.
men. I'm saying men in general. Men
I have
in general.
I don't
for
hear
sure.
men say
general-
that.
Men in general
and-
are saying what?
That there's a lot of men that believe that women don't have value or aren't contributing equally to them for being stay-at-home moms, that they should consider themselves lucky to be able to stay at home with the kids while they pay for food and shelter. That is a belief that a lot of men hold, and it is probably contributing to women like the ones you mentioned feeling less than for being stay-at-home women. I think that women, more than anybody, understand the value of being mothers, because we know that we know what we have to sacrifice.
I've been called a baby factory. I've been told I'm a brainwashed victim. You yourself have inferred that, like, I'm only here because I'm a pick-me. I'm not using my own thoughts. I'm not using my own brain to look at the world and go, wait, everything is fucked up. This is not how things should be.
So women shouldn't vote as your prescription.
No, you don't take me seriously because I don't hold your feminist views. You think that
I don't take you seriously.
The only reason
because your final argument is women shouldn't vote. That's why I don't take you seriously.
I don't care about the whole women vote. That's a stuck in your craw. It's not stuck in mine, whatever. I don't think women should vote. So what? Why do you think it's cool to call me names like a pick me and infer that I don't have my own mind, that I didn't come up with this? Do you think men wrote my book for me? Do you think men told me to say this?
Or do you think
that I am actually a really smart person who looked around and went, everything is out of order. Everything is all fucked up now. How did we get here? That's how I started writing this, by looking around at the world and the way it is and going, this is out of order. Things are all messed up. What is wrong here?
Yeah.
And through the process of my own analysis,
how did you end up with the wrong conclusion, though?
It's not the wrong conclusion.
That women shouldn't vote.
It's not. Feminism has destroyed life for women. And if you want to talk about how things have turned out,
I'm not arguing
Tell
for
me
feminism.
what feminism has done to improve life for women like me.
You're not going to get me to argue for something I don't believe in.
You have lost this debate badly, and you are coping.
I think people watching
will be determining that too.
And the fact that at
the
end of this, you're trying to get me to argue in favor of feminism, which I have not done this entire time.
I don't need. You have, and you just don't realize it because you don't understand words.
Says a lot.
You don't understand the meaning of words.
I think we're ready for closing statements. At least I am. Are you, Rachel?
Sure.
Yeah. We'll get into that in just a moment. And I don't know if this adds at least some degree of clarity here at the end on that last point. Andrew Wilson, who you squared up against and is obviously Rachel's husband, he describes feminism as a movement towards egalitarianism with a rejection of patriarchy.
Yes.
Would you agree with that definition of feminism?
No. I think that feminism just argues for additional rights above egalitarian rights to men. I think that's what crosses the line to feminism.
Like what?
Wait,
everything outside
women?
everything outside of voting and equal financial
Well, what's
rights,
one thing
feminism.
that you think feminism advocates for that you don't?
Special treatments.
Like what?
Like, let's say, hiring requirements, quotas for women in the workplace. So you have to have X amount of women and X amount of men. I'm against that. That's special treatments. That's not hiring based on competency or skill. It's hiring based on gender, which is wrong. It's DEI. So I'm against DEI.
You're against DEI, but you're for forcing banks to force financial equality. And you're for forcing political equality.
That's a straw man.
What I'm trying to tell you is it's all force. This is all force.
Trying to misrepresent my position, which is all that law did is that it stopped banks from discriminating based on gender, not
do closing.
Forcing.
She's just going to keep repeating
not
the same
forcing
stuff.
banks to give out loans or credit based on gender. That is a completely different thing, and that is false.
I've got two more super chats, and then we'll get into the closing. Jory, thank you for your super chat. Brianna, that's some sort of mutant
close.
Combination of us, I guess. Have you read Ayn Rand?
Ayn Rand.
I apologize for the mispronunciation. It sounds like you would subscribe to her philosophy of objectivism.
I do agree with a lot of the ideas behind objectivism, absolutely. I think everybody should read some of Ayn Rand's works, like The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged. Have you heard of that one before?
You know, she's
Yes,
like
I know
one of the
that.
top
Atlas
libertarian philosophers, right?
I know that.
Okay. So just embrace the libertarian. You're a
pick
libertarian.
and
Just
choose
embrace
from
it.
where I want to, Rachel.
Wait, didn't she have
but
some
yes, I.
rather sexist
Yeah.
views?
That's why I say I don't necessarily
wasn't feminist
prescribe
enough.
to. That's why I say I don't, label myself by.
Yeah, she
any
openly
kind of
rejected
title.
feminism. She called herself
Objectivism or libertarianism or conservatism fully. I pick and choose
Okay.
based on from what I think is right. And most people, if more people did that, I think we'd be better off for sure.
All right, well, Jory, thank you for your soup chat. We have Red Fox, blonde Cuban chick for the third time. Do you think you are a good role model for women? Stop running from the question.
Driving is what drives me.
Absolutely. I am financially responsible. I am somebody that times basically what I'm going to do with my life and having kids and a family when it's right, so that I don't become a burden upon society, a tax burden, or shift my responsibilities to anybody else. And I'm also going to make sure I give my kids a father that stays within their life for the rest of their life. So yeah, definitely a benefit to society. And like I said, I've also made sure that I advocate and work for electing the people that have these conservative values. Not just talk about it, actually get out in the field and do it.
Like
So, yeah.
Trump with his conservative values.
Definitely better than the other option.
I voted for
Kamala.
Trump. He's better,
Okay,
but he's
okay.
not conservative.
But do you
He is
think getting
not
into the
conservative
field-
at all.
do you think getting
You should
into
run
the
for office
field-
then, Rachel.
Why would I do that?
Well, don't criticize other people.
You know
for
what?
doing it.
You're right. I'm going to do that. I'm going to run for office,
I
and then when I
highly,
win, I'm just
highly
going to abdicate my seat to my husband. I'll just be like, Psh, you can just take over. That's what I'll do.
I mean, that's what. It's funny. That's what some people
do
have
you,
done. Some politicians have done. Yeah.
Do you have a critique of either Rachel or Andrew, or I suppose even possibly me, or even other people who do online discourse and are primarily online, that because you're describe yourself as a conservative operative, that you're not going, that we're not going out door to door knocking on doors. What's that called? There's a term
Canvassing?
for canvassing.
Grassroots work.
Do you
It could be canvassing. it
Is
could
that
be
what
other
you did?
things.
Was canvassing?
That was part of it, but mostly actually mobilizing people as well to do that. Do it myself because you have to lead by example, but also mobilizing other people to do that. That is part of grassroots work, yes.
But
which
would
is
you
very
say
important.
that, at least for the 2024 election, the most recent election,
Did I knock doors? Yes.
well,
Did I get other
do
people
you
to
think
do
that
it?
the
Yeah.
work you did, and to be fair, I'm not familiar precisely or
It's okay, fine. I don't
in
wanna
total of
diminish it.
everything you've done.
Good for you.
Do you think that that is
Don't
superior
talk down to
superior
everyone
to say the work Rachel has done or Andrew has done or I have done or other online creators have done in perhaps the success of Donald Trump's campaign?
That's a very specific question. I think that you have maybe in your specific show, you've probably mobilized men to go vote for sure and hype them up for Donald Trump. Has it had a similar issue within the female population? I think it's the opposite. So I don't know.
You think we've had a negative?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think the following of this show is mostly men anyways.
Yeah, sure.
So since you target them and
What do you mean target them?
well, you have a base that you can talk to and mobilize that is mostly men. And if you tell them to go vote for, Donald Trump, then that does help that campaign and that movement. Absolutely. Now, what it does societally, the other one, the one that Rachel's going to be here for tomorrow and that I was on here last time, Is it helping men and women come together more? Is it helping men view women in a healthy fashion? Or is it warping men's reality of women to where they think, well, most women out there are sexually promiscuous. There's a lot of women out there that
Most women are.
that are working in sex work. Most women
Never
are
made
not
the claim. We already
are not
debated this
very
on
intelligent
show.
because they answer
Total straw man.
questions
Never made that claim.
that are simple
Is it-
incorrectly. I think that aspect of the show definitely divides the sexes and doesn't help as a society.
Can I ask you a question? If
regardless of what you think.
so,
They're already
you're
divided,
given that
and
you're
that's
conservative, do you think are you anti-trans?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that that's divisive to humanity? Because clearly there are people who are pro-trans. So you're just like going even beyond gender, beyond sex. You're just divisive on a humanity level.
No.
That would be divisive, wouldn't it?
No, because first of all, there's no such thing as trans. There's just men and women.
People disagree with you.
With
and they
body dysmorphia. That's basically
Okay, well, I
it.
agree with you on that point, but other people disagree with you.
Okay.
Is it divisive?
Does it help society if I affirm a trans person's delusions? No.
Does it affirm
No.
society if I affirm
No.
a woman's delusions that she deserves a man who makes $10 million a year when she's an average woman?
No. No, but it also
Okay.
doesn't.
But it would be divisive, wouldn't it? But what would be wrong with that?
No, but it doesn't help. It doesn't help show men that these are the women that are out there when they're less than 1% of the population.
What do you mean?
Generally.
Who's less than 1% of the population?
For example, sex workers.
The majority
are,
of our guests are not sex
are
workers.
less than 1% of.
We
the
already went over
population.
this, and the amount of sex workers he's had on the show are representative of the amount of sex workers in the population. They went over the statistics live.
Yeah.
You may
and-
not have seen that.
Yeah, and I again don't have the statistics. You can pull them up from YouTube or whatever. I think in the past year, and I haven't watched the show beginning to end, especially the ones on Sundays because it's a 10-hour podcast. But yes, I think anybody that follows the social media accounts, Instagram, and gets clips would make the rational, would believe that the majority of women that go on the show have some kind of background in sex work. Is it true? I don't know. I don't have the stats. Is it a fact that most people have the impression that the Whatever podcast brings on a disproportionate amount of women with a background in sex work? Yes.
These
that
are
is-
two separate. hold on, these
those are two separate things.
Hold
Yeah.
on, disproportionate and majority are two separate things. So,
majority,
like for example,
majority then.
disproportionate. Let's say like the amount of women between the ages of 18 to 25, 10% of them do sex work, and like we bring on 15%. 15% of our guests do sex work. That would be disproportionate, but majority would mean 51% and more.
I can just speak on the last panel that I was on. The women that were on the panel were not 15 to
Okay, but
25.
so I'm interested in the
There was
truth.
a much
You're on the panel
larger
now, and
age range, was there not?
I don't see how that'd be relevant.
So then
but
you'd have to. So then you'd
That's a
have to
moot
put the
point.
equivalent age range that you had on the show from the youngest girl there to the oldest one, and then see what the percentage of women within that age range that work
Well,
in
I'm
sex
willing
work
to actually
are.
grant. I'm actually willing to grant that of the women who come on the show, in terms of the comparing to the general population, the proportion of women who are sex workers, I'm willing to grant that, say, it's I think 10 to 15% of all the guests in total that we've ever had on the show do some form of sex work. I'm willing to grant that's disproportionate,
to the
but that's not
1%.
majority. Your claim is the majority of the guests
1%
who've been on
though.
the show are sex workers.
I just looked it up, and it's like women under 30, between 18 and 35. It's estimated to be like 10%.
We can just look this up on
Well,
ChatGPT.
I heard 18 to 24, 25 on that one. but,
18 to 24, it's even higher. It is like 15%, which would be
But she's
in line
shifting the
with what's on the
goalposts
show.
because
Yeah.
my claim is never that the majority. I've never
He's
made
never
the claim
said the
that
majority of
the majority
women are sex workers.
I know you haven't. I haven't said that either. I'm
You
saying
literally claimed.
I'm saying
You're basically
I'm saying that,
complaining that
I'm
you
saying
don't
that it
like
gives-
the women who are. This is the same criticism everyone has.
I'm
Oh,
saying-
he picks women to come on that look extra stupid and bad, and it's like
And he only
Yeah,
picked her because
and
she
I'm
was
saying
Miss
that that is the impression that is given for those
So
people.
you want him to curate only
those
women that make
people-
women look good. You
for
don't
those people
want
that follow
He just
the
puts out a
show.
thing and says, "Hey, if you want to come on, come on." And these are the people who volunteer.
Did I
Yes.
screen you out? Were you screened out from coming on?
No,
Are you a sex worker?
I messaged the show
Right.
to be on,
just like everybody else does.
Correct. Most people are a benefit to being on the show for those women that do sex work is that they do get
But the majority of the girls who come on,
subscribers,
hold on.
and
The majority of
followers.
the girls that we have on the show, they're not even like.
Why would you? Wait a minute. Think of. Let me. Why would you? You basically said that you called the show or you texted the show to try and be on the show, but most of the people that are on the show are sex workers. Why would you do that? You're putting the connotation that you're a sex worker, even though, let's say, I know that you're not. But by what you said, that's what you're putting out there. That does not make sense. At least you're not consistent.
Non-sexual content creators, they're just like some girl from
They're just
Kentucky,
random
some
chicks.
girl from like
Yeah.
Alaska who works as I'm trying to remember the guest that we had on last week.
Baristas and stuff.
Like they're not
or
they're
college
not
girls,
even-
or college girls.
the average age of our guest is 25.
Okay. Again,
Prefrontal cortex fully developed.
what I
They can vote if they're old enough to vote. They're old
Yeah.
enough to decide if they
what
want
I
to come on a
spoke about
podcast.
last time again is that the impression, the PR, what is the brand of the show, whether you like it or not, is that there is a disproportionate representation of women that work in sex work within the show. Maybe it's only because the ones that work in sex work are the ones that say the most outrageous things, and then those are the clips that get posted on social media. I'm saying that that is the reality. People see it, and now men that watch that think, oh my God, there's so many dumb, promiscuous women out there. We are cooked as a generation, and that doesn't help us societally.
You're right. You're right. Some people on YouTube.
New
some
year,
people on Facebook,
new me,
some people
cute. But how about new year, new money? With Experian, you can actually take control of your finances. Check your FICO score, find ways to save, and get matched with credit card offers, giving you time to power through those New Year's goals you know you're going to crush. Start the year off right. Download the Experian app. Based on FICO score rate model. Offers and approval not guaranteed. Eligibility requirements and terms apply. Subject to credit check, which may impact your credit scores. Offers not available in all states. See Experian.com for details.
So
when they finally
if
change
but what if
and
it's
decide
true
that they're not going to be quote unquote whores anymore or promiscuous, let's just say it'd be better to say promiscuous, when they finally decide that they're going to let Jesus save them, that they're going to go into the church and expect some religious man who is God-fearing, who's been trying to do the right thing, who wants a good to wife her down. It's probably not going to happen because he's obligated to forgive you. He's obligated to pray for you. He's obligated to love you. He's not obligated to wife you. And you can't wash whore off. Whatever anyone says, you cannot wash that off. Jesus can cleanse your soul, but to a man, you can't wash that off. Sorry.
true though that because of the way things have panned out with all this feminism garbage and everything, what if it's true that we now have a young generation of women, that women from 18 to like 30 are very promiscuous, not very smart, not good at critical thinking. And why? Because in the age of social media, they don't have to learn how to think. They can just be pretty. You can just be pretty and put pictures online and things just come to you. So they never develop maturity. They never learn how to think. They never learn how to be useful.
Do you think that's the actual case?
I have two daughters who are in their early and mid 20s. We were talking before the show about this. And I will tell you that both of them call me regularly about having to talk down their friends from starting an OnlyFans, like on a regular basis. That their friends are all being promiscuous. That my daughter called me one morning and was like, Mom, I'm at a brunch with a bunch of girls,
But
and I'm
it's
so glad that
true.
you didn't
They
raise
want
me
the
like this
easy
because they're
way
acting
out.
crazy and they're still drunk from last
Not
night, and
only that,
they're just telling me stories that are turning my hair white. Yeah, I do think that we've created a young generation of women that are very problematic, and we should address it and fix it.
I agree. I agree with that. I have had different experiences. I have different friends curated that have never been in those kinds of circles or situations. I think, again, it goes back to the individual and what kind of company they want to keep and all of that. It is true that being promiscuous is marketed and offered to women as an easy way to make money, especially, and of course they're gonna see
And that
it.
it's cool.
I don't think
It's been marketed as cool.
I don't. You know what? I
Look
honestly,
at all the pop stars talking about having
I honestly
casual
think
sex
that-
and
so I feel
you know.
bad for the women that do resort to sex work rather than chastising them, because I do feel that it just corrupts the soul, and I think that deep down it makes them unhappy, makes them depressed.
Well, they all tell us
chastise
differently, don't they,
Yeah,
Brian, when they
people
come on
say-
here?
People say different things to reality to put a front, but I do feel really bad for those women, and I would want them to come out of that kind of world. The way to do that, I don't believe, is talking down to them, telling them the truth, obviously,
Okay, but
but
that's all that needs
not
to be
talking
done.
down to them. The majority of them,
Just tell
or
them the
a good
truth.
amount of
Move
them,
along.
probably have experienced some kind of sexual abuse in the past that then gave them some kind of trauma, some kind of PTSD, whatever, and that led them into that kind of.
I don't agree with that at all. There's no evidence to back that up.
I see them as
She's just going to keep
victims.
going.
I see them
She's
as
just gonna
victims
keep
of
going
society
forever.
that
It's
we
the
need to help.
Driana show. We all just have to listen to her tell us, dictate to us how things.
Okay, but
I think they're
hold on.
victims of society.
Nobody is forcing women into prostitution anymore. 100 years ago, it was something you did if you were desperate. It is no longer the case. Now it's middle class girls who don't need the money, who just
need the money.
think
They
it's
want
fun and sexy. They want the money,
They
but
want a ton of
they
money,
also
yeah.
love the validation. They love the attention. They
also-
love the idea of being sexy and people wanting them.
I agree that some-
and what OnlyFans has proved to us
Some
is
might want
just
that.
how little encouragement young women need to prostitute themselves. I don't like that either, but I'm not going to do this thing where it's like, you're trying to prove you're for the sisterhood. And you've insinuated through this whole thing that like, oh, look at Rachel. She's just a pick-me. She's just trying to pander to men. Her whole audience is men. And it's like, you think that we should deny the truth and not say true things that are offensive to women
that's not the
in
case.
order to protect the sisterhood.
That's
and
not
the
the
reason
case
I'm always the enemy
at
of you and women like
all.
you is because you're like, why aren't you protecting the sisterhood? Why are you out here saying things that are true if it makes us
That's not the
look
case,
bad?
Rachel.
And
That's
I
not the
say,
case.
stop talking over me. That's all you've done this whole time.
No, that's what you've
No,
done.
that's what you've
The
done.
majority
No, that's what
of
you've
this.
done. That's what you've done. So,
Aren't you
no,
okay, let
I
me-
will
let
say
me
I will
not.
say things that are true. I have
Let me
statistics
not
and data to back it up. I know history better. I know more about history than you'll ever have enough
And you still
lifetimes
can't
to
convince
forget.
people.
I
with
do
your
convince people.
positions.
I convince people all the time. Go read the comments under my Joe Rogan experience. Okay, it's 1.5
You don't
million views.
convince any
It's
of the right
99% positive.
Yes, you don't.
I don't agree with
convince
you.
the
I
right
get
people.
I get letters from women all the time. I don't convince you because you're a hard-headed girl.
You reaffirm people's beliefs. Some woman.
I don't.
Some
You
woman,
reaffirm
some
people's
woman
beliefs.
telling you that
you're
they
the
feel
one backing
happy.
up the sisterhood. You're the one saying, "Listen, women are inherently good, and they would all
agree
act
with
better if men would just be."
You gave an
women only do
example.
something bad.
Stance is so much harder than affirming someone's stance. They already believe what you're telling them, lady. Rachel's at least challenging what they believe and then showing them a counter to that. You're not. You're saying, yeah, you're good, slay queen. What is that?
If men make them do it. And I'm the one who's saying, no, women can be bad all on their own without men doing anything wrong.
You gave,
and you won't.
You gave the example, right, of women sending you letters saying, I'm so freaking happy that somebody is standing up for women because I'm a
For
stay-at-home
moms.
Right. So
And
that
for
is,
those
so
of
that
us
is
who
a
don't
woman,
want a girl
that is
boss.
a woman who you are confirming what she already believes, her values. You're not changing.
Well, do you want me to
anybody's-
bring up all the emails of women who told me that I changed their
You're not
mind, including
changing.
2 of the girls I was on the Whatever podcast with who emailed me after
not.
to say, you know what? I never thought about that, and I went home and cried about it. And I'm gonna.
So,
one of them was an OnlyFans girl. She took down her OnlyFans because she had a daughter, and she's like,
"That's
You made me think of things I had never considered before." And I went home and had to really ask myself tough questions, and I cried a little bit, and then I decided I'm not going to do this anymore. So yes, I do reach people.
that is
You would have no way of knowing that.
Oh, I got a
just wanna
message. I saw that my PR got approved, but there's a test failure, and I have become so lazy. Like the moment I'm like,
trying to speak, to learn or to listen to learn and have your position challenged than it is to listen to be able to have your opportunity to talk.
Let me read a message. So
Same thing.
hold on, let me
Yeah,
read
you
a
just
quick
wanna
message
be a brat.
here. I got wait, really
I
quick.
think
I got
you
a
just-
message.
I
I got a
think I've
mail.
got-
Hey, really quick.
Go.
I received a message. Thank you for the content, man. You and Andrew's channels have probably saved my relationship by opening my girlfriend's eyes to the culture that a lot of modern women subscribe to. She now loves watching with me. Look at that. We got a couple. We got a man and a woman. They're in a relationship watching me and Andrew's channels. And I get these messages pretty
I
frequently.
can pull up my accounts too, and
Okay,
the
let me.
messages-
Can I do one real quick?
And the messages that I
Listening.
got after
This
the
is
first
from
show
a
and this
lady.
one. We
a
all
lady.
have our fan
Listening and
base.
trying not to cry. I had a very successful business, graphic design, and what made me quit for good was someone who wanted me to design book covers for a series of goddess books. I had been living in the boss babe goddess culture for years, trying to hold on to my Christian ethics, and that was it. Since leaving it, I have been deprogramming myself. It has been a horribly toxic effect on me. It's made me a worse wife, a worse mother, and definitely a worse Christian. Thank you for your book. I feel less crazy for thinking this damaged me like it did.
Also, really quick, I
She
do
got
want
damaged from
you said
from painting.
hold on.
Feminism. From the
you
feminism
made a-
boss babe goddess worship
You
stuff.
smuggled in a claim earlier that either it's me or Rachel or Andrew that we're talking down to these women, to the OnlyFans
Yes.
women. What do you mean? Can you give me it doesn't have to be verbatim. Give me an example of talking down to the women. What does that
I
mean?
think anybody can go, and they can. I mean, your show's tomorrow, right? At
Sure.
what time? At 4:30.
Well, yeah, but that's tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Something that happened in the past.
Well, they can see tomorrow's show or go back
Why
and
would
see
you
any
assume
show.
that somebody's going to be talked down to tomorrow?
I know that's the case unless you're
So
unless you're becoming a
it's
little
just
bit more
prejudiced or
self-aware
whatever?
on
Okay,
that.
well, that's
but
great.
even the tone in
The
addressing
tone.
women,
Okay,
even
so great. My
in-
tone is terrible. Why don't you?
and even telling women to shut up or do this, the way you address
yeah, give me an
them
example
is-
of talking down.
I just mentioned it. If you're, hosting people and you
Yeah.
tell somebody, shut up or shut the fuck up or anything like that, that is talking down to women. Do you agree that that's an example of talking
Well,
down
I
to
could
women?
say shut the fuck up to a man too, I suppose, but.
But that is also
if somebody is
talking down to women,
so-
and it has happened, and I watched.
Yeah,
it.
sure. I'm going to.
Okay.
I'm absolutely going to agree that there have been moments where I've told people to either shut up, shut the fuck up.
Women.
You shut the fuck up. I've definitely said it. I've absolutely said that.
yeah.
However, you're kind of missing the part where the person is not shutting the fuck up.
That is not what I observed in the last time I was here. I was actually so surprised with those interactions because never in my life
Right, so
have I
when
seen
you've given
those
people-
interactions between men and women.
That's great. When
Yeah.
you've given people instructions on multiple fronts over messages before the show, you ask people not to be interrupting.
Does not matter. That's a part of being a host, Brian.
Okay, well, you might
know
say that it's impolite, but you're doing something different here. Again, I'm asking you, what is the specific talking down?
Talking down to women in calling them unintelligent
When did
or
I
in.
call someone unintelligent?
I'd have to, I guess, go back to shows or but again, I don't have the time to watch these whatever 10-hour podcasts done on Sunday. But yeah, I think anybody that does watch them will see those negative interactions against the girls. That's what I saw when I was here last time. I was really surprised by how bad it was, honestly. And again, I think those kinds of interactions don't do anything to help get those women out of what you want them to do. You know, you get more bees with honey than you do with poo, right? That is what I'm trying to say here. Like, if we're trying to bring people to our side, get them to agree with us, I'm not saying distort facts.
I'm not sure if that's actually true, to be honest.
Don't distort facts, but the delivery does absolutely matter.
Well, I'm actually interested in exploring somewhat related to this.
I'm actually kind of tired.
We'll wrap soon then.
Yeah.
But this suggestion that either Andrew Wilson, Rachel Wilson, or myself that we are divisive, right?
Yes, when it comes to relations with men and women. Rachel.
So
Rachel
we
is
divide
a
men.
different.
What specifically is the
category.
divisive content?
Again, portraying a majority of women to be somebody that has a background in sex work, even if that's not the case on the show. If you go on social media and you see clips,
Nobody portrays it as the majority. Do you want to pick different words?
It's the impression that is given. Do you understand how public relations work?
How would
and
that
how
matter
media
if some people have the perception
If
that
most
a
women-
majority of
if
the women
most-
on the show are sex workers?
Most people have the impression that that's
I
just
don't think
how
that's
reality.
true at all.
How would you?
Hey,
first
chat,
off, you'd
do you
have to
think that
demonstrate
most
it.
women are sex workers?
No,
Because I
that's-
don't think you do.
I'm saying that from the clips being presented on social media.
Oftentimes, wait, hold on. Even if you were judging based just off the clips,
If you do-
the women in
Exactly,
the
that's a
60-second
stupid
clips are not saying, "Hey, by the way, my name is Becky and I'm a sex worker." Most of the clips omit the woman's profession. So how would you establish that the women in these clips are even sex workers?
That, I guess, again, it's
good
the
point.
impression
It's
that
just the
impression
okay.
that's
I think
given.
that's your
So you'd have
impression.
to.
I think that's your
I
biased
think a good way to
impression.
test
bias,
this out,
exactly.
Brian, would be why don't you do a man on the street video? So go with the camera on the street, walk around this area, and ask.
Basically, this is the same thing as the white women walking around and the BLM stuff, hollering, "Don't talk down to black people." Well, no one's talking down to black people. Why are you arguing with black people? Well, no one is. It's the same thing. It's so ridiculous.
Ask people first if they know of the whatever podcast, and then second, what do they think or what is their impression of the podcast, and
But I don't
would they believe that sex workers are overrepresented in the show?
One, you're just
Jesus
wrong,
does
but
this
what does
stuff
this have to do with my actual question that related to in which way? So I was asking you,
fact that
what
she
is the actual divisive content of the show? And then you just defer to a majority of people think or have a perception that your show primarily has on sex workers.
Why is it bad?
Why would that be divisive? And secondly, it's just false.
Because for the men watching, it gets them thinking that the reason why they are single or are lonely is because a majority of women are promiscuous, a majority of women are just not intelligent,
No, a big
instead
enough
of
number is.
reflecting upon themselves, taking responsibility upon themselves, bettering themselves as men.
What are you saying? What are you?
That-
You're not
you
even
know
saying
exactly.
anything.
You know exactly
I
what
don't
I'm
know what
saying.
you're saying.
Men watching
Can somebody
might
have
think.
hold
Men
on.
watching might
Can
think.
someone have a
She's
false
speaking for men
perception?
now.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
So do
And
you have
that's
a
what's
false-
going on.
So then that's
So then they
that's
can
an error.
justify.
That's an error on their part. I'm asking you,
They can
in
ju-
truth, in actuality, what is the divisive content of my podcast?
Again, the divisive part of it is that the end goal, the end result of it is that
And-
men have
Oh, sorry.
a more negative perception of women as a whole from watching it. Do you disagree with that?
Hold on, repeat that one more time.
That the
end
perception of men watching that podcast is that they have.
Sorry.
Is that they have a more negative perception of women than they did before watching the podcast.
Takis chili lemon chips, light heat, big bunch of lime. Dirt. I love dirt. I'm a dirt nerd.
And regular.
It turns out when you let women say what they really think, they don't look so good sometimes, and she doesn't like that. And she would like you to conceal that. She would like you to hide that, please, because it doesn't make women look good.
Well, when you bring on women that are, young, dumb girls from UC Berkeley.
Wait, if they're young and dumb, why are we letting them vote?
Being indoctrinated by their college professors.
But you want them to vote.
If we're bringing on, sex
She's
workers.
just going to ignore me.
Then yes, you're going to get ridiculous questions.
If these women are so ridiculous, why are you pressing them to vote?
Because unfortunately, even the most ridiculous of people and ideas have to be defended.
I agree. It's pretty unfortunate that they're voting. I agree.
Have to be defended at the ballot box, and we have to.
You still didn't actually answer my question.
We have to convince them.
You didn't answer my question. You simply said, even if I were to grant that the
we have to convince the dumb sex workers to vote for us, guys, rather than just saying maybe they shouldn't vote.
Well, hold on.
Because
you didn't actually answer my question.
This is a 2-to-1 to end this.
So even if the end result, oh my God.
You got this. I believe in you.
Even if what you're saying is true and the end result is that a proportion of men had a slightly increased negative perception of women, that still doesn't answer my question of what
why is that
specific,
bad for society?
No, what specifically is the divisive nature or divisive content on my podcast? What is the divisive nature or content of it? What am I saying that is divisive?
It's not what you're saying. It's the result of it. What is the end result?
But
That is my point.
That is not the question I'm asking.
You're
saying, Brian, your content is divisive. I'm asking you, what is the divisive content? And you're saying some men end up having a negative impression of women. That doesn't answer the question.
Yeah, it would vary on an episode to episode basis.
What is the divisive
content?
What is the divisive ideological positions that I hold? Or that Andrew espouses?
Again, saying that men and women are not equal.
Never.
In the legal sense, that women do not contribute equally to society as men do. That's an argument that Andrew has made.
If it was factually true, would it be divisive?
Yes.
Well, it's not factually true.
It is factually true.
Men and women equally contribute to society. You can't have one.
Hold on. How could that actually?
Again,
define equal.
You gave me
define equal.
Equal in value.
Wait, hold on. So men and women. Wait, hold on. Let me make something clear. Men and women have inherent equal value. They have they're equal in moral value, inherent value.
Yes.
Men and women are equal. But you can never make the claim that in terms of what men and women contribute to society, that they're equal. Their contributions are equal.
Yes, they are. They're different.
They're not equal.
But equal.
That's actually not true. My friend Aaron Clary wrote this fantastic book called A World Without Men. Cannot recommend it enough. And he's an economist.
And this is why
it's my turn
don't
to talk
want to reproduce with men.
He's an economist who's
hold on. Let Rachel. Hold on. Let Rachel.
I have been sitting here quietly.
Let Rachel get through her thing.
This is why women aren't getting married. I mean.
Wait. What? Hold on. Wait. We have to explore that. But Rachel, please finish your position.
If you believe men and women don't contribute equally to society,
you have to make women happy, or they'll hold the whole human race hostage and refuse to reproduce and let humanity die out. So be nice to women. Tell them what they want to hear. Anyway, my friend Aaron Clary wrote this fantastic book. I cannot recommend it enough. It's called A World Without Men, an analysis of an all-female economy. And he goes through the top jobs that women do and the top jobs that men do in the economy. And he's very fair. He's not like me. He's way less radical than me. He's pretty normal, chill guy. And he breaks it down in such a way that he shows what jobs are essential, what jobs are like pretty important, what jobs are not that important, and jobs that are totally useless. And the split between women is like men do 70% of all the essential and very important jobs that just like we can't live as a species if they don't do.
Is having kids not the most essential
That's not,
thing
but we're
for us
talking
as
about
a
in the
species?
workforce. In the workforce, women aren't having kids, and you said the women won't have kids until the men do what they want.
But that is the value that they bring to society.
Yeah, but they're not doing it. You're not doing it. Most of them aren't doing it. It's 1.5 kids per woman now. Women aren't doing it. They want to have an office job.
And both of you just said that what men contribute to society is of greater value than what women contribute to society.
Now it is, yes.
Which I disagree
feminism,
with.
it used to be equal. The women were having children and raising them themselves.
I don't think that's the only reason. I don't think that's the
I think that is the only essential job women can do.
To society.
Wait, she did smuggle something in there.
So
she smuggled a whole bunch of shit in.
I love this 2-to-1 debate. I guess it takes two of them against one
you're
actual
directing
conservative
some of the,
to make their points.
Okay.
Just wanted to call that out.
Call what out?
The fact that now it's a 2-to-1 debate.
Well, I think it's fair if you're
because you're a contradiction machine. You assert things you can't prove.
Two of you to go up against one of me.
Oh yeah. Oh gosh, Brian.
If that's not the case, then prove me wrong.
I think it's fair.
I did for the last 4 hours.
Prove me wrong that it takes just one of you.
I think it's fair if you're.
I whooped your ass for 4 hours straight with no help from Brian.
Sure, Rachel.
Yeah.
I think it's fair if you're directing. Drano. I think it's fair if you're directing criticisms towards me that at that moment I can engage specifically on that. But here,
You asked questions about your show. Of course I had to answer them.
Well, I think it was related to something you had brought up specifically.
Look in the monitor at your face. Look how smug. Yeah, you sit there like this and you go.
It is so smug.
Having good posture.
Oh boy. Here, wait. Let me.
No, it's your face. Your face does like a.
Because I find
and if you read the comments of your last appearance, all anybody said was, "She's insufferable. She's so smug. She's so arrogant." It's like. I've demonstrated to you that you're wrong on multiple accounts, and you just stonewall, obfuscate, ignore.
Because you're wrong on the fact that women should not be allowed to vote, period.
That's your opinion.
Point blank.
You don't have anything to back it up. That's just your opinion.
Blank.
Why should women be able to vote?
Because women and men have equal inherent value. That's so therefore.
Again, the is-ought gap. This is why people are like in the comments begging me to force you to answer the is-ought gap, because you're like, they should because they should because they should. That's what you're saying.
That's never going to change.
Women should be able to vote because women should be able to vote because women are because and you just repeat. That's not an argument, darling.
We have
You're
a right.
very pretty, okay? You're very pretty, but that's gonna run out at a certain point.
We have a right to.
That goes away when you get older. So you have to learn to use your brain. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So you can't say women should vote because women should vote because women should vote because they should because they should. That's not an argument. You didn't even make an argument.
We have a right
this whole
to
time.
life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, which used to be property.
We have a right.
We don't have
We
rights.
we have a right. We have a right. We have a right because we have a right because we have a right because we have a right.
In the U.S. Constitution.
Why should we let everyone vote?
Because it is what is morally correct.
Based on what?
Natural law, natural rights, which you don't want to accept.
No, natural law does not say everyone gets a vote. It literally says that nature works in a hierarchy and that there's patriarchy. That's what natural law says, so you are incorrect.
And our U.S. Constitution, which I believe in and support.
I'm done, Brian.
Actually mentions and outlines that our laws
she's just gonna prattle
from
God
and from
it's
natural
bad
law.
because it's bad because it's bad. We should because we should because we should.
Rachel, the problem
That's
is
not an argument.
Rachel, the problem is you're not
go
convincing
back to school and learn how to make an argument.
You're not convincing anybody.
Neither
to your
are you.
position.
You're not convincing anyone of anything.
You're not helping.
Well, actually, no. You've convinced everybody that you are arrogant and insufferable, that you're incorrect, you're ignorant, and you're way worse than I thought you were going to be in this debate. I thought you would come with something better than women should be able to vote because women should be able to because they should.
I thought somebody closing 50 would be a less.
I'm 45 now. Come on, let's not push it. Let's not push it. Closing 50.
Hey,
Come on, I'm 45. Yeah, you're pushing 40 over there.
Would be a lot less emotional in their arguments.
Yes, you got me. I'm very emotional.
More logical arguments instead of just trying to.
Honey, I just demonstrated to you what logic is, and you can't comprehend it. You can't even understand what I'm saying.
Are we ready for?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do closing.
I love her telling me about logic. It's almost as good as when she was telling Andrew about logic, and it's like,
yeah, I love that part where
Andrew is an actual logician.
He
you don't
also couldn't define hypocrisy last time.
No, he did define hypocrisy. He defined it correctly.
No, he did.
Yes, he did.
Not.
Yes, he did.
Could not understand the basic.
This is why you don't let women vote. There is no amount of reasoning, logic, talking to them, explaining, demonstrating. It doesn't matter. She's right because she's right because it's her. What it comes down to is her preference. She prefers things a certain way, and therefore it is because it is because it is, and that you'll never get past that.
I suggest
she's got like an intellectual ceiling that forbids her from understanding anything past. I want because I want because I want, and it is because it is.
Here's what we're
I
going to do.
suggest people go on my. We should go if you guys
to,
want to go on my social media platforms, especially Instagram, and you can watch the debate between myself and her husband on those topics.
Well, you know what we're going to do?
Everybody
judge for
already
yourself.
did watch it.
I don't know if Andrew.
Have you looked at the comments?
I don't know if Andrew's still watching, but Andrew, we'll get you a 1v1 with Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll get you a 1v1 with Andrew.
That would be.
Don't do that to my poor husband.
Here, look.
Why do you hate him, Brian? What are you doing?
What can I say? I'm a sadist, or a masochist. I don't know. I don't know which
Maybe
one.
a little of both.
Probably a little bit of both. We're all gluttons for punishment, I guess. But here's what we'll do. We have some. We have some reads that we have to do. We have some super chats, but we keep getting a little distracted, so we'll do closing now, and then we'll save the reads for after the closing statement, so we can at least get through the closing statements. So for those watching, if you want to ask a question, leave a statement. We do have some that are in the pipeline. Those of you who are patiently waiting, we'll get to those. $10 display, $100 read. Drop us a follow, prime sub, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a like the video. Buy Rachel Wilson's book. Oh my God, my mic almost drops. A cult.
When you are that full of yourself and that arrogant and pompous, what makes you think you're ever going to attract a mate of the other side, of the other sex, to spend their life with you? If you always talk over them, you're never going to be able to get a word in. Your opinion means nothing, and like I hope she really starts reading some comments. Or just maybe not even that. Maybe God just puts a download in her head, makes her realize how awful she looks, how repulsive. It's like two magnets turned the wrong way, and it just pushes them apart. That's what her perception and her persona does. As gorgeous as because she is drop dead gorgeous. That's
Feminism, Amazon.com/
Amazon.
You can buy her book there. Also, Debate University, if you want to learn how to become a master debater.
You scream at the mic. That's how you do it.
DebateUniversity.com. Okay, so let's do closing statements. I believe you get to go first with your closing statement, and then Rachel will go second. Go ahead.
Sure. My closing statement would be that, again, rights are natural. Men and women deserve equal voting rights. That's basically it. And saying that women deserve equal voting rights and financial rights as men does not a feminist make. By that definition, which you like to put upon pretty much everybody, then most people would be called feminist. And I think you do the movement, the conservative movement, a disservice pretty much by advocating for relinquishing women's rights as a whole. And if you don't agree with, like you said, a constitutional republic, if you don't agree with women's voting rights, if you don't agree with women not having financial independence, may I suggest visit Iran, go live there, one-way ticket, anywhere else in the world where women don't have rights, and actually practice what you preach. And also don't vote, like you said you have before, and that, like how you said, you will continue to do in the future. I actually walk the walk and talk the talk. I practice what I preach, and I think that is what proves that my ideas stand. So just like I would tell a commie that lives in the U.S., if you don't like it here, if you don't like our values, go to Cuba, go to Venezuela, anywhere else in the world. That's what I would recommend. Go somewhere or set up your own country, call it whatever you want, where women don't have equal values to men. Me, on the other hand, I'm actually going to make arguments that help people come to our side rather than tell them the solution is you don't get a right to vote. That is illogical. It's never going to happen. And so it's a non-solution. It's just a grifting talking point. That's my closing statement.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Rachel, if you'd like to give yours.
Yeah, so all we heard for the last several hours was contradictions, logical fallacies, conflation, just a total contradiction machine. She would make libertarian arguments and say, I want individualism, I don't want the government involved, and then make arguments where she'd say the government needs to come in and equalize things. Just lots of obfuscation, stonewalling, no actual arguments at all. She doesn't even understand what an argument is. An argument is not just asserting your opinion. You have to have a grounding foundation behind what your opinion is. And you have to be able to demonstrate it and point out that the other person has incoherencies or inconsistencies in their worldview. Not only did she fail to do that, but she just resorted to being obnoxious. So basically everything I predicted in my opening is exactly what happened. She came to a debate completely unarmed. Like I said, if this was a beauty pageant, she'd do great. Unfortunately, debating is not her forte, and after this, I expect she'll fade back into relative obscurity among the sea of conservative MAGA Barbies who are out there just posting these same garbage talking points that haven't helped anyone or done anything to move us in a direction we want to go. Certainly not as conservatives, because as we demonstrated, she is most certainly not a conservative.
Hey, it's Nate Bargatze. Get ready for the dead air because the new Breadwinner trailer starts.
So this idea that my job as a woman is to maintain the image and the PR status of the sisterhood at the cost of truth is bullshit. I understand why it rubs a lot of women the wrong way. I understand that it makes them uncomfortable. I do not care. And the reason I do not care is because the undeniable result of almost 100 years of feminism is that children are growing up in broken homes. They are growing up without their dads in a lot of cases. They're growing up being raised in daycares because moms think that they need to work and they prioritize career over their own children. They outsource the most important thing they can do with their lives to some random daycare worker, wage slave, and let the state raise their kids in public schools. And I'm not going to ever sacrifice the well-being of children on the altar of feminism so that people like Driana can feel good about her life choices or whatever it is that she wants. I've been super consistent. All my arguments were coherent. I had grounding and foundation for all of them. I had history and facts on my side, but I'm also able to actually articulate why things ought be the case and poke all kinds of holes in her baseless assertions. So yeah, this reminds me a lot of her telling me, please don't come on here and say the truth about women if it makes them look bad because it gives up the game. Reminds me a lot of Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton preventing women from being able to vote on whether or not they wanted to vote. If you don't know that, it's actually a fact. Women always voted in referendums not to pass the 19th. Women overwhelmingly voted against giving women voting rights. And it wasn't because they don't like women, it was because they didn't want everyone to vote. So there should be massive restrictions on voting, not just women, but people who are taking more from the system than they're getting back, people who weren't born here. There's all kinds of restrictions. You probably should have to pass a civics test. You should probably have to pass tests on basic knowledge about government. So it's not only women. However, I do think that letting women vote against their husband's vote separates families. It pits the sexes against each other. And if we do care about families and intact marriages and getting men and women back on the same page, we've got to stop with the delusions about the women's liberation stuff and that it could ever exist in a world without the technology and the simps that allow it. So I'm going to say what's true, regardless of whether or not the sisterhood likes it.
Fantastic.
All right, we're going to let some chats come through here. Remind you guys, I wanted to hold some of the display chats just while they were giving their closing statements. $10 for display, $100 read. If you've enjoyed the stream, like the video. Let's get into some of the chats. We have Craftsman Ethos. Femcon being a tone police. Please remember you're being allowed to talk right now by man. Brian.
She has an agenda.
Okay, thank you for your soup chat, Craftsman.
That's hilarious.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Craftsman. Guys, W's in the chat for all these supporters tonight. Christopher Scott, thank you for your super chat, Chris. That's wrong. Most men who watch realize that Californian women and femcon women, such as yourself, are retorted. Retorted. It's like the combination of tortoise and retarded. Thank you for that, Christopher Scott. I do appreciate that. We have Solo Rob 90, who invited the fake blonde Kamala Harris. Oh, sorry, this is below the threshold. I apologize. That should have just been a display. Oopsie. Oopsie.
I know.
Here we
She's
are.
as blonde as she is conservative. Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Why don't you accidentally post some of the ones that are calling out Rachel and you?
We have.
Yeah. Oopsie.
What?
There's plenty of low threshold comments that.
Well, it has to, if they're talking shit, it has to be above.
Well, I noticed
threshold.
one of your good friends posting.
Well, not just my friends, but
no, like your bestie from your Instagram was posting
I saw him
nasty
on there
stuff.
too. Yeah.
So.
As well.
What?
So you've got your little trolls in the chat too, don't you?
Trolls, no, actual followers and supporters.
Wait, hold on. Okay. We have.
By the way, what's that whole thing with like?
Hold on.
MAGA women. I feel like that's just out of envy.
She refuses to take any direction.
Is the blonde MAGA?
No, they all jumped on this grifting train. Like there's one named Patriot Barbie who did this. There's a whole bunch of these girls that were like, "Oh my God, Trump! I'm MAGA. Come to my Instagram and look at pictures of me in my star-spangled bikini. I love Trump." It's definitely like a phenomenon.
Would you call the host at Fox or Real America's Voice?
Immaterial objection. Immaterial objection. Relevance.
It is.
Meme bird to femcon. If you didn't have breakfast today, how would you feel?
Lighter.
And what do men need to do to fix it? To Rachel, you're awesome, and Andrew has a great beard. Mem Birdman, thank you for that. Appreciate it. We have the Unknown Soldier. I don't see why Nitwit is complaining about Brian bringing on dumb girls. He platformed you twice. Show a little gratitude, honey. Okay, there you have it.
I think Brian is grateful for all of the donations.
That is true. I'm
for
very
bringing me
grateful.
on the show, or else it would not have been as.
I mean, we
as
could have
generous.
put, honestly, we could have put another feminist in that chair.
I doubt it, because nobody really triggers, or apparently you've told me that nobody's triggered you as much as I have in the last show.
I don't think I said that. Although to be fair, you were.
She's very special,
she
Brian.
ruffled my feathers.
She's a very special and very important person.
You did ruffle my feathers a little bit, but
yeah.
Not
too hard.
I missed some. Hold on. We have Flavius. Oh, as a TTS.
Flavius_Asinus has donated $200. Now this Pusa has modicum of modesty.
All right. Thank you for that, Flavius. We have Doofus, which will be delayed, but I'll just read it now. Again, fix my toilet and then sit down. Rachel is right. That is from Doofus. From Doofus. He wants you to fix his toilet. He
That's a
wants you
great point
to
we
be-
didn't get to touch on. I'll believe that she wants equality when she demands equality in dirty, difficult, and dangerous
I can
jobs.
hire
Until
somebody to do
then,
that.
then, you're full of shit.
Rachel,
you don't want equality.
Men can hire women to cook for them and clean for them, and women can hire men.
Okay,
to
well,
do
where's
the
all
stuff
the
they don't wanna
women
do.
volunteering to clean sewers and pick up trash
Why would
and
they
do
volunteer?
logging?
Why would
Well,
they
they want
volunteer?
equality. Why don't they want to do all the dirty,
No, they
dangerous,
want-
difficult
they
stuff?
want equal
No, but if
choice,
men quit
Rachel.
doing
They've
it,
always had equal
society
choice.
would
Yeah, they can
stop,
choose to go.
They
into this
could choose to do
You
those
think
things
power comes
before.
from nowhere?
They could choose to do whatever they wanted
water
before.
comes from
Feminism
nowhere?
just
Thank you, Pasty.
forced everybody to make them
You're the one that's
elevated.
trying to force people into
I'm not
being
trying to
one
force
thing or
anything.
the other.
Nowhere?
Rachel.
Or air conditioners?
I think women should be mothers, but they can also be whatever the heck else they want to.
Did I say they couldn't? No, I never said that.
You
Of
said
course
they
I didn't.
shouldn't.
I said they can do that after they fulfill
that
their
they-
duty to society.
Yeah.
You can do more than one thing. Yes, I agree with you.
Okay, we have, he sent it in twice, I guess, Joe Blow?
Joe Blow donated $200.
TTS.
Now
That's a
this
slightly
pucer
different
libtard has a modicum of modesty. Typical.
I didn't even. The sentence is not coherent. I've been doing this. We've been here like what, 5 hours now?
Yeah, we're just, there's a
And,
few chats that are finishing up. We have Tomrin, you can boil the vote issue down to the fact that men are forced to go to war if need be. Women have got the comfort of the vote without the responsibility on top of abandoning their procreating.
On top of abandoning their duty
I am
to
not
society.
in favor of any kind of draft or men being.
It doesn't matter. We live in reality and we have a draft. We have a draft though. You're
that
not
can-
getting rid of it and it's not going anywhere.
Yes, that can actually. There's
Oh,
a
now
larger-
things can change, Brian.
That's a
Imagine
larger.
that.
That's
Wow.
actually
another
more
contradiction.
realistic. That is more
contradiction.
realistic than
was
women
the point.
having their right to vote taken away.
Yeah,
Rachel.
but that wouldn't be perpetually binding. Like, okay, you get rid of the draft, but
War is not going away,
some
so
sort
the
of-
draft is not going away.
Definitely
Even-
not.
even if
although
they
I don't think
passed a
it'll ever
law?
be used because of, like you mentioned,
wait, we're
Rachel,
closer.
technology.
That's crazy.
Because of what's
You don't
Did
think
you just see
my
how many men were killed in Russia and Ukraine over the past few years?
I'm talking about the
Technology
US. The
did
US,
not.
Rachel.
It would be the same
we're at
thing
war
if we
with
were.
Iran?
We
Yes.
have service people who are being killed right now there.
Which I disagree with. What I'm saying, my argument
matter
is
if
that
you agree
we are
or
not
not.
going
That's
to
what's
invoke
going
a
on.
draft anytime.
How can you say
You
that
can't say
definitively?
that. We're
I
going
wish there
to.
was
In
a-
fact, it's inevitable that we will again at some point.
Okay.
It's inevitable that we will.
Well, we'll see if we're all.
She just
alive
lives in
the
Delulu
next
land where
50
she has
years
she
to
has
see.
normalcy bias where in her lifetime this is how it's always been, therefore it's always going to be that way. So another fallacy, the
No,
normalcy
that's just
bias.
statistical probability.
No,
of things
it's not.
happening.
You have no statistics to back that up. You just keep asserting
Wait,
garbage.
wait, Rachel, wouldn't statistics...
Okay, are we done?
Wait, hold on,
Since we just finished
Statistics
our
would bear out
closing
that we're
arguments.
going to
Well, yes,
probably
we do
have
the
a
closing
draft.
arguments,
yes.
but we also allow people to have some chats come through.
All right.
But wouldn't the statistically, there have been
The fact that we
There
have
has
the
been
kind of technology
conscription.
that doesn't require boots on the ground like we did in previous wars.
Women think that
And
because
we're
they have
gonna
no
have even
idea.
more
You have
advanced
no idea about
technology
war.
within-
It's all
That's
gonna
not
be-
true.
years
it's
to
going to be
come.
drones,
It's
bro.
going to be drones.
Yeah, it's all going to be drones.
It's going to be electrical grids going down. It's going to be
Yeah,
cyber
'cause
warfare.
drones
It's going to
protect
be
places
that
That'll be,
kind of stuff.
that'll be a
Don't they?
component, but
You literally
You're
have
still
no
going to have
concept of
men
what's
that's the
killing
case,
each
then
other.
why are there
You have no
currently
concept
people
of what's
in
going
the
on.
military, like actual humans in the military?
There's still some jobs that can't be filled by
Just can you
a
put that on
robot,
the ground?
AI, or those.
Oh my, okay, that's crazy.
Most
That's
of them
crazy.
Not going to be
Delulu
the case. Sure.
So even if we were to grant that there will never be a draft again, it is still a prerequisite for men to have access to the vote. And if they don't register for the selective service, technically a felony, $250,000 fine.
Really
They're
bad.
barred from certain federal jobs, from receiving federal student loans. So even then, there's
Disagree with all
still
that.
you,
Disagree with all of that. Yeah.
but it is the current status quo.
Yeah. Maybe we should work towards removing that. That is more of a.
Well, maybe we should work
realistic-
towards.
How
there
about
not
women
being-
sign up for the draft?
Well, what they again, probably not going to happen. What they did do recently.
Why shouldn't we? But
What they
ought
did do
we to make it
recently-
fair? If you want equality, women ought to sign up for the draft just like men, right?
I
Wouldn't
want
that be
equality
equal?
I want equality, which is why I want men to not have to sign up for the draft like women.
Okay,
Does that
then
make
if we
sense?
get invaded by a
Oh my
foreign
God, we're
power,
still
who
going at
fights?
this. How about we finish these?
Okay, that's what I thought. She's got nothing.
No, I made my
You've got
argument.
nothing.
I made my argument.
Hold on, I'm gonna.
What you want is equality when and where it suits you, and then you want men to, as long as one sex is expected to die for the other, there cannot be equality.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes,
exactly.
that is absolutely right.
Correct.
Most men are not dying for women.
The expectation is that when it comes down to it, the
Individual
men,
men are
the
not
women
out there
and children
dying
get the lifeboats, and the men are supposed to sacrifice their lives for the women and the children. And as long as that's the expectation, there's no such thing as equality, and that's never going to change.
And in reality, that doesn't happen, does there? Again, very
a
special
little bit.
occasions.
I can kind of see it.
Tom Green.
I can see it a little bit when he was younger, you know.
The
comedian?
Yeah. The
Salad fingers.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember his big thing or whatever. Christopher Scott, you said not allowing women to vote is illogical. What law of logic does not allowing women to vote
Great question.
violate?
Logic.
Do you want to respond to
You
that?
love logic. You should know the 3
Adriana?
laws of logic, right?
I've already I've already answered that question multiple times. I'm trying to get off this podcast.
Well, I mean, be a good sport, but people sent in some super chats.
There's no such thing as a law of logic. How's that?
Are you serious?
The law of logic. That's a good one.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So you don't know that there's.
Wait, do you want to do a bet? $1,000 bet?
A law of logic.
You just sat here on this podcast and the last podcast talking about how you're logical and you have the logic positions and you love logic, and then you said there's no such thing as the laws of logic.
What are
There's a single definition of the law of logic. Is that what you're arguing?
No, there's 3 laws of logic.
Okay.
That govern
So there
how
isn't
logic
a single
works.
law of logic.
He said,
Which is-
which law of logic does not allow women? Would it be the? I'm not even gonna. The law of
When he says
identity.
what law of logic? He's asking which.
The law of non-contradiction. These are laws that govern what is logical. Otherwise, how would you know what's logical?
What's logical is that men and women hold equal inherent value. Therefore, they should have equal
She's a
legal
politician.
representative
She's a politician.
value and an equal vote.
She's a politician. She doesn't give a straight. She won't give you a straight answer. You can ask.
That
a
is a
question.
straight answer.
That wasn't a
it's
straight
not
answer.
the answer that you want to hear.
You have 2 master's degrees?
2 bachelor's degrees.
2 bachelor's
She's got
degrees.
bachelor's.
Okay.
Long time ago.
All right, we have Jim Bob. We tried Christopher Scott. Blondie is not conservative. She still has not been able to give the actual definition and attributes of a conservative. She also will never get married. If she was wifey material, her current man would have put a ring on it, as we know, after a few days. In her defense, she has been married before.
I have.
She has, so she did get married.
So
She's no longer married.
Yep.
But she did get married.
Correct.
She
So,
got you there, Jim
already-
Bob. She's got you there, Jim Bob. Okay, let's see. We have some, let me just check. Yeah, we do have a few more coming in. We have Airborne.
Hopefully it wasn't her.
Where is it? Hold on one moment. Airborne Animal. Oh, did I? Wait. Airborne Animal. Leftist women. I'm not going to, like this butterfly, purposely misrepresent the whatever, good use, misrepresent the whatever podcast precisely because it holds a mirror up and reflects their actual toxicity, dishonesty, and ignorance, not one step back.
Exactly.
Thank you, Airborne Animal.
Is that
He's an
not
animal
one
that's
step back
airborne.
thing, like a Gen Z thing? I've never heard of that.
It's a crucible thing.
Oh, gotcha. So people that are your husband's fans.
You know, you could like put the phone down and just be a little, show a little love to the chatters.
I am reaching out to the people that are you guys read your comments live. I was going through mine, telling me congratulations on this debate.
All right, woman, come fix my toilet and fix the sewer, and say we are equal. And yes, this is 450. He's keeping a spreadsheet of
450
of all the
Gotcha.
yeah.
It's the same guy.
Yeah.
Hey, that title he decides to go under doofus. Actually, kind of appropriate. 450 so far on the
Ace
show.
Justin, thank you.
just to leave comments. That's hilarious.
All right. Well, I think that's
what was that last
pretty
one?
much.
A troll.
They're below the threshold. I didn't even read them. Oh shit! Wait. What? Okay. I think that's it.
All right.
Yeah,
done here.
those are the last ones.
Fantastic. Do you promise me Andrew then for the next one, like he said on the show? Last time I was there.
Let me tune into Andrew's stream here. Andrew, I can't hear the audio. Thumbs up, thumbs down, Andrew.
Are you next,
debate?
Andrew, now that you sent
Do you
in your
want
wife?
to debate, Andrew? Do you thumbs up, Andrew, if you want to do a debate with Drano? Sorry,
Drano?
I'm sorry. Dre.
That's
Brian.
Driana.
Yep, for the 100th
Andrew, do the Troy, you know? The Joaquin Phoenix,
Be a man, Andrew.
He says thumbs up.
There you go.
He double thumbs up. He wants 2 debates with you.
Fantastic.
Oh, shit.
He looks so handsome.
Oh, shit. There was one thing I wanted to ask. You had been interfacing with somebody online, and Trump recently tweeted that he was glad this guy who was prosecuting him died. Now, I personally, I actually disagreed with. Isn't that what I said?
Yeah.
I disagreed with
I know
Trump
you're
on this. Look, I understand this guy had it out for Trump and was probably like trying to ruin Trump's life, essentially. And I think it's okay to strongly dislike or even hate somebody who's trying to ruin your life. But I do think, and perhaps even privately, you can have a degree of, okay, well, this guy's dead. I'm not going to shed a tear. But I do think it is in bad taste to say that you're glad somebody's died, even if it's an enemy. And you seem to be totally fine with that.
Why? Because of the Trump's.
You were fine with Trump's comment. You're like, yes, I'm glad.
Where have I said that I'm okay with?
Somebody sent me a message. Perhaps, if I'm incorrect, feel free to correct me. But is that your position?
I don't agree with a lot of the tone. Again, I'm big on tone.
Surprise.
No, it's not surprise. It's consistency, Rachel, and not hypocrisy. I would definitely see how some people would disagree with, Trump's comments. I neither endorse nor condemn. I think that the reason why Trump got elected into office is because he says things as he feels them, and it's the most honest of a president that we've ever had because he has no filter, and I prefer a president without a filter over anything else. So that's my comment on it.
That didn't even answer the question.
She's
but
a professional obfuscator.
Okay.
Just because I'm a lot more diplomatic and can control my emotions, Rachel, does not mean I'm a professional
Hold on, it had nothing to do with
obfuscator.
controlling emotions. It's just like you don't answer a question in a straightforward manner. You don't even answer the question oftentimes.
I answered your question. I, again, just didn't answer what you wanted to hear.
You meandered around the question.
No,
I guess that is one way
I know
to
it's
put it.
triggering to not get exactly what you
You
want.
know, she accuses me of not controlling my emotions, but she's so passive aggressive, which is typical, like, snarky woman behavior. Like, if I'm just having fun and I'm talking like this and I get a little animated, it's like, oh my God, look at her. She's so out of control. But then she'll do the passive aggressive snark and the smug and the arrogant. Like, that doesn't come off horrible. Like, everybody watching isn't going to notice that.
Yeah, I think
you think
people
they're
are
stupid. You
I
think people are dumb and they can't see right through you.
I think most people watching this will have the right opinion of me and of you afterwards.
Oh, I think they will too. We agree on that.
Wow.
We all want more. More progress.
Me, but this
Okay, we have
I don't even want to say it. I've been doing godly stuff for 3 days. This woman's penis repellent. There, I said it.
Doofus, the title Dorfus, it talking to you woman, and yes, 550. He must be liquored up a
I was
little
just
bit.
gonna say, he must be doing shots.
He's Dorfus.
Oh my gosh.
You need to change your name on Streamlabs to Dorfus from now on. Doofus. You got to change it to Dorfus. That's like Dorothy and Orth. Never mind. Combined. I don't understand why feminists and femcons refuse to watch Andrew or Rachel debate. Before these debates, how do you come in not knowing the basic positions? Is it just laziness, says Cha XD?
It's very easy. I have all of her talking points written down, and they're all the same. I didn't have to sit and actually watch them, though. What you can do is download the transcripts on YouTube and then extract all these different arguments, which is what I did because I'm efficient on time and don't want to waste it hearing incorrect
I can see that
arguments.
not preparing properly did you a lot of favors.
Yeah, it
Should we
definitely
do a
did.
roast session?
A roast session?
I'll leave it up to both
It is
of you.
9:37.
If you guys are down for a little roast,
I
we lower
have-
the TTS a little bit.
No, we can come back, though. You can
We could
invite me back
lower
for a
the
roast
TTS a little bit, do a
session for
roast
sure.
Is she doing dating talk tomorrow?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
she's.
I'm going
It was
back to
just.
Miami.
We have other good people on the panel though, so that'll be good. Okay, we're gonna wrap it there. We did have a long debate. Well, I do want to, even though it got heated in moments, and I caught
in the
some
middle of the
strays. I got
crossfire.
some strays for, I guess. I do want to thank both of you for participating in this debate. Rachel, it's been almost 2 years since we've last had you on, so it's great to have
I
you
think
back.
it will
and
be
I brought
2
you-
years.
Did
in
I
like 2
bring you back
months.
here, Rachel?
She was
Got to thank me for
she
that.
was planned.
Yeah,
Well,
that was planned.
we've been wanting to have Rachel back regardless. So
I don't think I need any help getting on large podcasts, but thanks.
yeah, she's just on Joe Rogan.
I
She
know.
was on
I
Joe
saw that too.
Rogan.
Congratulations.
She did you did Steven Crowder too.
I'd like to
right?
see you on
Recently.
Fox News telling the female host that she is a femcon.
I would be totally down for that if she's a femcom, but I've already been on Fox News. I was on Tucker Carlson too. So
She was on Tucker Carlson.
Fantastic. That's,
She was on
look at me doing all of this while also submitting to my husband and to my church and, raising a bunch of kids. Killing it out
Congrats.
here. Yeah.
20, I think there's a, 2 decade difference? No, like a 1
I'm
decade and a
13
half.
years older than you.
Yeah,
Yes.
decade and a half
Yeah, you can catch up. You still got plenty of time.
Plenty, I know. And I'll be voting.
I mean,
and I'll
not
be
that
voting,
much, but,
and I'll
you
be
know.
voting the entire way and telling women to vote.
So
while you tell
I'll
women
be
not
voting.
to. Oh my God!
No, I don't. Oh, wait. I
And
don't tell
voting-
women not to vote
and
right now.
voting
I tell
yourself.
all you married women, double your husband's vote. Okay. Go vote.
Agreed.
Just don't, whatever your
Otherwise,
husband's
you're just
voting, you say,
canceling
honey, what should I do? And whatever he says, do that, and you go out and vote. And then when they rescind the 19th and they restrict voting, if
never
all the
happen.
feminists can't vote anymore,
Never
then you
happen,
can just
Rachel.
stay home.
You're gonna.
Oh yeah, just like Roe v. Wade was never going to get overturned. Just
Rachel-
like the draft is, we're just going to never have a draft anymore.
Rachel, don't
Yeah.
hold your breath while you wait.
All right. Well, there it is, folks. That is the debate. Thank you guys for joining us. Let me get that super chat. But thank you guys for joining us, guys. If you enjoyed the stream, kindly like the video. Also, we are going to be live tomorrow, 5 p.m. Pacific, with a dating talk. Rachel will be our special guest for that, also. So. We have a good panel scheduled for that. Doofus has to have the final word here, as always. You didn't change your name. It should be Dorfus. But thank you for that. Appreciate the support tonight, Dorfus. Ken's P90 with the big $200 super chat. Thank you, Ken's. A feminist will not admit to be a feminist since today. It has to be a bad cognitate.
Okay, we're going to call it right there on that. Let's see. Give me just a second.
Whether you call yourself an independent contractor, a gig worker, or a freelancer,
Lee Strobel blows Patrick Bet-David away by giving amazing proof for the resurrection, amazing proof for Christianity, because an atheist tried to disprove Jesus and it backfired. So let's get into it, guys. Shout out to Lee Strobel and Patrick Bet-David.
So then let's just say if I'm sitting down with somebody who once was a Christian, who supporters of, Israel or Jews and didn't have the anti-Semitic positions that they have.
Yeah.
And I want to go out there and serve them. I want to go out there and, speak to them about maybe a different position to be thinking about. What angles would I take with them?
Oh, golly. I always look at the affirmative side, which is what is the evidence that Christianity is true? What is the evidence that Jesus is who he claimed to be? I want to make that case. Because, you can get into arguments about, okay, let's contrast Islam and Christianity and things like that. But ultimately, I think, as someone who started as an atheist, trained in journalism and law, I was looking for what is the evidence? What's the corroboration? How do I know this is true? So if Jesus claimed to be the Son of God, as I mentioned earlier, he did clearly, how do I know he proved it? By returning from the dead. What is the evidence historically that Jesus really returned from the dead? Because if that is true, then he is who he claimed to be, and I ought to put my chips in that pot, right? I ought to go all in Christianity.
And what was that moment for you? Because if you don't mind sharing your own testimony,
Sure.
because your wife came to you and you guys have been together since you were
I'll be right back.
18, 9 years old. I think it's good for the audience to hear from you.
Yeah, I mean, I met my wife when we were 14, got married at
That's
19 and 20,
crazy.
and I was an atheist. I lived a very immoral, drunken, profane, narcissistic, self-destructive, in many ways kind of life. I was successful, went to Yale Law School, was legal editor of the Chicago Tribune, won major awards for investigative reporting. So people would look at that and think, oh man, this guy's got it together. They didn't see the other side. I was literally drunk in the snow in an alley on Saturday night. And my wife comes up to me one day and gives me the worst news any atheist husband could get. She said, I've decided to become a Christian.
Wow.
And honestly, first word through my mind, divorce. I was going to,
Dang.
oh yeah, I was going to walk. I didn't want to be married to a Christian.
Now,
I
were
thought-
both of you guys married? You were atheists, both of you?
No, she was agnostic.
Okay.
She didn't know what to believe. She's
Got
kind of
it.
spiritual neutral. She meets a neighbor who's a Christian nurse, shares Jesus with her, brings her to church, and she checks things out herself and comes and gives me the news that she's become a Christian. And I thought, what's going to happen? She's going to turn into some holier-than-thou person who's going to look down on me and my drinking, and she wouldn't like my friends anymore, and it's just going to be trouble. How are we going to make decisions about how we spend our money and how we spend our time? We're going to have this divide in our marriage. So I thought, I'm just going to walk out. But then I thought, wait a minute. What if I could rescue her from this cult that she's gotten involved in?
What if
How would I
could
do that?
rescue
How would
her?
I do that? Oh, I know. All I got to do is disprove the resurrection of Jesus. Because Jesus clearly, as I said earlier, made messianic divine claims about himself. And the resurrection proved, supposedly, that he is who he claimed to be. So I thought, you know what? Give me a long weekend, and I can disprove the resurrection. Dead people don't come back to life. That just doesn't happen. So I thought, I'm trained in this stuff. I can investigate the evidence. So I started to do that. And I used my journalism training, my legal training. It took me 2 years to delve into the minutia of the historical data concerning the death and resurrection of Jesus until November the 8th of 1981. And I said to myself, I've been doing this 2 years. The evidence is in. A good jury reaches a verdict. So I got all the data I gathered. Back then, this is before the internet, so it's a microfilm.
No ChatGPT, no language learning models, no Google.
No Google, no.
So you're going to the library to do this?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to. I remember once I requested an interlibrary loan at the Chicago Library because I was trying to find this obscure book written by one of the founders of Harvard Law School who had become a Christian in the 1800s or whatever. And 6 months later, I get a phone call.
Wow.
We found your book. That's what it took. I mean, that's why it took me 2
Talk
years.
about investigative
Oh,
journalism.
I delved into this stuff and into microfilm and libraries and museums and so forth, interviewing scholars and experts until November the 8th of 81, when I realized any good juror reaches a verdict. And the evidence was in, I need to reach a verdict. And
And he's going to go through the evidence, but the evidence is mind-blowing. It is absolutely undeniable that Jesus is who he said he was. The Bible is historically reliable, and any person who says that it isn't is just not true. Like, Jesus did in fact get crucified by the Romans. He did in fact have 12 disciples. He did in fact get buried in a tomb. He did in fact, his body disappeared. They don't know where it went. They did in fact have 500 people who claim that Jesus did resurrect, and because of this, they were willing to die and get persecuted for their faith. People don't lie to get persecuted.
The data concerning the resurrection, it is fascinating how much that. I'll tell you a little story. There was a guy named Sir Lionel Luckhoo. Sir Lionel is the most successful defense attorney in the world. He was in the Guinness Book of World Records. Why? Because he won 245 murder trials in a row.
This guy right here?
That's him.
Okay.
245 murder trials in a row. Nobody's ever done that as a defense attorney, either before the jury or on appeal. Okay. And when I was a student at Yale Law School, he was my hero because I figured this guy must understand evidence.
He's an atheist.
He was a skeptic about the resurrection. Didn't believe the resurrection occurred. And I was an atheist, so I agreed with him. And he was knighted twice by Queen Elizabeth. He became a member of the Supreme Court of his country. Yeah. So brilliant guy. But he didn't believe in the resurrection. So somebody came to him one day and said, Sir Lionel, you're the greatest lawyer in the world. Have you ever taken your monumental legal skill and applied it to the historical record of the resurrection and come to an informed verdict on whether Jesus rose from the dead? He said, no, I haven't, but I will. So he spent years doing what I ended up doing, investigating the evidence. And I'll recite to you one sentence he wrote that summarized his conclusion. He says, I say unequivocally that the evidence for the resurrection of Jesus Christ is so overwhelming that it compels acceptance by proof, which leaves absolutely no room for doubt.
Wow.
This from the greatest legal mind, I think, in practical sense in history. By the way, I told that story in California. I moved to California in the year 2000 to be a teaching pastor at a church. And a woman came up to me afterwards. She said, hey, I'm your new neighbor. We haven't met yet, but you just bought a house down the block. I said, oh, that's great. Good to meet you. She said, yeah, one other thing. I said, what? She said, I'm Sir Lionel's sister.
Stop.
Yes. And we
Your neighbor is a sister.
Yeah,
was she a devout Christian at that time?
Oh yeah, and she actually showed me his private papers where he had done his investigation. I know. Can you believe that? What are the odds?
What did you find when you're going through it?
It was ultimately a confirmation of what I discovered in my investigation. Can I summarize the evidence for you real quick? 4 words that begin with the letter E to summarize the evidence for the resurrection. This is what brought me from atheism to faith.
Sheesh.
The first E stands for execution, that Jesus was truly dead after being crucified.
Okay.
There is no record anywhere of anyone ever surviving a full Roman crucifixion.
Nope. Yep.
In fact, this is not controversial among even atheist scholars, because when you study ancient history, we're lucky if we have one good source to confirm a fact, or maybe 2 good sources. So if you have Alexander the Great, and we believe certain things about his life, well, dig down. How do we know? Well, it turns out it's 1 source, maybe 2 sources. And yet for the death of Jesus, we not only have multiple sources in the documents of the New Testament, we got 5 ancient sources outside the Bible confirming his execution. This is so.
And the Bible counts as sources, guys. It counts a lot. It was literally just written testimonies of what they see, what they claim to see. And then we put them into a book called the Bible.
Established an historical fact. You could get laughed out of a major academic institution if you go in and claim he somehow survived the crucifixion. In fact, get this, no less of a source in the Journal of the American Medical Association, a secular, peer-reviewed medical scientific journal, carried an investigation into the death of Jesus. And this was their conclusion, quote, clearly, the weight of the historical and medical evidence indicates that Jesus was dead even before the wound to his side was inflicted.
That's
Even
wild.
the atheist historian, Gerhard Ludemer, says it's indisputable that Jesus was dead. First execution, he's dead. Second, early accounts. In other words, we have early reports that come very quickly after the crucifixion that he rose from the dead. Why is that important? Because I used to think, like a lot of skeptics, that the resurrection was a legend. And I knew it took time for legend to develop in the ancient world. So I figured 100, 150, 200 years after the life of Jesus, legends were invented, and that's where they...
2 10-year-old boys have been charged with the abduction and murder. What?
We see that in the earliest church, we found just 200 years after Jesus' death, Christians had this writing on this bottom of the floor, says, to God, Jesus Christ. Like, you have no idea how much that means, like how amazing that is. because it proves that they believed that Jesus was God all along. It didn't develop over time like a lot of people claim. It didn't get developed at the Council of Nicaea. No. First Corinthians is the earliest writings and manuscripts that we have for the New Testament, and that's like 10 to 15 years after Jesus died. And it says that they believe that Jesus died on the cross and resurrected in 3 days, and 500 people seen him after.
It came from. Guess what? We have preserved for us a creed of the earliest church. The first Christians had a creedal statement based on facts that they knew to be true, based on eyewitness accounts that summarized their convictions. It said Jesus died. Why? For our sins. He was buried. On the third day, he rose again. And then it has the specific names of individuals and groups of people who encountered the resurrected Jesus, including 500 people at once. Well, guess what? Historians have been able to date that creed. So, for instance, one of the great historians, James D.G. Dunn of England, one of the greatest historians of our time, dated that creed, and he says we can be entirely confident that that creed was formulated within months of the death of Jesus.
That's great.
Within months. That's historical gold. That's far too quick to be a legend. The great historian A.N. Sherwin-White of Oxford and Cambridge said the passage of 2 generations of time is not even enough for legend to grow up and wipe out a solid core of historical truth. So we got a news flash, and it's not the only early report we got. We got others in Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, the book of Acts, all that date back so early they were circulating during the lifetimes of Jesus' contemporaries who would have disputed the claims if they had been wrong. So that's the second E, is early accounts. The third E stands for empty. We have an empty tomb. And what's interesting about that is even the enemies of Jesus admitted the tomb was empty. Everybody conceded the tomb was empty. How do we know? Because we know from sources inside and outside the New Testament that when the disciples began proclaiming that Jesus had risen, what the enemies of Jesus said was, the disciples stole the body.
Wow.
Now think about that. They're conceding the tomb is empty. They're trying to explain how it got empty. So everybody's conceding the tomb is empty. That's not the issue of history. It is the issue of history really is how did it get empty? Romans weren't about to steal the body. They wanted Jesus dead. Religious leaders of the day weren't about to steal the body. They wanted Jesus to stay dead. The disciples weren't about to steal the body. I found 7 ancient sources, 6 of them outside the Bible, that said that the disciples lived lives of deprivation and suffering as a result of their proclamation that Jesus had risen. They were willing to die for it. Why? Because they heard in Sunday school.
No, because they saw him resurrected.
That's crucial. That's something so many people forget. You don't. One day you're all in a room crying and sad and weeping and thinking that this whole thing's over, because there have been other people that have come up during that time that said that they were the Messiah, and they had movements, and the person would die and the movement would die out, like right off the bat. So they were all sad and depressed because they were thinking they were in that scenario where their movement had died out. And then, bam, here he comes. You don't get bold and preach that kind of stuff when you think that it's over with. It doesn't happen.
Correct. People don't die for lies that they made up.
From the dead and proved he's the Son of God? No, because they were there. Of all human beings who've ever lived, they were in a position to know for a fact whether he returned from the dead or not. They touched him, they talked with him, they ate with him. And knowing the truth, they were even willing to die for it. Then finally, the fourth E stands for the word eyewitnesses. Remember I said earlier, we're lucky in ancient history. If we have a fact we believe to be true, we dig down, we find one source, maybe 2 sources. There are 9 ancient sources inside and outside the New Testament confirming and corroborating the conviction of the disciples that they encountered the risen Jesus.
Wow.
That is an avalanche of historical data. And so it was based on that kind of evidence that I sat as an atheist and said, wait a minute, if I'm going to be honest, if I'm going to follow the evidence wherever it points, which is what I was always taught to do, then I have to conclude that Jesus didn't just claim to be God. He backed up that claim by returning from the dead.
Now, when you're saying 9 eyewitnesses, I'm assuming this is it, right? Paul, the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts of Apostles, that's what you're talking about with the 9 witnesses.
I'm talking about 9 sources. 9 sources, right. So the first one is the creed that I mentioned.
Yep.
By the
Clement
way,
of
the
Rome,
historical credentials of that creed are so
Ignatius of
strong that one of the
Antioch.
few Jewish New Testament scholars, Pinchas Lapide, said it may be taken as a statement of eyewitnesses. So you got the creed. You've got Paul. Paul, of course, said personally that he encountered the risen Christ. And that's how he was Saul of Tarsus, a persecutor of Christians. He encounters Jesus risen. He becomes the Apostle Paul. He becomes friends with Peter, James, and John.
Yeah. How do you flip that easily? You're once persecuting and killing Christians, and then you have this crazy
My husband and I, we take turns supporting each other. So he supported me through my first
experience, and then you are willing to die for being a Christian.
Some of the other disciples. And Paul says in 1 Corinthians, he says, whether it's I or they, this is what we preach. In other words, we're all saying we encountered the resurrected Jesus.
Exactly.
Then third, we have Peter in the book of Acts, who gets up and says, this Jesus, God raised from the dead, to which we're all witnesses. And 3,000 people said, we know you're telling the truth. What do we do? They repent and the church is born. And then we have the four Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, who I believe have historical credentials that give them incredible credibility. They are ancient biographies. But then we have two sources outside the Bible. This is fascinating. We have people who sat under the teachings of the eyewitnesses themselves. So, for instance, we have Clement. Clement was ordained by Peter himself, Peter, the eyewitness.
Wow.
And he wrote a letter to the church in Corinth, right there in the first century. And he said, why, I'm paraphrasing, but he said basically, why did the apostles have such courage and such conviction that Jesus, because of the resurrection, because it happened, because they knew it happened. And then Polycarp was appointed by John himself to be the bishop at Smyrna. And Polycarp wrote a letter to the church in Philippi, in which he mentions the resurrection no fewer than 5 times. And he says that the apostles did not value this present world because God had died for them. He'd opened the door to eternity from them. Jesus returned from the dead and proved he is who he claimed to be. So this is 9 ancient sources. That's a lot.
It's very powerful.
That's amazing. So shout out to Lee Strobel. There's amazing evidence for Christ. Amazing evidence, undeniable proof. So I encourage you, just do what he did. At least research, do your due diligence, and see what historians, what scholars have to actually say about the biblical proof for Jesus Christ.
It's a pretty good video there.
So obviously you're mocking the religion of Iran. No decent person mocks other people's religions. It's a mockery not just of Islam, it's a mockery of Christianity.
Just to be fucking clear, the religion that says Jesus was not divine, the Jews and Christians are liars. And by the way, this new guy with the book who thought he was wrestling with a demon but was convinced it was an angel has a whole new list of rules that violate the old ones, and you should follow them. By the way, if you don't, we're going to kill you. You know, I hear people say the woke right, the dissident right, and then I hear them lob accusations towards the other side saying MAGA dorks, rhinos. I have been pretty clear that if you can't make sense of the left, if you can't make sense of their reasoning, for example, gays for Palestine, it's because their loyalty is to Marxism.
That's right.
And what do I mean by that? Well, it's very clear. I'm not going to get into I'm not going to read the whole Communist Manifesto, any of that. It's viewing the world through the lens of oppressor and oppressed, and that can be somehow controlled through a centralized force. So that changes, right? It could be straights and gays, and then it could be gays and trans. It could be white and black, or then it could be black and Asian, and vice versa. It's about seeing the world through that lens, and that it is a centralized duty to correct it. It's seeing people or identifying them as based on their immutable characteristics, to use the term of the left. All right. Identity politics, to use another term. So I will just refer to this group as the Marxist right, meaning those on the right saying we need to remove Donald Trump, saying we need to invoke the 25th, saying that everyone is the same. We're no better off under President Trump than under Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. Here's what you guys need to know. I spend more time in leftist spheres where I get my news. That's why we provide the references every day, 11 a.m. Eastern, while we stream bibliography every day. Most of them lean left. Democrats are actually thrilled about this. You need to understand this. Objectively, those on the left see what is happening on the right, and they go, ooh, let them do it. And I'll tell you why, because they know how intensely unpopular they are. So clip left thrill montage.
Oh, that one.
You can see it all over the right. Got Megyn Kelly and Tucker fighting with Mark Levin. I can't even keep track of all of them. They hate each other more than they hate us. That's just what happens when parties go down. I mean, it kind of ended the Republican Party as we knew it. And
remember that
fighting with each other, and that's fine with me. I'm happy to watch. It's good spectator sport.
All right, MAGA cannibalism is completely underway, and it is so delicious.
This, I think, war it ties into the Epstein betrayal. It's its own sort of betrayal, and that's what's riled MAGA's hackles so much, or at least some MAGA folks. It's an emotional sense that, Daddy said something to us, and then he lied to us, and then he lied again to us.
What I'm hearing from everyone is I'm a 3-time Trump voter, and I'm not MAGA anymore. I'm now non-MAGA. MAGA, the base is leaving because they don't agree with this conflict, and they don't believe that this is what they voted for.
And I will say, the voices that you hear online, the amplified voices, which with a very unified message, by the way, with very unified timing. And I don't say that to imply anything. It is a fact. When you see people coming out all within 24 hours of each other saying 25th, Donald Trump's a betrayer, you go, okay, well, where's this coming from? Because that's not what you're hearing from voters and people on the ground. Certainly not to an overwhelming degree. You have plenty of people who are against the war in Iran, and you have plenty of people who say, you know what, I think it makes sense. And you have someone like me who said, give it 3 months. And then I think we need to reassess it. The issue is you have those on the right saying that people saying, give it 3 months, they're actually a greater danger to the country than the people you just watched who want this country to descend into socialism. How do I know? Because they've said it. How do I know that the people would rather align themselves, those on the Marxist right, with those folks? Because they have said it, and because they share the same views for America. If you were to write on paper, more universal daycare, more money into Medicare, more money into social programs, so long as there's no war, you would go, oh, that's code pink? Oh, it's the true MAGA people. Now, James Carville just said, this is what happens when a party goes down. Like I go down to the bayou, get a crawfish. But the Republican Party isn't down because it doesn't exist in a vacuum. The conservative movement, the MAGA coalition, is not down. You know what is down? And that's the reason for people rebranding, looking for a new niche, that's just my opinion, is the Democrat Party. They are so unbelievably unpopular that I think some folks see a potential business opportunity. Hey, buy low.
Look at the net approval ratings for Republicans in Congress. This shutdown hasn't eaten into Donald Trump's support at all. Look at where we are now. It's a complete flip. Just take a look at this. Net favorability. Party ahead at this point. Midterm years with the GOP president. In 2018, Dems were up by 12. In 2006 on net favorability, which party you like more? Dems were ahead by 18. Republicans are actually ahead on net favorability at this point by 5 points. So Democrats are just simply running behind their previous benchmarks, and they need to be running well ahead of them if they want to take back the United States Senate, given that math.
To be clear, both parties are wildly unfavorable right now. However,
Democrats are even more unpopular than Republicans.
Democrats are more unpopular. It is a dead party in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Because they've lost a lot of key demographics, at least to a notable degree. And you have those on the Marxist right trying to give it life support.
Yeah.
Look, this is kind of a binary decision. Either you think that this administration is absolutely flawed. But you know what? So is every administration. Nobody gets the exact president that they want. And this doesn't mean that you're a rhino. It means that you just have to pick the issues that are closed-handed and the issues that are open-handed. And if you reach the point where it violates your conscience to vote that way, I understand. You shouldn't vote that way. I'd find myself there if it was a pro-LGBTQ, transing kids, pro-abortion, libertarian candidate. I wouldn't be able to vote for them. I wouldn't. I would vote for this administration again. I'd vote for this president again. Your choice is either we can work within what we have that has some degree of a self-correcting mechanism, though it's imperfect, and work to improve it, or we can link arms with the left or be useful tools to the left. Because that is what let's distill it even more. 2028, take the two front runners. You either get J.D. Vance, imperfect, or Marco Rubio, imperfect, or Gavin Newsom. It is going to come down to a binary choice. And your rhetoric right now and your advocacy right now does have an impact on that. So you really better believe that Gretchen Whitmer or Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris are no different than J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio. Otherwise, you're making a mistake.
Yeah, and you better do your homework in the primaries, because that's where you can have your candidate, whoever it is. AOC is in her seat because she primaried the incumbent.
Right.
Use the primary system if you think things need to change. Don't try to blow up the system because you forgot we had primaries.
And if you have noticed a growing chorus of people on the Marxist right advocating for guiding gently this country into the hands of the left, guess what? You're not crazy.
Who do you think you are? You're tweeting out the F word on Easter morning?
This is the greatest con in history. To run as an America first, and you're going to take care of America, and then turn around and go, all of these things, daycare, Medicare, Medicaid, we have nothing to do with that. We're fighting wars.
Pause.
That's what
you just named, like, the programs I like least.
Yeah, exactly.
As far as how they actually work. And by the way, it was the same thing for all of you, Doge. Keep going.
Long Island.
What we're here to do.
Even blacks are getting scared, though.
For real?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're more scared of, like, the Trump movement, totalitarianism and fascism.
So obviously you're mocking the religion of Iran. Okay. If you seek a religious war,
pause.
That's
You mean the installed religion? Because historically, I don't know if you noticed, the Persians weren't all Muslim people. There's a history of Zoroastrianism, and you guys can get into it. But anyway, it's just, I guess, splitting hairs. By the way, I don't know if you noticed, Islam has always been an installed religion. It's kind of new. Let's keep going.
Good idea. But by the way, no decent person mocks other people's religions.
Disagree.
How far they fall. He's like fully Jewish now, I think, he's just like, it's all of the Israelis, sue if your feelings are hurt, sue.
But to mock other people's faith is to mock the idea of faith itself.
I think they're getting,
Incorrect.
They see these ostracized, they see these communities of people out there getting abused and shit, and I think it reflects in them somewhere,
It's a mockery not just of Islam, it's a mockery of Christianity.
Pause. No, Islam is a mockery of Christianity. This is the sleight of hand. Islam says, by the way, all that stuff that's in the New Testament about Jesus Christ being divine, dying on the cross for sins, resurrecting, none of that happened. The people of the book, Jews and Christians, lied about it. Islam is quite literally blasphemous toward Christianity. Doesn't mean that I want to force them to meet their maker as they do me. But to say that mocking a religion that tries to remove the entire basis of yours is to mock Christianity, the mental gymnastics, they should be 12-year-old Chinese girls taping down their breasts to make it through the trials. Let's go to the next one.
Send out a tweet with the F word on Easter morning promising the murder of civilians and then saying praise be to Allah without explaining any of it. You are mocking me and every other Christian because we're Christians. We can't support that. That is evil. That is an intentional desecration of beauty and truth, which is the definition of evil.
Even though Donald Trump has shattered his coalition by lying us into this stupid war on behalf of a foreign country, that coalition is still right for someone else to pick it up and run with it.
My concern is that this is evidence that he is not in control. He is not in control as commander-in-chief of his own armed forces.
This is the greatest about face in political history that I have really ever seen.
He hasn't been saying Iran can't have a nuke since the 80s?
It feels like theater.
Nobody's been more
it
consistent
feels like
than Trump.
It's been theater for a while. And it feels like, maybe this is crazy, but it feels like we're at the last cusp before something weird is going to happen. Didn't you say something weird might happen, Jamie?
You could have a global nuclear war. That's why we haven't used nuclear weapons in 80 years. No one has. Because you don't know where it goes from there. This is insane. Okay? This is insane. It's hard to believe you even need to say this out loud. Oh, but you do. Because all things being equal, that's where we're heading.
I hope Thomas Massey runs for president. I think, by the way, they're doing a big money bomb for Thomas Massey on March 30th. And I think him winning re-election in Congress is like the most important political election in the country right now.
Sue them. Sue them. Everybody's just jealous of you. It's like there's something that's just so middle school about this. It's no, we want to know who killed Charlie Kirk. So could you park aside the lawyers and get information for us?
Tyler Robinson's parents
do. No, you can't do that, can you?
The Democrats and them in the midterms, that's a side issue now compared to existential threat. How do we 25th Amendment his ass?
You see, there's a lot of brown people getting murdered on TikTok all the time, like, in the Middle East. And I think you see that.
The regime 40,000
people. It activates.
Yeah. But it's not just mockery of Islam. And no president should mock Islam. That's not your job.
Yeah, he said to mock anyone's religion is to mock religion itself. No, you should never mock anybody's religion. Well, again, you can consider it a luxury or cross to bear. I've grown up here in the public eye. I have never been shy to criticize and mock Islam, and I stand by it.
Well, Muhammad did have slaves. He did slaughter a few hundred Jews, and some of his last words were cursing the Jewish and Christian people. I'm still not seeing how someone could interpret this religion as violent.
And there we go, Aisha with a black eye and a fat lip. Oh, look at that picture.
And in the spirit of full disclosure, Muhammad had many wives. Not Muhammad! Who is me? Shut up! You're not the boss of me!
That was, in fact, Gerald. He was the only person. He was the only person willing to be in that sketch. Everyone was like, "Oh, wait, you're making fun of Islam?" Not Muhammad. And maybe it's just a tender spot because I've gotten fatwa for my troubles. Most multivitamins are crap. Proprietary blends of stuff you don't need. It's not even what's on the label. That's why we created Foundation Daily. Clinically effective ingredients at their clinically effective doses. Vitamins A through zinc, plus curcumin, turmeric, and garlic to help you with some aches and pains. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Plus, you can get a certificate of analysis on every batch sold, so what's on the label is exactly what you're getting. Go to foundationdaily.com to start your subscription today. Foundation. It's a knockout. I don't know about you, but kind of a central tenet of the right was we don't like being told who we are allowed to mock, tease, or espouse opinions on at all. Since I've been here, we aren't the people. We aren't the party, the political movement of we're offended or it's offensive enough that you shouldn't say it.
Yeah.
And I certainly wouldn't put mocking Islam in that category out of the many potential sacred cows at all.
And Tucker basically just made a hate speech argument. He defined the mockery of Islam as the mockery of Christianity. He tied those things together in a way I've never seen somebody tie them together, by the way, and say that is him mocking us for being Christians and we can't support that. He preceded that by saying, I voted for him before and I would probably vote for him again if he ran. What the hell are you talking about?
It would be like saying to mock Satanism is to mock Christianity.
Yeah, because
I will tell you this, the closest thing that we have to Satanism in practice is Islam. Just to be f***ing clear. Does that bother you? Just to be f***ing clear, the religion that says Jesus was not divine, the Jews and Christians are liars. And by the way, this new guy with the book who thought he was wrestling with a demon but was convinced it was an angel has a whole new list of rules that violate the old ones and you should follow them. By the way, if you don't, we're going to kill you. To mock Satanism is to mock Christianity. If you want to say, hey, I think this is too costly, fine. If you want to say President Trump hasn't been as good on right now the economy, okay, cool. But to say to mock Islam is to mock Christianity. No one should ever mock anyone's faith. I couldn't disagree more.
If we went through all the episodes of him being on Fox News with his own show for 10 years, you're going to tell me we can't find something that he was where he was mocking?
Many times.
Right?
Many times. You know what it says, too? The new
I used
party,
to like him. I'm totally...
The new Marxist right? You're not welcome because of your comedy albums. You've been mighty harsh on Islam a few times. Oh, well, that can't... That's evil, Nick.
Yeah.
The jokes are evil. And I understand the president is different from a comedian. That's not lost on me, but that's not what was said.
That's not what he said. Yeah, exactly.
And we do have some more sage wisdom on X. Some of these posts. And here's the thing, too. We provide all our references. Like I said, check them out. 11 a.m. Eastern. That's when we stream. And some of those people, just to be clear, I consider friends. So it doesn't mean that they're bad people. Certainly not all of them. And hopefully we can have, hey, anyone, you're welcome to, if you think that it's unfair. But you do see quite a bit, especially on social media, just flat out lies. And the problem is people, and they're not stupid. If you've believed some of these things, you're not stupid. You just don't have enough time in the day to fact check everything. So a lot of people go, well, why would someone lie about this? That seems obvious. It's cited as a fact. And then you move forward with that as the basis of your belief. Mm-hmm. Case in point, Mario Nafal wrote this. Iran is currently winning this war. They are now making more money from oil sales than they ever did since the 1979 revolution. And they completely control the Strait of Hormuz. Things are about to get ugly. Here's the truth. In March, Iran made about $140 million a day off of oil. It's a far cry from their peak of $323 million a day in 2011.
Oh, come on.
It was very, very easy to find. Just to be clear. Yeah, about double. And
people just run with it.
And Iran doesn't control the Strait of Hormuz. Their navy's at the bottom of the strait. Everything about that post is wrong, but they felt the need to go out of the way to tell you that the United States is losing the war. Hey, let me ask you, what do you think these people would do if we actually found ourselves in dire straits? Forgive the pun, it wasn't intended.
Yes.
In a conflict. Losing? I've also heard people say we've exhausted all our traditional military resources, so we have to use nukes. I think it was Tucker. What? Come again. Kim Jong-un would refer to that as retarded. They have this banger from Candace. Again, just going to criticize the actual points. It's very hard to fact check evidence because none is ever provided.
Ever.
This is a satanic administration. We all realize that satanic Zionists occupy the White House and Congress needs to move to have the mad King Trump removed. So it's a rebrand. She was a liberal, a socialist her whole life, up until and including through the election, then stole the term Blexit from someone else who had created it, profited, and now she's going back. She's going back to let's remove King Trump. Alternative? Please propose it. Please propose it. Because we know they don't want Vance. We know they don't want to go down the line succession in this administration. All of our lives may depend on other countries realizing that Trump is deeply unwell and surrounded by religious fanatics who have convinced him that he is a messiah.
That's
we are
a new one.
Uncharted territory. Leaders worldwide need to act accordingly. So aligning with leaders outside of the United States is America first, is MAGA. Mm-hmm. Aligning with faggots from Spain. And ironically, those I am not a faggot. We do not pronounce the S. And the UK and socialist nations or places where they jail truckers for speaking out against their government. You call upon them. Those are your allies. You know what else is this implication, satanic. They'll say it's evil. You know what's evil? Gossip. You know what's also evil? False accusations. You make the claim, going to use a nuke, you better have evidence. You make the claim, satanic, you better have evidence. And I'm not even saying that there isn't someone who does a little bloodletting every now and then in their off time. I have no idea. There are a lot of people in administration.
It's a big administration.
But
well, no, she made sure to stick to point. It's not just satanic; it's satanic Zionist.
I was going to say, boy, does she have a hate on for the Jews?
The land. No, it's this. Listen, you can have your problems. We've talked about that. My God, it's okay to have a conversation about that. But when every single thing that happens in the world goes back to that, you have lost the plot. It's what we used to say on the orange man, bad, idiotic left. And now you have become them.
Wasn't this country founded on Judeo-Christian beliefs? So why is it
They would argue the Judeo part never even happened. And I'm like, listen,
really?
It's largely Christian, but Jews were some of the other people. Some places you couldn't vote unless you were a Christian. That's true.
No,
but
I understand
yes,
that.
the point remains. Here's what I would do if I was Donald Trump. I'd go, okay, at the end of this war, look, no more $3 billion a year, Israel, because looks like you have quite a few IOUs.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
That's fine. I'm fine with it. I don't
There we
think we
go.
should be sending the money, and I think that AIPAC skirts that line fair. Good. I'm all for it. But to say the administration is satanic, and then you also combine it with the context of defending Islam.
If they're right about that, Trump's working with Bibi and whatnot. It went down like this. Right after October 7th, that horrible day, Bibi called him and goes, look, here's our chance. You've been saying you want the oil since 1988. I saw you on Oprah saying it.
Yes.
Here is our chance.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm done with these people. I'm going to end them. You can either help. It happens that our interests do intersect in some spots. So what do you say?
And there's a discussion.
Trump knows a good deal when he sees it.
It's a geopolitical discussion.
I'm not holding that against him.
Not a satanic one. And if you wonder,
satanic, that's a Democrat.
So world leaders. Hey, I don't know if you know this, but pick a world leader. Any world leader. Okay. Their country doesn't have freedom of speech.
Done.
Okay? Pick a world leader. Any world leader. Their citizens are not allowed to protect themselves. Pick a world leader. Any world leader. Certainly in the Western world. Mass migration, unfettered and open borders. Pick a world leader. Any world leader.
The guy in
censorship
Hungary.
for thought. Oh, yeah, well, there you go. You can do Orban. But any in the Western world, Europe, any of these other leaders who she would be calling on right now. So you go, so you'd rather align yourself with, because of this issue, that's a geopolitical one, socialists and those who live to censor and control their people. Well, why do you think that it sounds like these people would prefer to align with Marxists, leftists, socialists, Europeans? Well, maybe because of exactly that. Don't take my word for it.
I would actually argue, and this is a bold statement.
It's a bold haircut.
The Democratic Republic is the greatest government experiment in the history of humanity. I would say
I've enjoyed it.
You've enjoyed it. Yeah. So we enjoy it. I love America. You love America.
I do.
Capitalism should not be anywhere near Christianity.
You think?
Christianity is more, and I don't like the word socialist with the weight it carries, but Christianity is socialism at its core.
Non-authoritarian.
Do you want to come again, stupid? How do you enforce socialism?
Oh.
Now you could, if you want to go with this and say, yeah, but they're mostly right. The end game, they just told, is socialism. The end game is universal daycare, not women being home in a traditional family. The end game is more socialized healthcare. The end game is Christianity is socialist. The end game is can't criticize Islam. Come on, we're the party of offense. The end game is let's align with other world leaders. They've told you all of that. So the reason that I disagree is because I think America is better than those nations. And I think socialism is bad. I think it's anti-Christian, to be clear. Why? Because we all are fearfully and wonderfully created by God. Yep. But not all men are created equally in ability or proclivity.
He's also illiterate. He needs to read the Bible story again. He needs to read where the husband and wife came in. I think it's Ananias and Sapphira came in, said they sold a piece of property to give to this communal group, by the way, this communal group of Christians who decided voluntarily to have all things in common. This is such an old argument that's so moronic. And they lied about the price. And they were struck dead by God for deceiving. And what did they say to them when his wife came in or when the husband came in? It wasn't this piece of property yours to do with as you wished, to buy or to sell. That's private property ownership right there. That was not forced. That was
Ten
voluntary.
Commandments.
Read the book.
Don't covet thy neighbor's stuff.
No, it's just
it's everywhere in the Bible. The parable of the talents, by the way. You're supposed to rely on God for your daily bread, not on government, to be clear. Also, when you say not authoritarian, okay, socialism, Marxism, let's really distill this down. Everyone's the same. some people are going to choose to spend their time in the local tavern. This is what people argued against socialism, used these arguments a long time ago. I'm not new here. And some people would decide to better their situation and become doctors. They're all the same. So if everyone is all the same, who wants to sign up for the shit cleaning job? No one. So how do you get them on board? You will always have a certain subset of people who reject and do not want to live under socialist, under Marxist rule. And so the only way you have to coerce them through violence.
Didn't capitalism raises all boats?
Yeah, well, they're confusing capitalism and consumerism.
I'm saying
right.
that
free
they shouldn't be near each other, Christianity. And I'm just saying capitalism has helped a lot of poor people.
Yeah, and theologically, you eat what you kill. It's the curse of man. Just to be clear, you go back. I know a lot of people out there now who claim that they're Christians haven't. You probably would break the binding on their Bible. Just go right to the first story ever, Adam and Eve. What's the curse to man, and what's the curse to woman after the fall? Men, you will toil by the sweat of your brow. It means you will seek rest, but you're never going to have it.
That's what bandanas are for.
And what does it say to women? You're going to yearn to be over, but he will rule over you. You're going to yearn to be a boss babe, but you're still never going to be a man. It says, men, don't be violent and don't screw everything that moves. Women, don't be gossips. It's really clear what your curse is because of our sin separating us from God, and it's really clear what your proclivities are. And instead of fighting that, instead of acknowledging that, socialism embraces that sin and says, we have a way out of it. You can all be equal, and you don't have to toil away for the rest of your life. Let government take care of you. Oh, wait, you guys aren't on board? You go to the gulags. It's never happened any other way. It's not lost on me. Consumerism, I get it. I understand it. You know this. I'm someone who has very little use for things. I am accidentally Robert De Niro in Heat, although I don't think I'd see the heat around the corner, but there's nothing that I couldn't leave in 30 seconds or less. I don't really care about stuff that much. I care about freedom. I care about peace. I like a good meal, a nice beer every now and then. Cerveza, as they say in Spain. But consumerism, yeah, Christians shouldn't seek satisfaction, seek worth, seek purpose in material things. That's not the same as allowing people the freedom of their own pursuits. It is evil to rob men of that because God did not intend for that to be the case. I've tried to avoid, look, because I know that some of you go, I'm kind of back and forth. It's not your fault. There's a lot of misinformation out there, and I don't want to insult you. But what I really, really don't want to hear, okay, is 2 or 3 years from now, when we have Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom as president, and wokeism is back, and it will come back, and you are being deplatformed from Twitter, X, YouTube, all this stuff going down, and kids are being trans, and you have boys being filleted in pictorials in the student library, right? I don't want to hear you fucking people fight back and ask people to hit your godforsaken Patreon, because you are doing this. You are doing it right now, and don't try and pull another rebrand. You said remove Donald Trump. You called upon other world leaders. Hey, you can platform wherever you want. There are certain people you won't platform, but you'll platform people saying Christianity is socialist. I think I know where you line up. Don't want to hear a word from you later on that we need to fight back against the Marxist left, because there has been a wider, more effective coalition in the right in this country than ever in any of our lifetimes. And you are destroying it with no proposed solution.
He's going hard on Tucker.
Well,
that's for sure.
There will be one of two solutions. We continue down this path, improve it, correct it,
and actually probably
or
Alex Jones.
Undo all of it and say there's no difference.
We'll do Candace's way, the final solution.
Yeah.
Well, no, it would actually the final. So I'm sorry, just for clarity.
Thanks for stepping on that.
I don't even know.
Listen,
I don't even know if.
What do you think I'm here for, Nick?
Does she believe in the? Does she believe the final solution ever happened? I
don't.
Candace, you're welcome. Tucker, you're welcome.
You said
you're welcome. Ben Shapiro, you're welcome. Dave Smith has already been on the show. The Christians, you guys are welcome to make your case. Okay, you are cordially invited.
But Dave Smith sucks.
I just don't agree. Hey, if you're still watching this, you may be one of the 6 million or so subscribers on YouTube who is, for one reason or another,
his head's so far up his own butt. Just a second.
Begin each morning with the Secret Chair Tai Chi program focused on enhancing muscle tone.
Well, today is going to certainly be a day that seems like it never ends, as the 8 p.m. deadline that Donald Trump has placed on Iran has gotten basically every political talking head completely out of their mind. It's like these people have never seen Trump negotiate before. It's like they have no clue that there's obviously negotiations going on in the background, regardless of what. If you go on X, literally every 5 minutes, the same account will tweet, Iran has cut off conversation with Trump. 5 minutes later, it says, talks are progressing great between Iran. I mean, it is literally like people need to just stay off of X for a while. Like it is incredible whiplash. Now we have, every major politician, AOC, we even have Republicans, we have Alex Jones, now calling for President Trump to be removed from office over his Truth Social post. I happen to see it as inflammatory as it is a negotiation tactic. I think Trump is actually talking to nobody with these tweets. Like, whatever diplomatic stuff is going on in the background, they're not reading his True Socials. He's just posturing. I admit this one's pretty spicy, but the people are losing their minds. Here's the AOC. This is a threat of genocide and merits removal from office. The president's mental faculties are collapsing and can't be trusted. Wow. These are people who literally had no problem with Joe Biden and his auto pen. To every individual in President Trump's chain of command, you have a duty to refuse illegal orders. That includes carrying out this threat. AOC knows he's not going to clear this. AOC knows he's not going to nuke them. But it never let a good moment pass. Here's Alex Jones, who's, we're going to talk on Friday, I guess, on his show. But he is completely black-pilled. And maybe this is just, again, I've always been entertained by Alex, but like he's calling for it.
How do we 25th Amendment his ass?
The problem is to get the 25th Amendment, it's harder than impeachment. You have to get 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate.
So what do we do?
Tackle Trump and pretend, let him pretend he's president and publicly report that he's going through a health issue and Vance take over. It literally needs to be something like that. It's that bad.
I mean, really, I've always had a good relationship with Robert Barnes too, but these people, they are overdose. I'm telling you, look, 8:00 tonight, you can come back to this video and come back to this channel, and if I'm wrong, I'll put up a video saying I was wrong. If Trump goes in and nukes Iran, as these people are saying, takes out their entire civilization, I'll upload a video and say I'm wrong. And that will be the least of my concerns, because that would be horrible. But of course, Donald Trump does not mean this. And you even have all these, Republicans call for Trump's impeachment after wild Iran threat. Which Republicans? Alex Jones? Okay. I like Alex. I think he's wrong about the big picture here with Iran, but I still like Alex. Who else? Marjorie Taylor Greene. You're joking, right?
Gosh.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to be working for The View in 6 months. She's not even a political pundit. She took the derangement pill, and she's completely irrelevant now.
Exited stage left.
Bloodthirsty rhetoric has shocked traditional critics and allies like the 25th Amendment declared by Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh, Candace Owens says the 25th. Candace Owens also says that Donald Trump is in on Charlie Kirk's assassination. Alex Jones has called for the 25th Amendment to remove Trump. I mean, I'm not saying that people don't believe this. They clearly do. But this idea of like, all these people are in lockstep. Let me just ask you this. Okay. Isn't it curious that all these quote unquote Republicans and Democrats and air quotes are all in lockstep saying the exact same thing? Isn't it weird? Isn't it odd that they're all saying we need to use the 25th Amendment?
AI needs a human touch to keep it on track. N8N lets you easily add guardrails, so you can check on your agent.
The leftist news outlets all came on each morning, day, evening, whatever, and they all had the.
Here's a Democrat here.
Every night. That's what it is. It's
If the United States Congress has any life left in it, every member of Congress and senator must be calling for Trump's removal today based on the 25th Amendment.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll worry about you, Ro Khanna. Here we have another Indian guy, lawmaker in this country. That's always great. I mean, again, Section 4 of the 25th Amendment is not and has never been a policy veto or a soft coup button for when your grift narrative collides with reality. It's a narrow surgical instrument activated only when the president is demonstrably unable or physically or mentally incapacitated to discharge the powers and duties of office. It required the vice president and a majority of the principal officers of the executive department and the cabinet to transmit a written declaration of unfitness, period. These guys write, Barnes' slithering suggestion to tackle him and let him pretend to be the president while sidelining the elected commander-in-chief is not law. It's banana republic subversion. The fevered fantasy of two men who have spent years cosplaying as constitutional defenders while their actual allegiance has always been to the very next panic cycle and the next PayPal notification. I actually agree with this.
I kind of do too. I absolutely agree with that.
These are not principled analysts. They are parasitic personalities whose entire identities were forged in perpetual crisis theater. Jones built an empire in apocalyptic fire-breathing. Barnes peddled the legal shtick to the same crowd. While Trump refuses to flinch on decisive action, precisely the America First posture they once pimped for profit, their masks disintegrate. I mean, I don't disagree with this. I don't disagree with this. I mean, I disagree with any kind of escalation of conflict in the Middle East. I don't support this war with Iran. Like, I don't. Maybe there's a lot of stuff that I don't understand. There probably is. But the level of rhetoric that like people like, I mean, Tucker Carlson is implying that Donald Trump is the Antichrist. Now, remember, Tucker Carlson was just all bent out of shape because the president made fun of Islam. I'm dead serious. You think I'm kidding about that? Oh, the president made fun of Islam. Oh, we can't do that. Grabs pearls. Where's this video of him doing that? Here he is.
Who do you think you are?
Yeah.
You're tweeting out the F word on Easter morning?
Oh, no.
You'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. So obviously you're mocking the religion of Iran.
Good. Fine.
Okay. If you seek a religious war, that's a good idea. But by the way, no decent person mocks other people's religions. You may have a problem with the theology. Presumably you do if it's not your religion, and you can explain what that is.
Why is he so bent
But
about
to mock
this?
other people's faith is to mock the idea of faith itself, and we should never mock that.
Okay.
Because at its core is the acknowledgement that we are not in charge of the universe. We did not build it. We won't be here at the end of it. We can destroy life. We cannot create it because we are not God. The message of all faith at the biggest picture level is the message in our Bible, which is you are not God. And only if you think you are do you talk this way.
Okay.
But it's not just mockery of Islam.
Why not? Why are you so
And
bent
no
about
president
this?
should mock Islam. That's not your job.
Yes, I think all presidents should mock Islam. Like, unironically. I think they all should. What are we doing here? These are conservative talking heads bent out of shape about an F word on a social media website, simping for Islam, saying, "Oh, don't make fun of Islam." I mean, are we serious people or not?
No, and why? Because donkey pull carts.
And I've ignored. This is my tweet. I've ignored all the Tucker Carlson is owned by Qatar stuff, but he's literally crapping his pants because the president of a Christian nation mocked Islam. That's what he's doing.
It's the devil. It's the devil's.
Like, what is going on? Like, it's like these people have. Here's Candace Owens. This is a satanic administration. We realize that the satanic Zionists occupy the White House. Ooh.
That's what's going on with a lot of these people.
This is who. I mean,
Spirit of Antichrist.
the panic economy is so crazy to me. New York Post, Iranian American Democrat pushes wild plot to impeach Pete Hegseth. Iranian American Democrat. Why is this person in our government? I mean, these people, Alex Jones calling for the 25th. I mean, dude, can we talk about like anything from an honest perspective now? The sad thing is every one of these people knows that Trump is not going to erase 90 million people. They know this. Tucker Carlson accuses Franklin Graham of endorsing the removal of civilians, then gets the Book of Esther completely wrong. I don't really know what that is. Sorry. The Book of Esther is the most controversial book in the Bible for a long time. Hey, I just started going back to church in September. I guess I don't know. I mean, I think Tucker and Alex and all these people are entitled to their opinions, and they have huge platforms to share them. But like, are we calling for you're standing arm in arm with Democrats right now, calling for your president to be removed from office because you didn't like a tweet? Wake up. He's calling for a nuclear strike. Seek his removal immediately. What? No, he's not. That's Anthony Scaramucci. 85,000 likes. Is he calling for a nuclear strike? I don't think so. There's going to be a lot of, I'll be looking at people real different after 8 p.m. tonight. Or I will be eating a massive amount of crow. Look, if Trump goes in there and says what they're accusing him of, I'll stand right there next to him. But for right now, I think they're just ramping up the rhetoric in the click economy. These people will be right. If Trump pulls this off, they'll all be right back on the Trump train. Mark my words. Will people go back to them? Will people forget about this? Probably some. I won't, though. These people are nuts.
Going on, and there's no telling what's going on, but this is it. I mean, this is literally what I've been talking about, what I've been telling everybody about Jesus and the end, because of what's going on. And even if America didn't have anything to do with it, it doesn't matter who it is. The fact of the matter is they're all coming against Israel. You have all of the countries surrounding Israel with the exception of a few, and they're going to come to the table before it's over anyway. So, I mean, that's just the way it is. There's not much we can do. Like I said, we are, where we are. So, when it all comes down, the only question you can really ask yourself is the same one Jesus is going to ask you. What did you do with the time I gave you? Because I'll be straight up and honest with you. The scariest sentence I can even conceive of in my mind or in my heart or anything is, depart from me, I never knew you. And I don't want anything to do with all of this end time stuff if I can help it, but at the same time it's the hand that God give us. We're the generation. Like, granted, I understand, it would be better if it was another generation, added or subtracted, either way. It would be better. I'll give you that. But, I mean, what are you going to do? There's really not much you can do. There's not much you can do. But anyway, I think I'm going to call it from there. We're at 6 hours in. And God bless everybody. We'll see what happens. Lord willing, everybody will be okay. And there won't be any nukes dropped. But I appreciate it. Everyone, please like and subscribe on YouTube. Give a follow on Kick. And like I said, consider donating on PayPal if you can. I know my endless amounts of guitars in here make it look like I don't need money, but I'm actually let me show you. Actually, I probably can't. Maybe I can't. No, you can't see my cursor. I build them. So, doing woodwork, I do. I build my own stuff on top of buying it, But anyway, God bless. Thanks. It's been awesome.